And we ended on New Blood, Ultra Kill, and Fallen Aces. Those are games you should play. They're both published by New Blood. That's not a game; it's a publisher.
Ultra Kill's the best FPS I've ever played. Yeah, play it.
Is it now?
I think so.
Cheap too.
It's not finished yet, so hold off if that's a problem. But...
What's so cool about it?
It's taking everything that's like neat about Devil May Cry and everything that makes like fast-paced arena shooter gameplay fun, and sort of putting them together into this environment that is extremely rewarding to experiment with and has extremely strong presentation.
Well, all right.
Ultra Kill.
Does it have a fun announcer that says Ultra Kill?
No.
Oh.
Oh, count me out.
I'm sorry.
Ooh. I was considering
it. Feels like
one
of the feels like an example of what is becoming more prominent, which is that in the same way that pixel art has kind of been embraced, well, not even kind of, as absolutely been embraced as an art style that sort of like the early 90s 3D graphics, like the PlayStation graphics.
Does that
sort of thing
even feel like a novel thought there, Fringy? I feel like I heard you say that 2 years ago.
I have said it, but
You're allowed to say
like
things. You're allowed to say things every 2 years.
All right.
I'm actually
see you in 2 years.
It's the Gwimbly likes, you know.
It is.
I'm working on some categories for a Game Award show, and in every draft of my categories, I have both a 2D art and 3D art award, because I do think they should be distinctly honored.
The art direction for a particular 2D and 3D game.
Yeah, well, like the art for those games games nominated against each other in those styles specifically,
right, yeah.
as opposed to technical and artistic, which I was always like, they're never talking about performance with technical, which is why I hate it when they call that technical. It's just which one looks the prettiest and is 3D, and I want to be a little more specific, but it's still doing rough.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you would want better categories for the Game Awards in terms of
winning best fighting game.
No, what was it? The best game fueled by Mountain Dew? We can't get rid of that one. We have to keep that one.
Independent game fueled by Mountain Dew, yeah. And then I think eventually, because they didn't do Mountain Dew so much with the Game Awards, but wasn't there the shaving brand? What was it? The one where they had like
the
yeah, that's right, the robot.
The famous one.
Dude.
Best video game to buy many bags of Doritos too.
I mean, really, the Game Awards has the fundamental problem that a lot of people are there for trailers. They have expectations that are really high. Like the expectation is that you're going to get like E3, it's like E3 level. Oh, look at these big like game announcements. Whereas like the Academy Awards, I mean, I think they show trailers there, but like people are there generally to see who won. Like it feels like a fundamental problem that the Game Awards is always going to struggle to overcome, because for as much flack as they got, and I think it's fair that they had to please wrap it up after like 30 seconds. Like, oh yeah, sorry guys, you want to talk for a minute about this game that you made and you poured your life into? Like, as much as that's really embarrassing that they were telling people to wrap it up that quickly, they do have the problem that a lot of people are there just to see what games are going to get announced for like next year and the year after.
Yeah,
people want trailers.
Stuttering Craig, who runs Side Scrollers. John and I have both been on that show a couple times now, and he's doing a different model with it that doesn't involve ads.
Good job.
But yeah, so check that out if you want. But my goal though is to make the categories not shit.
Is your microphone any weaker than usual there, Mark?
He's a little quieter.
How's this? Is that better?
I don't know, because you said 2 words.
Based off of the words of 2 words that you give us? Why do people do that?
I don't know, Rex. I don't know.
I don't know, but people always do it.
I did have a reason for doing that, because if I was too loud, I didn't want to keep talking.
That's right. It'll blow your eardrums out.
Well, that...
And then you would say, why did you say less, Mark? That's what you'd be saying.
Yeah, you should have said no words, and there would have been no risk at all.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, I mean, true. But no profit either.
There's the power of moderation on it.
All right, sounds good, I think. I'll keep an eye on chat for how people feel about ups and downs. But to address 3 enormous controversies. Number 1, where is Glidus? Well, I invited him, and I tried to make it work because he couldn't make it to today for a few days, either before or after or some other week. But I'm afraid he said he was maximized on busyness, the work he's doing. He did give me a fair explanation of all the stuff he's up to, because he's on his like 150% workload because this is his whole channel is Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, Shleems. He's doing a lot of stuff with Alt Shift X. So
now is the
we wanted him,
time, right?
but we couldn't get him. I'm so sorry, but I said to him, "Is it possible we can get him for the end of the season?" And he said he'll do everything he can to make it to that. So hopefully we'll grab him then.
All right,
Second
he's made a promise that he
enormous-
has to meet. You heard it here.
Second enormous controversy. Where's Ryan? He's a House of the Dragon fan. Well, one, not available on Saturdays specifically, which I think is hilarious.
Sure. All right.
I was going to say, all right, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Jiminy Willikers, all right.
Okay.
But secondly, I do a weekly show with him and Gary about House of the Dragon, so it feels weird to double up, I suppose, on a lot of the conversations that he and I would have already had. This is a whole new set here. Excluding sometimes Fringy if he graces that stream with his presence, but yeah, I think it makes most sense. And then the third enormous controversy: why is this stream happening now when we could be doing a Boogie Cringe stream? Well, you know what? Maybe next week. We can't let him take over and celebrate House of the Dragon.
There's no match for Boogie Cringe.
There's so many posts in like every forum like, you guys have got to be covering what's happened with him recently, right? It's like, oh, well, it's very tempting because yeah, his latest blunder might be the worst of his entire career. I think it's actually safe to say it is.
It might actually be.
I think it is.
Well, what would compare?
I don't think there's anything that can.
I mean, the Boogie documentary was a big one, but that was mostly telling us stuff we already kind of knew.
You know, just him being cringe to himself, you know?
The latest controversy has demonstrated, no, you can continue to fall, actually. You've not hit rock bottom yet.
He falls under the barrel, through the floor, into the core of the earth, and then just continues into the abyss.
There's something past the core of the earth that he's fallen into.
God is like, you actually passed the abyss. Nobody is supposed to be able to do that. You're further down. How'd you do
You're
that?
clogging up the abyss.
God's like frantically trying to code something.
Yeah,
that he can fall into
I don't
next.
have anything down there, man.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. I gotta get the beta test for the last universe. Dredge those back up.
What if
Oh,
Boogie
God.
only
He
hope
went
against the
naked
Eldritch
live on
Beings?
camera.
He did.
So that
Well, to be
all the
fair,
cringe.
he went
It
naked
cancels
in
out
order
the
to
cringe.
prove he had cancer. That makes sense. It didn't
I
work
thought
out.
he went naked because he wanted to hop on the Twitch thing with as long as it's censored, right? Didn't he do that?
Well, the thing is,
I feel like he doesn't need to get naked.
We're
for us
confusing
to
the
know
times he
he's
was
in
naked
bad
on
He,
health.
camera. This is madness.
if not to derail us, but like he goes naked, and then Mr. Mediker is like, "Go the whole way, show your cock," and then he says, "Well, no, I'm not going to do that because I could get these guys in trouble." Meaning he knew that he could get naked and there'd be no trouble because you can't see anything because of the folds. Like it covers up everything. It's like a little safety shield. He knew that. That's why he
A
did
little
it.
Safety.
When you're so
shield.
fat, you cannot be nude.
Yeah, he cannot be.
He can only
It's like
be naked
Peter
with-
Griffin whenever he has a nude
Yeah.
scene.
Yeah. And you know, maybe in a week's time we'll have an ending to the story that we can talk about on the stream as well. Because I don't know what the fuck's happening in these next few days. People, because you know the whole thing is like, when does he come back? And everyone's probably putting bets on it. You would have thought one day would be already too much, but maybe it'll be 2, maybe 3.
So he's gone radio silent.
I think he
or
deleted his
what?
Twitter, and the last I heard was
Oh, really?
that I don't know if he get like Keemstar said he's getting another test to prove he has cancer, which the whole point was that he was supposed to have proof already. Like,
I don't
think
know how
he's
you
actually.
can be.
So he's getting a biopsy, which will be
Yes.
like an actual definitive
With his
test.
size, he's gonna need a triopsy.
I think
nice.
it. That's funny. At this point, though, I believe he's the only positive quote unquote that he has is blood markers, which are more like potential for cancer rather than.
Oh well, we're not going to
definitely
go over the
have
full
cancer.
story now because we'll do it next week. But yes, there's a lot of things to it. But the broad statement is Boogie lied about his cancer and it enabled him to scam his audience with crypto coins.
It's in a weird way that
funny
even if he
sentence.
does have cancer, he still did lie about it.
Well, no, so
That's not a
this is why it's
sentence you'd get in
uniquely
any other
tragic now
century.
because he may have cancer and it won't help him in this because that wouldn't
Yeah, like
change
that's
anything.
what I mean.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
he's
everyone
just-
believes that he's lying. He's already set himself up. He's put himself in a position where everyone thinks that he's lying with how he's behaved about it.
Oh, I guess what I'm saying, Rags, to be absolutely clear, is he could have cancer, and we'd all say, yep, he definitely has cancer, and he'd still be a liar, because that would be post him claiming he has it when he didn't have enough proof for it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's
already fucked.
You couldn't have rolled worse. Like, he's got the...
The thing is, he got all of the... How to phrase it? He got none of the benefits of having cancer if he got cancer, you know?
But my God, Rags, he tried to get all the benefits of having cancer.
Boy, he sure did.
I swear to what kills me is he's the kind of guy who's going to live to like 95, I swear.
He'll be like Baron Harkonnen in his little little black school.
Not even
like
pulling a Randy
Mr.
Marsh is
Burns
going to
with
save him
the
at this point, where
doorway.
he sticks his head in a microwave trying to.
That's all the
give
memes
himself
have been. People have been saying he's probably spending the weekend putting his balls in a microwave.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Also,
like a
yeah,
Mr. Burns
sorry, we
immune
should be discussing, but when he said his doctor might have made up the diagnosis for clout.
Jesus.
That's internet
Risking
brain
your
rot.
medical license for boogie clout.
Boogie
about
clout,
that.
yeah, man. What could be sweeter than boogie clout? It's like a sweet yellow tangerine, you know.
The doctor's like vlogging on YouTube. He's trying to get his clout. It's such a stupid...
Oh, and then there was
I'd be like,
Little clout man.
the conversation with CoffeeZilla where he's screaming "you liar" at him like
You liar!
If you know
It's
anything
also
about
performative.
medicine, you'd know he's lying in that interview, because basically what he says, he's like, so my kind of cancer, it's made a lot worse when you're overweight. So basically, to not have cancer, I have to get pills that help me lose weight. And I'm just like, oh, he's just trying to get a prescription for Ozempic and
Probably.
saying it's cancer.
I thought he did start Ozempic. I remember him tweeting about it, but you can't keep track. The amount of lies that man
Well,
tells.
maybe he's trying to pay for it, rather. So
The
yeah,
amount
maybe
of
he got the
lies.
prescription, and these are the meds he's talking about. He's just talking about meds that prevent him from being fat, which seems like they're working.
Well, there's going to be a lot of the use of the word "only joy in life" next week, I think. In the comment section in chat, but we'll see. I imagine that might be a 10-man EFAP. So many people are going to want to guest on that one, because this, and you know we're bringing ER back.
Boogie's my favorite House of the Dragon character.
He would fit right in. Could you imagine
Which
David
faction would he be
meeting?
a part of?
Oh, dude, if Boogie
Lord-
were
Yeah, he'd be like
the
the
Lord of
shitty
Harrenhal,
Vagar.
and,
Lord of
David met him.
He cannot control his bowels. No one respects him. His cock doesn't work.
How is it you reach this size? Like, oh, it's a
gonna
lot of
defeat Vagar
illnesses. It's a lot of genetic illnesses.
I've got a thyroid thing.
I have all the
as you do.
thyroids.
I have many thyroids. It swells me up like a balloon. It does.
Well, we should probably get started, because we got around 4 hours to talk about, so think of it as a very long movie. But plenty of fun scenes to discuss. I was considering going with the whole, like, oh, what did everyone think? But I assume that'll become very clear the more we talk about it in detail, and that everyone here thought it was pretty good. Is that different for anybody?
Well, it's no boogie cringe, but
No.
pretty good.
That's true.
It is very, very interesting. I guess a lot of us are probably thinking it here and then in the audience, but it's very strange to be watching this show alongside The Acolyte every week.
But in the same
What
sense,
a-
it's not strange because last time around it was against Rings of Power.
Rings of
every
Power,
time.
yeah, you're right.
It was
Oh, yeah,
arguably-
you're right.
Because that was like I say that's 1-to-1. I guess in a way, there's comparisons to be made of the. Like we said, there's weird connections down to the episode numbers of events that take place.
I think the interesting thing more so is that House of the Dragon was essentially in season 1 it was fighting to establish itself. It was before they both came out, even though obviously people were a lot more negative in terms of their expectations for Rings of Power, it was a case of two shows essentially competing to establish which one was the premier fantasy TV show. House of the Dragon won. Now it's like the reigning champion coming in, and then the Acolytes coming to challenge it and failing.
Can you imagine that? The balls of the Acolyte being like, well, first off,
Yeah,
I
a little
guess
bit.
there was a lot of comparison between House of the Dragon and the first season and Rings of Power, because they're both fantasy shows with some magic in there, some mythological creatures. We got our swords and our armor, and that's fun. and they're also sort of in the way that House of the Dragon is showing up after Game of Thrones. You have Rings of Power coming out trying to be like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
So there's another parallel there. So the two were very much easy to sort of juxtapose to against
Yeah,
one
and
another.
you could argue, I know this sounds ridiculous, but it was like almost a fair fight in terms of they were both given a huge budget, all the potential they
budget,
needed.
Great
and-
IP.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And one of them comes from a beloved series of films that we all like had Peepo Sus on the show, but you know, it's not the same as House of the Dragon where we had to fight actual sentiment of fuck you, you're the one that came after season 8 of Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I actually think that might have worked in both of their favors inversely. Because I think the people making Rings of Power were just like, we're Lord of the Rings. It doesn't matter. We can do whatever we want, and it's going to be great and loved. Whereas House of the Dragon's like, look, we got to take this real seriously, okay? They're
It
gonna
does.
destroy
Yeah, I
us.
think
Like,
you're right.
This is bad.
Yeah. There's a sort of arrogance with Rings of Power that they could write whatever shitty story with shitty characters that they wanted to, and the what comes home to roost? Chickens. The chickens would never come home to roost.
Yeah.
Whereas I think you
Cocks.
are right. These Rings of Power guys, they were like, guys, we can't fuck up. We got to really make this work. Because yeah, you are fighting this season 8 Game of Thrones hatred, quite frankly, that has lingered to this day as ultimately and unfortunately, but understandably, the defining element of that entire long series of television.
The idea of that show, like the Acolyte, poses a challenge to something like House of the Dragon is just embarrassing.
Like funny.
They're,
Well, so
they both look.
They're not
You
comparable.
almost
There's
want to do
such high
away.
contrast.
You want to do away with the pretense with the people who make this stuff. If you had them in the same room, like Ryan Condal and Leslie Headland, you might want to be like you understand the difference between you two's shows, right? Both of you, and then he'd be like, no, yeah, they're both really great exploration. And it was like, no, right, stop. You understand, right? The difference. Like hers is a fucking laughable mess, and yours you've worked extremely hard to I have my criticisms, but at the same time, it's just you understand it's completely different leagues, and I really want them to be shot with the honest ray, so they can both say. There's no way someone who makes this can't recognize watching The Acolyte. Like, ooh, they really cut corners on this, huh?
Just the difference in care for the craft or like passion for it on display.
Well,
It's an element of it's like what we talk about with a great way to contrast, The Acolyte and House of the Dragon. Not to make this like this versus this as an episode, but it's really tough to not draw comparisons for a number of reasons. But we talk about opportunities in terms of what kinds of stuff you can do with the time that you have and with every interaction. And whereas House of the Dragon seems to be just completely filled with stuff going on in terms of subtext and what this means in this conversation, that conversation, establishing relationships, learning more about the world. The Acolyte is kind of the opposite, where we spend huge swaths of time learning absolutely nothing, and half of the things we learn are just being reminded of stuff we've been told before.
correct. To get started, unless there's anything people want to say, just sort of opening and in general about House of the Dragon, we can get to more specifics.
I think it's a really cool television show.
I
it's
really
pretty
like
neat.
it. I am looking forward to seeing the episodes every week, and I'm excited when they come out.
I suppose what we have here for covering episodes 1 through 4 feels like obviously it's a good package because the first 3 episodes of the season are definitely more like slower paced. They're trying to build things up. It's an interesting contrast between season 1 and 2 because season 1 is jumping between different points in time that are like sort of flashpoints for important events happening. And so in that sense, all of those ones have a greater significance compared to now in season 2. This is much more conventional of just seeing the story play out at at more of a regular pace. And so the first 3 episodes are definitely, building things up, establishing important plot elements going forward, developing the characters, and then it all came to a head in episode 4, which is one of the best episodes of the show. Like, it's competing with episode 8 from season 1 as the best episode of the show. It was a really fantastic episode.
Yes, it was.
And we'll talk all about it.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, it's a pretty big bit of praise. I would say that after seeing the 4th, it brings the first 3 into view as like I see 1, 2, 3, 4 now as a pretty solid little package, a nice hearty meal.
I think so, yeah.
And
They really do a great job establishing stuff, yeah.
it's gonna be fun looking back and being like, oh, that thing and that. Even though there's plenty of things we don't know yet, because the season is only half done. Some people are like, why are you waiting for the full season to be done? Well, because that would mean we'd have 8 hours, and that at that point is Rings of Power coming out at that time then as well.
It's coming out. Isn't it coming out in August?
It'll be close, and then we've got we're behind on a lot of things, and then we come to our anniversary stream too. Basically, we're gonna try and get this done half of it now. We'll do half later, and that'll be a little bit more easier. But hey,
it's coming out. It's coming out at the end of August. Damn.
We're gonna have some fun with maybe some speculation along the way. You know, oh, Agatha, is Agatha out soon? No,
I think it's September.
Oh,
what the fuck is an Agatha?
I know.
Oh, wait,
an Agatha? I keep hearing about it. What?
Well, I'm not saying we're definitely covering it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
don't say that.
Watch it.
Don't say that. Yeah, don't. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's definite.
Good.
No. You think that's the one that went through a number of different title changes?
Yeah,
which was like really cringe.
Agatha.
They were gonna go with
the witchy woman.
Let's face it.
It's a show about Agatha from WandaVision, and I like that the title is called Agatha all along. Because if you ask somebody who's a big fan, you should ask them, what did she do all along? What was Agatha
she had,
all
like,
along? What
no
did she
role
do?
in that story almost.
Springy's like, ask people why the show's called that.
It's so funny from my perspective because I keep hearing about this show spoken in like hushed, disgusted tones, but I have no idea what it is. It's just this thing that's looming on the horizon that nobody cares about.
One of those Marvel projects that if they could make the decision on whether they would make it today, it wouldn't exist.
It wouldn't exist. No.
It's just like Ironheart's probably in the same position as well. It's just like these shows that they were in when they were announced. You know, it's like, oh yeah, exciting. But now that Marvel is in a bad place, it's like, oh shit, all right, yeah, Agatha, woohoo, yay.
Agatha, she conjured the speedster dude by just putting a necklace on a guy. Just gave him full-blown Quicksilver powers. That's, I guess, something.
They're not going to remember that, and it will never pop up.
Yeah.
You saying that probably jump-started many people's memories into ultimately what came down to what was it, like a pun, a penis joke or something?
Are we sullying House of the Dragon by even spending any
I
time
only
on?
remember it in the context of. Oh yeah,
probably.
Probably a little bit. Well, first question on the docket. Here we are. Is what everyone think of the new intro?
I love the new intro. It being a medieval tapestry is so very nice. Like the last one was fine too. I wish they would get a piece of music, but
I wish they had their own music. Yeah, but oh well.
What can you do at this point? I guess. Do you think they could change it down the line now still, or do you think they've
maybe the better question is legally they cannot change it. Maybe that's
true.
And you know, it's going to be in all the Game of Thrones or A Song of Ice and Fire content. Maybe like all shows will have that intro, which I think would be a shame, especially for tone setting and uniquifying it. That's a word. Don't check. Yes, this was. I was at first I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, okay, oh wow, because a lot of this is history that is like the lore of this show, even though this show acts as lore for Game of Thrones.
I like it because the show seems very thematically concerned with history, even if only through, like, not exclusively, but primarily through Viserys it was at the time. And tapestries like these are a large part of how history would exist. So.
Well, and it's cool that all the threads are written with blood. It's a neat little thing, and the fact that this tapestry is changing as the season progresses is always going to be like,
cool.
Oh, is it?
I do like to see that. Yeah,
I gotta stop skipping.
It does change. Yeah, it's a great detail. They put so much effort into it, and it's quite eerie to see some of the season's more jarring moments be immortalized in a certain, the stitching art style.
The threads that go through Jaehaerys' neck is just like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, like that was a thing that happened, and you can't take it back. It's history now.
Yeah, and it is. I think there's a bizarre feeling of watching history unfold, but rather like when it's in present and everyone's just taking action. You don't think about the dude in the castle who's writing this stuff in a book. It's all just sort of
Someone's writing it down. It's
Yeah.
all getting recorded. It's so people remember, and then that gets passed down
Which
and
I guess
told.
in a
And
certain
copied.
sense is because isn't the idea that the book it's based on is accounts of what happened?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I should probably
it's
clear this
a-
up. So that the source this is based on is 3 sources put together, as 2 maesters and a jester. Their accounts of different things, so it's unreliable as to what exactly happened. And as much as it acts as a companion / a different vision, I think George has said it's different continuity. Like definitively, they don't coexist, which I think makes sense. And simultaneously, you're not going to hear any spoilers for anything past episodes 1 through 4 of season 2 of House of the Dragon. However, I can't account for chat. You know, they're free, and I would just be careful about spoilers in there. I've seen a lot of people like to discuss and speculate based on what is written in the Fire and Blood
Which
sort of
makes sense.
histories. Yeah, it would be a fun thing to do, but I have said, in case anyone wants to know, and I don't know if everyone here shares this perspective or not, but I really want to enjoy this story from this format. I could go and read.
I agree.
But I'm very much
Yeah, the
enjoying the
books are there.
intrigue and setup and speculation of this. If I knew a bunch of like, oh, did you know this person dies this way? It wouldn't be that satisfying to me compared to seeing it unfold in this.
Agreed. Yeah, the
You
books
should
are there.
also
If we want to
not-
read the books, we can go and do that if we wish.
Also, do not rewatch Game of Thrones. There's a pretty big House of the Dragon spoiler in Game of Thrones dialogue.
Well, there's a handful of them, I assume, in reference to.
Oh, there's
Technically, it's a
one, like,
spoiler. The
direct-
second.
direct fate of a named character, though. It's not something you want to hear. Trust me.
Well, what I'm getting at is just there's a couple of spoilers inherently by seeing any event of Game of Thrones, the world as it stands, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Oh, I know. Like, I mean, that stuff's obvious because it's a prequel. But I'm saying, like, a character is talking about the Dance of the Dragons as if it's a historical story. Names one of the named characters on this show, and then it explains their death. So, it will be a big spoiler. Trust me. And if you forgot it, that's good.
Well, anyway.
Another thing on the title sequences is I think like the idea of the visual of a drop of blood hitting fabric and then just spreading out and like consuming everything that's on the thing is such a powerful, effective metaphor.
Well, yeah,
for the whole
blood
show.
is infamously a very difficult thing to get out of fabric. So it would,
Yeah.
it works in a variety of ways.
But
A single
colorful.
drop of blood can cause
Very
so much more
colorful, yeah.
bloodshed. Yeah.
The writers have a lot to say on the nature of conflict and the way it escalates and consumes even the reasons it was fought. It began in the first place through imagery like that. So
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there's an episode I would
Yes.
imagine it would be arguable the theme of it was to make that point that probably the whole show is making. But I was going to say this season 1's intro, I was still fond of it. Just the having blood raining down of the model of old Valyria was kind of cool, and the easy way to draw that the blood is to represent blood lines, but also the carnage to come, and that is in season 1. And man, seeing what happens to a certain model in episode 2 is very sad. You know, we'll get there in a moment.
That
I'm
is
sure,
sad.
but,
Yeah, that is sad.
hard to watch. Addy even commented on it on Instagram or whatever. He posted a meme.
He did. Yeah. Yeah, it's a meme.
It's
That's
heartbreaking. Cyrus worked
That's
so hard
funny.
on that.
He really did.
We do.
Well, all right, and so the show begins, and they give us our first scene in the North, which, for those who have not seen Game
The
of
North.
Thrones, a lot of people were very like, oh, because the Stark theme comes on. It's been a while, you know, it's just funny to me because it's got nostalgia value now, even though back when season 8 was coming out, there was plenty of fucking scenes in the
Classic
North.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
You know,
it
guess you could say
evokes
in a
classic
sense.
Game of Thrones rather than newfangled, horrifying Game of Thrones, which is nice.
Back in the good times.
And
Back before the
all the dark
darkness.
times.
Yeah.
and we see a kindly little raven who's probably holding the news that a certain Luke is dieded. So we're just catching up to where Jake would be, which timeline-wise, I'm not even. I think this would
I
be
don't think
fine.
we know.
Because it's very much up to imagination of how quickly he would have been found, or rather how quickly they found, because they
Or
didn't
how
find the
long
wing
they-
yet. They find that in episode in halfway through this episode, I think.
The
Yeah.
flight would be a
Yeah.
couple weeks. I think like his journey from Dragonstone to Storm's End was about 2 weeks, I think.
I think there was.
So
2
I
weeks on
imagine a raven would
Dragonback?
fly at a raven would fly at a comparable speed, though. I imagine, right?
A
Like, I
dragon?
mean,
Then a dragon?
Is
No,
that fair to say? I don't.
no,
I mean,
no.
and
It's
if
gonna be way
anything, wouldn't
slower.
Yeah, I mean, so like I'm saying at a minimum, I'm saying there's no chance the raven is going to be faster than the dragon.
Is that what you're
So
saying? Okay, yeah.
Well, however
Okay.
long it took Luke to get out there, it will take more time to get back because the information is traveling via raven, not dragon.
Well, and he went to the Vale first, with the consideration of how everything is flowed out. But yeah, I don't know. It is weird seeing. You see the wall. You get they even establish the rules of how people end up there, and they clearly make it an important place. And the thing people were talking about was they mention how dragons, when they first visited Aegon and his sister, they couldn't cross the boundary of the wall, which is not something that happens in Game of Thrones, which is in the books. And so people started to like speculate of, wait a minute, is this like a different
Actually, I was
continuity?
wrong about that. Apparently, it's 4 to 6 hours. I was totally wrong.
That's okay.
46 hours. Oh my goodness.
4 to 6. So I
Oh,
was way
that's
wrong.
shorter.
I must be mixing it up from another dragon flight time given in
4
Fire
to
Emblem.
6 hours on Dragonback from Dragonstone to.
The north?
Storm's End. Storm's End.
Oh, right. Yeah,
But
Storm's
how
End's much
far
closer.
Luke-
Okay,
travel.
right. Yeah. Having me worried there for a second, because I know that Westeros
Sorry,
is
buddy.
supposed
Thank
to be
you,
like
Chad.
comically massive. It's like the size of South America,
It's pretty big.
apparently.
Is that comically massive, South America?
It's pretty
In
big.
terms of
To the
in terms
English,
of
If you
it's
went
facing
to
people.
the if you went to all the South Americans in chat, Theo didn't mean that. All right, you're
Hey,
fine people.
I mean, in
And
terms
you live on a
of
lovely continent.
in terms of a medieval domain, okay.
Well, how big
Yeah,
is
yeah,
how big's
he's
Middle
right, yeah.
Earth?
Oh,
Is
you
that
know.
Europe, right? About
That's
Europe
like
size,
England, isn't it? Isn't it supposed to be Great Britain?
I think it's
Like
Europe-sized.
Landmass.
What, Middle Earth?
Landmass?
Yeah, Middle Earth's
Yeah.
supposed to be like Europe size.
I don't know about-
Is it?
right?
I don't know about that. But
Middle Earth also
I
isn't
thought-
unified in the same way.
yeah.
Didn't he
Um,
want it to be English mythology though? Wasn't that the whole deal?
I don't know that means he wanted it to be exactly the size and length of.
Yeah, I want to
Britain.
give
Oh,
myself
okay,
some
fair
room
enough.
to work with here.
Yeah. Anyway, he talks about how important the wall is, and he says it keeps out death, which there's just so many. They are correct references and important foundational building for what will be Game of Thrones, but it's always sad to hear the references every time.
Because you remember what it became. You're like, oh man.
Uh,
It's like thinking about a dead relative.
These are the sort of call forwards that should be appreciated and like should work if they hadn't fumbled so very hard towards
Yeah.
the tail end.
it's so respectful of them to do it, even though all the audience is like,
I mean, I
Mhm.
totally, yeah, props to him for treating it with respect and dignity.
Yeah.
I think that, especially if you're in the position of you're writing a prequel to something that has a sort of reputation, it's like, well, you know, what do? It's probably just the high road to treat it reverently that you should just generally just default to doing. I mean, even if you were going to make a prequel to the sequel trilogy, you know what I mean when I say that. But you would maybe want to, you know, at least treat it seriously.
And so,
I wouldn't even characterize the 8th season as a fumble. Like they were done, the
Suicide.
showrunners, and
They
they wanted
spiked the
like
ball
it's like they threw the ball down. They spiked it down.
And then the ball bounced right up in their face.
They
and
gave it
smacked
to
them.
they gave the ball to Boogie as he was descending past the abyss. They were like,
Pointed at Taika
Boogie into the
Waititi and said,
abyss.
That's how you ruin a
Like as
mythos.
Boogie's falling, he just sees something and they hand him a ball like on the way down.
Elrond is saying,
Yeah.
"Destroy it."
So he's the Starks are promised Rhaenyra Greybeards, which are old dudes who have kind of lost somewhat of their use at the wall / at the north and can be spared, but simultaneously are probably not to be fucked with because they're like super veterans.
Very experienced
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
probably wise. Yeah,
Old
they've
night,
seen some
um,
things.
Unless they've recently been sent or joined there, if they're old, it means they've been through some shit.
Yeah, I think there is actually more of a specific meaning than just old for greybeards in the world of Westeros, but the point is we will likely see them in some way, shape, or form eventually in an important way. And I thought it was kind of funny, Jake, the actor for Jacaerys, is like definitely aged in the time we've seen him in, which is technically weeks, or rather
Yeah.
even a week, and it's just a
That's what kind
reality.
of threw me off a little bit at first.
Yeah, It's something like this is why you have to, because Gary talks about how they need to make sure this show, as soon as it starts, a show like this is like yearly. You want to do yearly, not just for the actors' ages, but for the audience retention and investment and the build up, the momentum. But that is definitely a problem. Stranger Things had this in spades. It's so hilarious how the cast have completely aged out of the timeline, but they're desperately trying to argue. It's like, it's fine. if you just kneel down when we film your scenes, it should be okay.
Well, I mean, I guess the standard used to be cast like 25-year-olds to play high school students anyway. So I guess Stranger Things.
Yeah, but then
is
they
just
age
looking
into
more
40-year-olds, and then it's like, no, it's
Yeah,
pushing it.
well,
I don't know.
Buffy was smart enough to have them like not be in high school for the whole show.
No, the trick is to hire like super young and then destroy their whole lives, and then documentaries get made later
Yeah.
on that you can make money from.
Yeah, the drugs will keep them youthful.
So, with that news arriving, we go back to Dragonstone. Maelys and Rhaenys are arriving because they've been... The job they said they were doing was patrolling the Gullet, which is still just trying to cut off trade to King's Landing. All stuff that, as much as it might seem kind of just busy information, it's super important that I hope they maintain, because part of what destroyed Game of Thrones was not respecting its world building. This analysis we're doing, by the way, is all assuming you've seen Season 1 and, kind of enjoyed it, I guess, because we're not going to be like picking up every little detail from the past stuff. What was enjoyable about this scene, though, is the Daemon gives her a bit of kick in the ass for the whole, again, not taking the chance that she had to end the war where she did, which will play an important role in these 4 episodes, but also lost opportunity to...
The fact that she didn't reply is endlessly frustrating.
Well, it's definitely something the show recognizes and works with going forward, except for some reason they went with the whole ignoring the many people that she killed thing, even though the whole audience has not. I was talking to Fringy about this, but a comparison was made between Rhaenys and Catelyn Stark as to their, I don't know, ethical systems, and which one, like, Rhaenys is clearly better, and it frustrates the hell out of me because Catelyn never did what Rhaenys did. And what's funny is some people compare Lady Stoneheart, like, we never got that shit. I would have been happy to get it, but we never did, so don't bring it up. But Rhaenys, they were saying, like, oh god, let it go. Just move on. It's like, how do you move on from a massacre? Like, that's something a character does. It plays into literally every fucking last line that they say. And it's unfortunate they did not. We were hoping they would, but they didn't really register it in this season either. They're moving past it. They're going to pretend it didn't happen. But that doesn't mean they don't do some decent work for Rhaenys. IMO. And yes,
Agreed.
Daemon...
She just kind of starts off with lower stocks than everyone else because of
Well,
episode 9 of last season.
If we're
Like,
being completely
weak
fair,
point
her
in the
and
first
Kristen
season.
Cole do. They're both lower in our estimation than they would be had the writers been handling them as they clearly intended to.
Those 2 characters emerge from episode 9 damaged.
Yeah, to be absolutely crystal clear, Aemond and Daemon are characters that are almost crystal good, despite the horrors that they conduct, because it's all clearly well established and developed, and then the actions are very cause and effecty. Rhaenys and Kristen Cole from season 1 did things, both in the same episode actually, that we as an audience were like, what the fuck was that? And it's like, we don't really have an answer for you. We did it to facilitate other things we needed to do, and it's like, cool.
That's the thing with Rhaenys, is it's so difficult to hear her try to take the moral high ground in any conversation now after all of that. And she's often framed that way. Like, not
She's absolutely the moral center of Team Black for some reason.
It makes episode 9 seem just all the more like this bizarre fluke that slipped into the show. It just seems so out of place.
You see, it's also unfortunate because I think I would have liked Rhaenys a hell of a lot more, but that scene just sticks in the fucking way.
You can't forget it.
Yeah.
It's too bombastic and important and pivotal, and they played it up so much.
I think
There's too
you
many
have
implications on everything that happens after it too.
You've got such a good opportunity to mitigate the damage or even potentially repair it by giving her an answer. Like espousing a reason as to why she did what she did and didn't do what she didn't do.
Does
Oh,
she
dude,
feel
and-
regret about it? Does she feel like give us something that her expressing her state of mind? Give us something.
Just do an old-fashioned, she goes to sleep and she has a nightmare about all the people she fucking stepped on, and then she thinks about it excessively and how it is like the worst thing she ever did in her whole life. But it was because she was gonna stop a war from happening, but then she didn't even stop the war, so all those people died for no reason. You know, like, you can easily reincorporate.
Yeah.
You can try and catch up for lost time, but they, as was said, they didn't even catch it in season 1. The writer of that episode talking about we've brought this up a couple of times in order to make clear what the issue is. The writer said Rhaenys couldn't kill Alicent because she couldn't kill a fellow mother, while she was stepping
Oh,
on
that's
not only
insane.
mothers but children, more than likely.
Yeah.
Just appeal to kinslaying. Because
Yeah.
that's really not allowed in the Game of Thrones universe.
Well, and some people have
Of course,
said, like,
bro.
why would you expect royalty to ever care about small folk when that's, like, the point that George often makes? And it's like, well, because she explicitly says so
He's-
many times.
It's
Yeah.
our job to guide the men to keep things together.
Yeah.
you
Well,
know?
and also, I mean, it's in universe like acknowledgement. When Daemon steps on that guy when he goes to the Stepstones, that's the writers conveying. Yeah, that's bad though, isn't it?
Hmm.
Daemon's not
that's
here
really
to
bad.
save
Daemon doesn't-
people. He's there
not,
for him.
exactly. He's there for his own ego. Whereas with the Rhaenys one, you meant to think, oh man, how awesome is this? It's like it's not. It's very bad.
Especially when the
because he
episode
is
very clearly shows people running away in terror and everything.
Yeah,
It's
like I don't even know why they did it. I truly
I don't either.
understand
Well,
why
as
If they
a-
weren't trying to frame Rhaenys this way, I think you could get away with it. I think there's so many ways you could go about with this, but there's just like 3 or 4 jigsaw pieces that do not fit together here and haven't been made to fit.
Goga just highlighted, she also said that slamming through the ground, the writer now, was they did it because it was awesome as a moment.
Yeah, which I don't
It's
know.
the-
very
but,
awesome.
like,
Don't make writing decisions informed by what would be awesome.
Well,
Rule of cool. Stick
Burn the
to,
awesome
yeah,
moments.
don't. This is
Just-
too rich of a production to stick to rule of
if
cool.
there are like 4 things you could do that all work really well, and 2 of them are awesome, I'd be like, all right, go with the 2 awesome ones then, I guess, or rather one of the 2 awesome ones. But if you could, like, we can have 3 things happen, only one of them is awesome, and that one is kind of the stupidest one. Let's just do it anyway. It's like, oh god.
Or how you don't.
The sad part is you can still. It frustrates me that bursting through the ground is like that's all we could do for awesome shit with a dragon.
You know how dragons just burst through the ground? Like Star Destroyers?
Like
what a-
Star Destroyers.
What a comparison.
It honestly
You know,
probably
these-
would have been. It would have been a better call if she just got Melee's out of there more quietly and then just burned the roof, because then that would force everybody to leave and stop the coronation.
Well,
Yeah,
if you
'cause-
heard the banging on the big front doors and then you see 2 dragon claws reach into the crevice in between
So-
and pull it open, like that
To
would have
be-
been like,
that's an
holy
option.
shit.
The door was open from memory, so you have her exit the usual way from the dragon pit. You hear the screeching of a fucking dragon. It can interrupt Aegon's speech, right? And everyone can be like, "Wait, what? What the fuck? Who's that?"
Then we get the shadow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah,
then-
that shadow comes up.
Lands at the front, yells real fucking hard, and then starts to stomp its way in. Everyone avoids it, and then, or even flies in and starts, like, wind rushing everything, so all the people panic and run away until there's a clear spot for it to land, and then you get your scene still. There's so many ways to film it that would be fucking awesome, and simultaneously she doesn't have to kill everybody.
Yeah, and the guards are like, "What the fuck do we do? What can we do?
What
What
can you
should
do,
we
yeah.
do?" I don't know, man. It's my lunch break.
I thought the little staircase for the dragon at this point, this little I don't know what to call it, but the get on get off
The little
station.
side passage.
Yeah, it's like
Oh, I
the-
like that. Yeah.
where all the dragon riders would get onto their dragons with a lot of ease. Well built. It's just like, oh,
Which,
nice.
by the way, I really appreciate, because we actually do see it in this season, but we didn't see it in the previous season. No, you never really see anyone getting on or off the dragon, because logistically, you have to do it a special way because of the shape of a dragon and how big it is. But they do actually show Rhaenyra getting off a dragon later on.
Yeah, you got
In a way that you're like, it's believable, and it shows that it takes a little bit of dexterity and finesse to do.
the bigger they are, like when you have Vagar levels, you have a whole net that goes all the way
Yeah.
down the body. You have to climb up the whole thing. It's like, yeah, that's how it would be done, I guess.
Yeah, how else would you do it? I mean, that's
It's not
You can
super
climb
easy
up.
to get on a horse if you don't know how to do it properly. Never mind a dragon.
Yeah, well, they've figured it out, and yeah, they seem to be not shying away from showing more of it because they had to be sneaky in season 1 most of the time. But yes, Damon suggests that he and Rhaenys take Caraxes and Meleys to go and kill Vhagar, which is pretty rash. You wonder, like, oh, that's just something we're doing now, are we? That's what he wants to do. He's a little bit mad, and she says, you ain't the king, bro. So you ain't ordering shit, and it's because
because Rhaenyra's not here.
Yes, Rhaenyra's been absent, and I did kind of appreciate the line, she deserves time to grieve the loss of her son, and then he says the mother grieves, the queen shirks her duties. I guess 2 roles she does have to run, whether or not any particular thing has happened, because they are basically at the. It's not quite war, but it is. It's
like right on the
Cold
doorstep
War.
of it. It's
I
ready
have
to.
I have to imagine it is so frustrating to try and run a Targaryen monarchy when they have these giant sky lizards that they can clamber onto and disappear on whenever they want, seemingly.
Yes.
It's got to be such a headache for all of the magnates and all of the people helping them run their faction.
Also, yeah, to clarify, he is the king consort, but it means he doesn't have ultimate authority. But he does have the most authority when she's not there. So.
Which is why I thought it was a bit strange that he seemed to be anxious to get running off to Harrenhal, because it's like, isn't that kind of what he wants? Is to just be in charge for a bit?
That is
Well,
something we can
his
discuss.
reasons going there, we'll get there.
Yeah, because it's I think it's complicated. As is a lot of stuff in this show. This is part of why I like it so much. There's a hell of a lot of layers running at the same time for a lot of characters. In fact, maybe it's too early to say, but I wouldn't mind asking everybody who's let's see who's everyone's favorite character. Just if you had to pick a number one, and is everyone got the same
Number
Discord
one?
lineup? Actually, let me just.
I think so.
I think it's alphabetical, right?
Well,
Yeah, I believe
whether
so.
or not it is, I'll
Oh,
just
man, I
post
gotta
the
think
image
about
I have
this.
on stream so that you guys know. If we go left to right, favorite character, and you don't have to justify, you can just say their name.
Otto. Wait, Viserys.
No,
Sorry,
we'll say living.
Okay, Otto.
Spoilers.
That actually makes it easier.
I'm caught between Otto and Damon. I like Damon's attitude towards things.
Mhm.
I like Damon a lot, but I think I got to give it to Aemond.
Mine's Otto, but second place is drawn between David and David.
Yeah.
You know, I was about to say the same thing, where it's kind of like Otto or Damon for me, but I think I'm gonna go with Damon this time.
All right.
I guess I get to be kind of the wild card because it might be Kristen right now.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Ooh.
Spicy,
This is
spicy
for
take.
We
Kristen
will talk
followed
about
by
that.
Aegon, I think.
Ooh.
Ooh, but fair.
Well, I
fair
guess
fine with me.
answers.
Well,
Yeah.
so
If you came here
people,
for-
so
if-
asterisk on that last one.
If anyone in here, if they're like, oh, they're gonna shit on Kristen, you might be disappointed. Just to be clear, Kristen has, from what the
Kristen's
memes and
great.
stuff I've been seeing,
Yeah.
Kristen is a great character. He's unfairly maligned.
we will get to it, but the reason I brought this up is because there's other shows that have this quote unquote issue. But if I were to list, I don't know when I would say Rhaenyra, and it's not really because I think she's a bad character in any way, shape, or form. I just don't find her as interesting as many of the other characters. I think I'm more interested when Corlys is in a scene than when she is. And he's had very little screen time by comparison. You're like, so what's the problem? It's like, not really a problem, I think. It's just that,
I think Alicent's more interesting than Rhaenyra right now.
Yeah.
well, that, I mean,
Is that?
I
do you
think that
might
makes,
be a bit of an
Alison's had
effect
a
of-
lot of screen time, like that would make some sense.
Yeah, she has.
I
Yeah.
don't know how fair this is to say, but it almost feels like Rhaenyra doesn't have much to do right now.
Well,
It's
also we
probably
have a lot
because-
of idea of how Rhaenyra thinks, because she's sort of the perspective character for a good chunk of season 1.
I think it's
So
because
you-
she's
it-
trying to not do things, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
She's trying to not
Yeah.
do stuff in a way that other characters are very much go do stuff, do things, and she's like, can we fucking cool it before things get really bad?
And the scene at the end of season 3, I think, is crazy good, like for that topic.
Well, we'll touch on this as we go through. I was just curious to get everyone's broad takes. Man, Otto's scoring high. In episode 2, we'll talk about
He
why.
is. Oh,
Mhm.
auto stocks are high.
They really are.
They're already high.
And yeah, on the topic of Rhaenyra, Emma D'Arcy's performance is fabulous in this episode.
Yep.
Obviously, still backed by the end of season 1, and just to be fair, the performances are pretty fantastic for everybody in this. There's not really it's almost expected when you have TV of this level. You wouldn't expect there to just be suddenly an awful performance. They just don't typically do that.
It would be strange.
You know, in the way that the Acolyte has like several.
Accent.
Oh, it may be, but I was just going to say, you know, like how main character in Acolyte, Stenberg, right? Amandla Stenberg, she's notably flat.
Amandla Stenberg.
Flat and boring.
And like just not
uninteresting
being pushed
at
to
all.
do anything, while they will tell us over and over again she is fantastic, she is genius, which is it's like, okay. if you
This
say
is
so.
a loose application of the word genius.
She does shout.
They
sometimes.
say those they say all the we should call them paycheck phrases.
Yeah, a
'cause,
little
boy,
bit.
they say them.
So, moving forward.
If I can just say one thing about performances, I think that is one of the key things missing from the Acolyte is there is no
Subtlety.
Yeah.
layer of subtlety to any of the
Yeah.
performances, and it's just so uninteresting to watch. Whereas with this show, like often characters are saying things that runs in contrast with what they're doing with their face in subtle ways, or their body language, or their actions in the scene, or a scene later, or a scene prior. Like
They're
there's an
very
extra
in tune
layer
with
there
their
to
character's
consider.
mindset.
Yeah, the Acolyte is completely devoid of that.
Yeah, it's like tell us, Acolyte actor, actress, tell us about your character. Feel free to go into as much detail as possible. It's like you can't. You just can't.
Why are you doing this to me?
You can't
Stop
say
it.
much. So
Yeah.
if you don't even know that, then how do you expect that person to do a really good job acting out that person if they don't even really know who they are?
Right.
Exactly. So
And that's not even like regarding the quality of the writing. It's just like the performances alone, having that extra layer.
Well, it's
where
night
it's
and
just
day.
like, okay, I'm saying this, but I'm really thinking this, or I'm doing this, which reflects what I'm actually thinking about this matter. Anyway, sorry.
It's all good. We got
ahead.
Corliss is healing up. He's getting better and better. And this scene is kind of funny for those who maybe it was smoother for those who know about the source material, but for those who do not, it was like, you're the person who pulled me out of the water, yes? And he was like, yes. And the one thing about it that I think that ties it more so as a story scene that we would get anyway is the knife. A knife was also found, and he says he had it made for his heir, which would be Luke, unfortunately. Like, that works IMO, normally, but this guy wasn't in season 1 nor mentioned, and he's getting a lot of focus. And then there's future stuff, but anyway, there's like, this guy's gonna be
Alan,
important.
Talking about?
Well, I wasn't gonna go that far, but yeah. My point is that he is this guy, but he's gotten enough screen time that it would be like, wait a minute, what's the dealio there, TV show? Because we all
what's
know how
going
TV
on?
shows work. Like, what you doing? I don't even think this is the worst instance of it, because at least this one has, I would argue, more context than not. It's hard,
It
I
is-
suppose, to be completely subtle when you've got a limited amount of time. When you set up something as big as this world, I understand it, but at the same time, it's just like, so he's going to be important.
Yeah, we're spending time here, so.
Exactly. Yeah, and then because reestablishing the way everything works as well. When we go back to King's Landing, is showing that they've got their defenses up and running now with the Scorpions and good old Arik. I want to be careful how I say them. Arik, right? That's the difference.
Eric.
Oh, it's so hard.
Yes. He's
I
organizing.
always want to
He's-
say Black Eric and Green Eric.
You could, but I think that might confuse people even more, maybe, if they're not familiar enough with the teams.
Eric of the
Black
Blacks,
Eric.
Eric of the Greens.
Now, Vagar is generally patrolling King's Landing, so I do find this part a little bit funny that they're like, oh my god, it's a dragon! They're like, oh, set it about it. They're like, oh, thank goodness it's Vagar. And I was like, you guys
It's-
need to have
It's
people
funny, but
who can tell who Vagar is at a distance. That's important. Like, and Vagar's not exactly hard to spot with the wings, as in like
super
the damage
big.
to the wings.
Yeah.
They must
And
have
also, like-
someone who can spot from a distance what the difference between dragons.
Do spyglasses exist in this universe?
That's a good
They
question.
should, right? I would think
I don't
they
think they
probably
do.
I'm trying to
would.
think if we've ever seen a spyglass in Game of Thrones.
Because it's one of those. Because a spyglass is one of those things where it can be in fantasy or can't, and it's believable both ways. So I didn't actually. I have no clue if it is or isn't. But the thing I do like about the scene is that it shows that everyone's on edge about dragons. Though you are right that they should be able to spot. And like, oh no, that's a good one. We're all set, guys. Good to go. Instead of like being like every time they
I'm
see a
not-
dragon, it's like, holy shit!
Because on one hand, it's like you can't blame them for not necessarily, like, they should always be prepared. And I'm like, no, what I'm saying is you probably need someone who's good at that, because of the fact that you will need to tell the difference between the good dragons and the bad dragons. That's going to be super
And the
important.
sooner,
Yeah,
sooner you
especially
know,
if they
the
get into
better.
fights and
Yeah.
there's two in the air at one time. You got to make sure everyone's on the same page. It's just IFF, basic stuff.
Time is not your friend if it's an antagonistic dragon. You want to
No.
know that right away.
But I still appreciate the scene for just being like this. This is the day to day now.
Everyone's on edge.
Yes. So we get our first scene with Aegon for this season, and he's already feeling a little different, and not in a way that was any way breaking anything. Because the last time we saw him, at least I think the last time we saw him, was the big standing ovation, or rather just the whole audience appreciating him as he's inaugurated as the next king, and it clearly
And
had a
he's like,
profound effect
"Hey."
on him. Yeah.
Hey, this is,
And so specifically what effect, we shall find out. But he does seem chiller. Does seem, and he's invested in getting his son for court because he wants to make sure his heir understands the role he will be taking. And that alone was already like, okay.
Oh, all right.
All right, yeah. That's different.
I can believe this. I can believe this change based off of how we saw him at the end of the last season, and how taking on these new duties and responsibilities and the kind of reverence he gets now. I think that can absolutely kind of change a person's general outlook on a bunch of things.
Yes,
It's
and
pushed him in a better direction in a way, almost.
does seem like it. And he seems genuinely...
Ironically, more power seems to have made Aegon slightly more of a chiller, better person, kind of.
He seems genuinely kind of happy about it. He's not like aggressive or doing it in some kind of seemingly selfish way. He just seems sort of chill. They even have a bit of levity at this scene where Helena says she's afraid, and Aegon's like, we've got Vhagar, it's fine. They're not going to send their dragons here. And she says, no, not of the dragons, of the rats. And they have this like wide shot of everyone in the room looking around the floor. Like, what's...
Yeah.
And he's
The
like,
rats.
she's got a strange mind, the queen. And that is, it's fine, don't worry about it. Which, yeah, she's always been characterized that way. She's getting more this season than season 1, which I appreciate as well. I always want to... Be nice to learn more about all these people. But,
Yeah, in the last season she was super minor. So now we're...
But the thing is, with a show like this, and a character like that, whenever she says weird shit, you gotta try and think in the abstract of what she might be referring to, because dreamers are often going to be sources of a bit of foreshadowing. As
she's not a very articulate one. So.
No. She often has no idea what she's to do with the information she's saying. So, it happens. And then we get confirmation of something that a lot of us thought was happening anyway. Alicent and Cole are doing the nasty. They're getting up to
my
no
goodness
good.
gracious.
My goodness. People have speculated, because there's no confirmation as to when they may have started doing this. Some people wonder if she did it while Viserys was still alive or not. The bigger piece of speculation for that was from episode, I want to say, is it 6 where Aemond loses his eye? Or is it 7?
I think it's episode 7.
Well, if it is 7, the assumption is that Cole, because he was supposed to be on watch that night and he wasn't available. Remember, his excuse is I wouldn't have expected, family to be killing each other. But the assumption might be that he might have been with Alicent as well that night.
Possibly. I could see it both ways, because you legitimately don't think that we need to protect the kids from the other kids.
No, I
that's
get
not even
that.
a thing that even, yeah.
But at the
Nelson
same
doesn't say
time,
he was asleep. He says he was abed.
well, you talking about
What do you
season
think
1 or 2?
Well,
I mean, if he might have just wanted to not be literally lying and said abed because he was in a bed, but he wasn't asleep.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm just saying that I don't know. We don't know for sure when this would have started, but going by Alicent's character, I could believe that she would have started doing it after Viserys died and seen it as much less of an issue. Had she been doing
I
it
agree.
while he was alive, it's like that would surprise me
She
a
wouldn't
little
have
bit.
cheated on her husband. Yeah, I don't think she would have cheated on her husband with the way that she was at that time. I think that would surprise me if she was.
Yeah, it would surprise me as well, but not impossible, I suppose.
Yeah, not impossible.
And yeah, there's just a moment that I quite like in that scene where he asks her to pin his cloak back on, which, of course, is a symbolic reminder of just how much both of them are not at all following. Yeah, like
they're not who they present themselves to be,
nor who they judge others for failing the standards of, right? Like they'll judge the shit out of everyone else, both of them, but simultaneously, like they are the hypocrites of the show for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And
they
they
have
know
a
it.
public costume too.
They are very aware of that fact.
Yeah, and it torments both of them.
Yes.
Oh, and she says, "We can't do this again." He's like, "Yes," and everyone who watched that's like,
Right.
Sure.
Definitely. But yeah, it's a nice sort of continued detail that that cloak is very representative of, to Cole specifically, as well as the audience, of the supposed purity of the King's Guard that he's just sullying several times. Also, throughout the episode, it's really neat. You keep seeing that rat catcher. They have him like 3 different times in the background or even in the foreground, of just like, there he is doing his job. You're like,
Nice out there catching rats.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if I approve of. I suppose so. It's not their fault, but I guess it's
couldn't
a
just
rough
ask them to
world out
leave.
there. I guess.
And just say, hey,
That's
rat,
what I would do.
Yeah.
That'd be my first move. Is like, hey, could y'all, off you go.
I love the alternative they use, which we'll get to a few episodes later.
Oh, you mean in the book? They don't do it
it's in the show. This is in the show for sure.
All right, if you're sure. I don't think so.
Oh shit! Wait, I know, might have been, but I mean, it already would have happened. So do you want to know something then that was in the book that wasn't on the show?
Go ahead, Mark.
Sorry,
I think I know what you're talking about.
Otto decides to get a bunch of cats.
He does, and the
They
thing
have
is,
like 150 cats. To put in the castle.
It's a miss for 3 reasons. One, it would be really cool to have Otto engage in throwing in 100 cats into the castle to kill all the rats. Like, that's just a funny thing.
Imagine the memes of Otto and cats.
Exactly. There's so much you can use that for.
That'd be glorious.
2, everyone likes cats. There's those you can do with having cats. People just like cats. You could have had cats.
It's a practical thing that seems very Otto-like. We have a bunch of rats. Well, then buy some cats.
And then...
Let's just get some cats in here. They're fine.
And then 3...
But then we'll have to find a cat catcher to, it's just bumping it down the road.
There's cats in King's Landing for that Arya fucks around with in season 1, so it would have been a nice sort of thing as to the origin of that would be this. That would be cool as a little bit of connectivity.
Oh, neat.
Okay.
But hey, you know what? It's fine if they didn't want to. I mean, ultimately they can just say that happened at any episode, so we'll be fine. Anyway, this is the first scene where Otto is back. Look at him go.
Otto's back.
He's got a map. He's saying things. He's just in his element, And yeah, what's kind of fun about this is Aegon brings his son in, and while everyone's talking strategy, he's sort of just looking at him and smiling. And you just get this distinct, like, what are you up to, show? Are you trying to make me like Aegon? What's up? What's happening?
Interesting.
Here? Trying to humanize him?
Challenge accepted.
Yeah. Good luck. I mean, not against trying, but And another piece of appreciation a lot of people had for this scene, including ourselves, presumably, is the discussion of the transport of resources and just the nature of their resources in general. So that'd be money, livestock, food in general.
General logistics.
Yes, that they're facing.
The day-to-day lives of the world. This is something that I wish way more stories would talk about, because it's really important and it governs a great deal of the decisions that people make. And it's also just interesting, and it invests you into things when you learn how this world works.
I think it also puts you in touch with a lot of the other people in the show that you're not seeing in a way that I think is a lot more effective than trying to have all those people represented as characters on the show actively doing stuff. Like if there was always a poor person,
just little people doing their jobs.
Yeah, but like what I mean is being given that in the context of them overseeing it and just being able to infer that all that stuff is very important doesn't it doesn't really need to. We don't need to have a whole set of characters that are in Flea Bottom, you know, and because it keeps it more focused on what's actually important on the show.
For sure.
But by
as well
referencing
as-
their jobs and what those people do, it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
a reminder that
Acknowledging
this kingdom is full of many, many, many thousands of people who just keep things running.
It
Well,
doesn't
and,
take a lot of effort. You can have it in a line of dialogue.
Once you have enough of these scenes, as anyone who's unfamiliar with this world, you'll start to remember things, like when they reference certain areas and families that they're trying to get control or responses from, or where they're moving for efforts that relate to the war they all know is coming, right? Because they've got the Baratheons, as part of Storm's End, are essentially like right on the cusp of being 100% with them as soon as Aemond completes the marriage pact that was mentioned in season 1. The Lannisters are amassing strength in the west. Old Town is marching to the Riverlands, at least eventually. It's like, oh yeah, we got all these different factions. In the same vein, Team Black have the North and the Vale, as well as other resources moving around. It's just stuff to remind you, and that these things will be relevant in future episodes. Rook's Rest, I think, gets its first mention in episode 3. Which will become super important in episode 4. So it's like they try to give you some space so that you don't get caught off guard entirely by crazy events happening. And you have Alicent asking if her letter to Rhaenyra as their bit of response to it, and the guy's like, an apology for a dead son. It's like, whoa. I think that's going to go over. What kind of response would you expect? It's just like, that was unfortunate. Anyway, terms, like, for not having war.
Anyway, you're still not going to be queen, by the way.
Yeah, I know that sucks, but ...
Yeah.
But I guess, it makes sense that she would ask.
It's a small thing about this show that I guess I try to ignore. It just in terms of understanding of a medieval society. It is kind of bizarre how dead set both sides are on like avoiding conflict for a while. If
Yeah,
that makes any sense. Like you have two sides that both perceive the other as usurpers to their throne. So they are like essentially already in open conflict. But they spend a long time not being willing to follow through on that. And I think you can attribute a decent proportion of that to dragons being what they
yep.
are.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah,
There's
when
even-
both sides have nukes, you're very hesitant to, oddly enough, they can keep the peace in a odd, bizarre kind of way.
there's reference here and there from different characters about how we don't need to worry about X thing happening because the other side would never do that, because they know that if they did that, then we would do this, and that would mean everyone dies. Especially in reference to dragons. But
Deterrence theory.
even in reference to Rhaenys says that Otto would never have done the twin plan, which is correct in the sense that he laughed at the notion of the fucking twin plan, but he did suggest the King's Guard in season 1 go and assassinate Rhaenyra, which I don't know if Rhaenys was saying he'd never do that, but I would absolutely expect Otto to do that. Anyway, yeah, you get the sort of interactions with Thailand, who in some ways sometimes feels a bit like the punching bag of this council, which is a fun contrast considering the Lannisters' power levels in Game of Thrones. For here, the Lannisters just simply aren't as important as any other family right now, at least in this story, I mean. And he's getting humiliated by Aegon and his son, and I think this was a fun contrast of Alicent basically says, "Stop fucking around," and Aegon sort of accepts. He's like, "All right, fine. Let's actually talk about making sure we know what we're doing here," which stands to me in complete contrast with characters that would connect to him previously, namely Joffrey, right, from Baratheon, from good old.
Yep.
Well, I guess I should say Joffrey Lannister. What's correct there, Theo?
For
Still
Joffrey?
Baratheon. That was his name.
Baratheon, I
It's-
guess.
It's
I
his name
guess.
as it exists in the history books.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Giraffe, right?
Yes, Giraffe.
For Aegon, I like that we get this very quick and apparent sense of him being well-intentioned and kind of sinking into his role, but a bit boneheaded about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's he likes certain parts of his role far better than he likes other parts of
Oh
his role.
yes.
Yeah, and his patience is limited. When he's got plenty to spare, he actually comes across sometimes as semi-useful in the role. But when he's out of it, it's like he's completely worthless, and you want him replaced.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people. You can't really get them to engage with something they're not interested in. They just want to be doing anything else. But if they like something and have an interest in it, they'll actually devote themselves to it.
we have a really good moment where they're talking about how the current state is not fantastic in terms of options that aren't going to be dangerous, and it's said that they should have killed Rhaenyra when they had the chance. And Otto says, "We lost our chance for surprise. We must play the board at hand." And it's there's like a strong look from Alicent of like it's all her fault for fucking that up. When it is interesting to think about, because you could say that's true, but in retrospect, if you see that scene again in season 1, it is crazy. It's like, so we're taking the throne. It's like, kill them all. She's like, whoa, like what? When did we decide?
Viserys died last night. Kill everyone.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
you know. Yeah, and there's another moment where they say Vhagar is needed to deter the attack as retribution for her son from Rhaenyra, and Otto says errors were made in the hours following Viserys' death. We must not compound them. And so, like, the interactions, even though they're non-direct between Otto and Alicent, are basically him undermining her by reminding everybody who fucked up this whole operation. Because the thing that I think isn't, I don't think I blame the show for this, but a lot of people don't recognize this is essentially like a week since Viserys has died. It's a very short amount of time.
Very close, yeah.
Yeah. When you could be,
I think even by episode 4, we get Alicent saying like it's been like 3 weeks or something like that. It's not been long at all.
I think you'd be forgiven for thinking as much as even months have passed, because it's just that feel between seasons. You expect a lot of time has gone by.
And the time period does owe itself to just being a slower, resolving kind of world. It's not like you can just call someone up on the cell phone and hop in your car and whoop and go over there. So
yeah, information just doesn't disseminate as fast.
But I mean, if you're paying full attention, then you'll be able to, grasp the time travel pretty well. They do a good job, like they did in season 1. Of they don't do it so obviously as to have a character look at the screen and tell you. You have to rely on where people are going, what people are doing, and what's been achieved or changed. Another thing, and this will lead us talking about a missed opportunity IMO. Aemond enters the room, and Alicent's like, "What's your business here? You don't have a seat on this council." And it's quite aggressive. You'd be like, "Wait, why is she being so mean?" It's like, "Oh well, of course, because Aemond killed, arguably started the war." As it will, that's probably a pretty good starting point, is in terms of you could put it at different places.
Definitely ramped it up. Yeah, that's very clearly like an ignition point.
And so, something that I think everyone would have wanted to see was his return and what he said to Otto and Alicent.
Yes,
because it would be really interesting to see their reaction to that.
Oh, his Vhagar's mouth all bloody. About that. Funny story.
You're gonna hate me for this.
You'll never believe this.
Just wait till the end. Wait till the end.
Don't judge me until the end.
What did he tell them about what happened? Obviously, he would have said what happened, but did he tell them that it was not intentional, that he lost control of Vhagar?
Yeah, we get the broad strokes of what probably happened, but we miss out on the performances, I would say, which is a shame.
And the specifics. I want to, but what Frankie said is right. What would Aemond say about what happened?
I think what we're to conclude, I think at this point, with further references and Alicent's stated opinion on him, I think
his conversation with Otto.
It's just I think we're to assume that he didn't tell them that he lost control.
Agreed.
That was something that he kept from them.
For 2 reasons, I think he would say that. One, he doesn't want to come across as if he can't control his own dragon, which he would not want anyone to think or know about him.
Yeah.
But also, if he lets them know that I couldn't control my dragon at a very pivotal moment when it saw another dragon, they might ground me.
Yeah, well, the conclusion is that maybe he thinks that it's better for him to just say that, the
he Chad yeses that shit.
That he kind of,
when he has motive. The loss of his eye.
Position that makes him more intimidating to everyone else on that council.
And he was seen in front of the Lord of Storm's End saying, "You took my eye, I want yours," as payment. So yeah.
So in a sense, we miss out on the reactions that Otto and Alicent would have had, which would have been really interesting. But at the same time, we got the subtext of like, well, he probably lied about what happened, which is interesting. That he made that choice.
Yes, and entirely in character, and it's had now the pride of Aemond, because he probably would anticipate that they would bring that into all discussions of strategy in future. Like, we don't want to send you here, 'cause what if you lose control of Vhagar? Like, that would be something that would always be attached to conversations. So yes, totally believable. And his pride in relation to that means now that he's completely damaged his relationship with his mum, which was already rocky to begin with, because she's Alicent.
Yeah, exactly.
To the point where we discover a way that she refers to Aemond at one point in this season is, "You know what he is."
Like, gee.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think it's recognized that those two have broken their relationship after. I mean, it would be hard for her to love her son, even knowing what he's done, which is just. How old was Luke? Does anyone remember?
He must
Pretty
have been like
fucking young.
what, 14-ish?
I would have
I think he
thought
might have
younger
been
than that.
Yeah, he might have been like 12.
So yeah, it just cruel is how it comes across, but and that's how it's so interesting about it to me, is the fact that if she knew what actually happened, she'd probably feel a lot better about it. But you can't let anyone know. It's an interesting bit of conflict and development, or how things may or may not work. But he's showing a lot of interest in strategizing as well. More so,
gradually increases over the course of these 4 episodes.
Yeah, I would even argue that he's more into it than the show has led on, and that we're going to see a lot of it trickle in to the point where he has a better understanding of the geography of Westeros than Aegon by far.
Oh, he has a better understanding of basically most
Everything.
things than Aegon, as is made very clear later on in episode 4.
And it's interesting, Aegon's dialogue is much more related to let's crush them now. And they tell him the obvious of, like, if we get the dragons fighting each other, it's going to fuck everything up. And his response to that is just, mine are bigger. It's like, okay. But I don't know if that's always going to be the answer to everything, but we'll see.
Well, because part of the strategy talk is the idea that you need armies, like that a lot of it is like try to use armies of men, not dragons, because it's just such a dramatic escalation of the stakes.
Yeah. Then we get
you need it's the one thing infantry, even to this, to modern day and probably well into the future, you need infantry to hold locations and enforce your presence at locations.
You
You
also
can't
don't
do that
want
with
to
a
rule a
dragon.
kingdom of ash.
Huh.
True.
What did Daenerys? She decided, nah, that sounds pretty
Yeah.
cool to me.
It's like,
Actually,
you know
that's
what? Yeah,
fucking
Ash is cool.
badass.
Let's make every castle look like Harrenhal.
So we get an update from Mr. Feetman, and that has multi-layers to it. He's Laris, the not quite whisperer yet, but he'll get there, is asking Alicent why she was unavailable. And I think what they want us to grab from it almost immediately is he knows exactly what she's doing with Cole. And through expressions and subtlety, it's very clear that Otto knows that she's doing something with Cole as well. It's probably something you could keep secret if you did it once, but not how consistently they're doing it. It's become pretty obvious. One of them
Doing
open
what?
secrets.
What do you mean?
Playing chess, which is forbidden.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. You can only play chess with people you're married to.
Exactly.
Because of the nature of the game. That's right.
Laris says he's replaced the castle staff with basically every one of his people, which is both good news and bad news, I'd say. It's
it's uneasy news.
Hard to tell what his agenda is.
Very
but
much
it seems
so.
like he's moving to get more and more power, and he's being very successful in doing so.
Yeah, he's reaching pretty far, and it seems to be pretty successful with each step. So we'll see how that all turns out. And then the wing that was left of, I think it was Arax was the dragon, has been found. This would be Storm's End, and Rhaenyra goes down to confirm, because they were saying that this is too big of an event for her to just accept and, start strategizing on top of. She needs proof. And you get a pretty excellent scene again. Her performance in this episode is fantastic. You even get the dragon Cyrax showing a bit of sorrow as well. Because correct me if I'm wrong, that's one of Cyrax's children, the dragon there, I think. It's complicated to exactly figure out whose mums are whose, but you know there's sheets out there that go over all the...
Yeah, because it's hard enough to keep all the people straight. When we start throwing dragons in, I'm like, oh, fuck me.
But yes, very sad, and not even the saddest scene of the episode. We'll have at least one goated scene per episode, okay? But this is this is up there, but this isn't quite the one for me, and I'll be curious to see what you guys think as we go forward. Which ones would you choose?
For this episode?
Yeah, sure, why not? Everyone.
Rhaenyra and Jace, for sure.
That's the one I was thinking of as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the one I would go with, too. It was quick and very effective.
And yeah, just not wasting any time. This is super important to, for her to confirm, see the pain she's going through, it's going to inform future decisions, etc. Next up, we get a nice little example of Aegon being king, and a fun thing is his friend announces him as Aegon the Magnanimous, and he just goes, magnanimous? And you find out he's like not even 100% clear on what it even means, or rather that people wouldn't know what it means. So he's actually trying to figure out what name he should give himself.
Shrugs. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, it sounded good.
And yeah, there's again, throwing me off, right, as to exactly what kind of character we're getting here. We can be more definitive the more episodes we get, but he entertains the first request, and the guy struggles to say his name, and Aegon says, there's no reason to be nervous. What is your name? Like, and how can your king be of service? It's like, what the You know what I mean? Like, what's going on here?
Like, are you gonna do like an assholey thing, and you're just being a jerk now by pretending to be nice? What's going on? What are you playing at here? I saw the first season.
Exactly, and well, I know a lot of people have seen how they do these stories sometimes, and so you're like, you gonna do a shock thing where he just fucking cuts the guy's head off or something horrible? But no. The nature of this scene is Aegon is sort of stretching his muscles as king and entertaining the people. Like, we get a bit more on this later. He recognizes that being loved by the people is important, so he wants to try and solve their problems. And it's just a fun, almost tutorial on being king. It's like, guy comes up and says...
especially with that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, guy comes up and says, we need X. And then Aegon is like, X you will have. And then Otto is like, okay, well...
Exactly.
Sir, giving them X is complicated, sir.
These people need stuff, clearly.
Well, I think here that what Aegon is finally he is able to finally be a king. He's finally able to do stuff as king and get respected for it, because he's not getting that respect elsewhere. But here, when he's talking to the people and he's sitting in the big chair, he's like, fine, I could just be king. I could just do king shit. People could just respect me and I could do stuff. I could just be king here.
He seems to have no understanding of economics at all. Or no concern for it.
It's
he wants the short-term success of being able to say yes to everybody. Like, oh wow, what a great king! He's giving me this. He's giving that guy that.
Well,
I'm the one with the power.
Otto knows
he's doing. You can have this.
Otto knows he's doing none of the math that would make any of this a reality. He's just constantly like rolling his.
Reese Funds is one of the kings in the show of fucking doing tiny expressions. He's so memeable. The amount of little, like, when Aegon agrees to give the guy the first thing he asks for, it just cuts to Otto and he looks so in pain. Like,
he's like, really?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Makes his way up the stairs.
I have to explain why this is dumb.
Yeah, and basically just the dragons need the livestock. I don't know what you do it here, but that's kind of just we need them. And then Aegon basically just says, "Yeah, we need them. Sorry." And then next,
it's once again very sincere and airheaded, because he's in a position where it's like someone asks him to do something, like, "Yeah, sure, why not? That seems like a nice thing to do. Why not be a magnanimous king?" It's like, oh, I have a lot of reasons not to. Oh.
Yeah, he really.
I guess that sucks.
Like, he's so base level king. Like, he knows nothing about what he's doing, and you can tell Otto is like, oh, they've got a lot of work to do. And the next one says, with the blockade, salt has become incredibly valuable, or hard to acquire. And he just cuts him off and says, Vhagar will destroy that blockade. Next. It's like, no, well, I mean, okay, that's great.
What if Vhagar doesn't?
He will.
Definitely, I think he says like that traitorous blockade. It's just, yes, it'll be destroyed. You're fine. Don't you worry.
That pesky blockade. Oh,
Yeah, and then the next one says the iron costs have grown and they're struggling to be able to create the scorpions and general defenses and weaponry for the crown, and that they're going to need advancements on pay. And then Aegon is like, okay, you've got it. And then Otto does the same sort of and slowly makes his way up, but Aegon says it's important that we do this. Our victory depends on the efforts of the small folk, while slowly looking at Otto, and then Otto turns slowly and walks back down the steps.
That was great.
Yeah. It's like, yep. That's
Okay,
the thing
yeah,
to say. You
alright.
did it. Yeah.
It's such a great way to
Ah.
show that I think that's Otto saying, like, fine, you don't misunderstand everything. Like, that's fair. We'll allow that one, sure. Try to, let's play a bit of bouncing back and forth instead of just treating you like a complete baby.
Yeah.
Really good scene. And again, just, usual fun and interesting shit from Otto. Nice to see more common problems that relate to the resources, for trade and travel all getting fucked up, and more for Aegon, which I think a lot of people's takeaway from episode 1 was just like, man, they've definitely changed their approach with Aegon, or rather, they really want to make sure we understand that something profound happened at the end of the season 1. It's got many dimensions now, or rather, maybe just ones that we're understanding better.
Perhaps not the same kid who was, what was it, watching like bastard child combat in Underground Rings?
Good
Was
God,
that-
yes, that's that should follow him forever as a thing. Those horrific.
It was very strange as an element that was included at this point.
Well, I guess they want us to take in that he didn't have outlets, right? He
He didn't
was
have
being
outlets or structure or really anything.
Discipline.
It's interesting
Yeah.
because the difference between him and Aemon, they both treated arguably the same way, except Aemon's the second son, so feels a lot less in the spotlight. But they had different reactions. Aegon lashed out and did crazy shit that wasn't what he was expected to do, while Aemon almost went hardcore into what he was supposed to do, and became almost like arguably the perfect king. At least by comparison with those two, the knowledge on High Valyrian, having the most powerful dragon, being an expert swordsman, having knowledge of the geography of Westeros to a point where he can strategize with the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Like, pretty respectable and pretty smart too. So it's an interesting comparison. But we also get Larys doing some more naughty shit where he basically just
Larys.
says, you know that Otto guy? He was Viserys' hand. Doesn't have to be your hand.
He said, yeah, he was like,
Sneaky.
he was the hand for 2 kings before you,
And yeah, he treats kings as very pliable. So just sneaking a little worm in the ear there, just getting an idea in his head. I quite enjoy a lot of Larys's dialogue, and I also like that Otto would never have expected a move like this. Probably wouldn't even see why this would even happen, which keeps Larys in a position that's rather questionable. He's like the Riddler. We don't really know what he's up to.
Riddle me this.
Except he's telling riddles. And so yeah, we get Alicent and Otto having a little chat, having a reconvening of their goals, because she lets him know, you're kind of fucking me over in the council. And if you remember, they had like a competition in episode 9 of season 1, where they were both trying to reach Aegon first to better direct him in the way that they thought would be more effective.
Mhm.
Neither, of course, treating him like a beloved family member, just treat him as a tool or a piece on the board. And yeah, Otto says things are not going to plan. We have the Aegon being eager, Aemond being angry. And I think it was, it's mentioned that Rhaenyra's son took his eye and was never punished for it. What he did, however vicious, the caprice of youth, I think it's described.
Caprice of youth.
Which is
I guess
generous.
technically true, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess so. It's just that you should avoid having the caprice of youth controlling one of the oldest and most powerful creatures on Earth.
It's a delicate word for what went down.
Yes. And yeah, they basically conclude that there's some difficult work ahead, some violence to probably be done, but, let's not get crazy. Let's not have people die randomly for no reason. And Otto's like, yeah, of course.
You want to be in control of who dies and when. and where.
Exactly.
Quite frankly, yes.
So So then we get the blockade at presumably the Gullet. I'm not even sure exactly where this is in the old ocean. The White Worm is picked up. She was a stowaway. Now she's been captured and she's sent to Dragonstone. If you remember, she's the lady who kind of acts as a... I was trying to think of what an equivalent would be in Game of Thrones.
Chief Snitch.
Yeah. He really is.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
She's kind of... if Laris and her occupy Varys and Littlefinger, I think this show would argue
Kinda.
she's the good one, though we have things to talk about in that regard.
Yes, we do. But I would say it's fair to say that she's
certainly the good one compared to
good-ish.
Laris.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want her around you and not Laris. With Laris, you know you're just gonna fucking get something shenanigans. With her, it's still a maybe.
Mysaria is her name, the White Worm, and I have
Mysaria.
consistent issues with her dialogue. Let us begin, shall we?
Yes.
No.
So Damon says, I didn't think you would flower a traitor, and she says, you speak of highborn games, the implication being that you guys backstab for all your power and shit. I was just trying to survive. I don't think I care whether or not you did it because you felt you had to, right? The thing he's talking about is she sold secrets about Damon and the Greens. Sorry, the Blacks to the Greens. Which, to me,
Which
it's
is
lucky
like-
she's still breathing right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of
yeah,
different ways to
that's-
survive. Okay, that
Mhm.
don't involve doing that.
Well, yeah, and
It was only making a living.
it doesn't really matter if it's like, I did it so I could eat. It's like, okay, but now you die. Like, that's...
Yeah, this,
All right,
this
yeah,
sort
and you
of
ate. You did
society,
You got
this
to
sort of
eat.
society is sort of predicated on loyalty in a way. So once you make yourself treacherous, yeah, I don't know, you don't really have anyone who's on your side anymore.
Yeah, if
don't
I can't trust
really
you and you
seriously.
can do anything,
This is a war where they're about to start fighting their family. So, I mean, I feel like he probably doesn't have strong enough feelings for her that he spared her life just
Well, we
because he
can
liked her.
sort of address as we go, right? So he says, how long do you sell secrets for? And she said, for as long as Otto had money. Not a good answer, by the way.
not a
Yeah.
good answer.
He
You
said,
should have been like, oh, not that many.
oh, it was
Just-
like one
he-
time.
it was just it was a once off. You know, I learned my lesson. You know.
And so, something I'm going to do when we go through her lines is be very clear on who knows what, right? So she says, he says, you delivered Aegon to the crown. She says, he would have been returned anyway. I simply sped the business along. You blame me because you can't reach those you hate. I did not have loyalty to the High Towers, and I certainly don't now. I have nothing of value. I have like 7 issues with what she just said, okay? So first of all, you had Aegon, and no one knew you had him. You could have killed him. That's like Damon's whole point. You could have killed him. And she said, no, he would have made it back anyway at some point. It's like, no, you had him
No,
captured.
you could have kept him. Yeah, you could have done anything you wanted with the guy. You could have sold him off to somebody. You could have used him for ransom. You could have done all
Exactly.
sorts of
You
stuff.
could
It's just
have delivered him to the
Failure of
Greens.
imagination. You could have, yeah, and been like, "Hey, Rhaenyra, you're all right. Looky, what I go? Oh my gosh, it's Aegon. Look at that. How'd he get here? Anyway, let's have a
Well,
chat about how cool I am."
Something that bothers me about this is that I think there are things to talk about and ways to answer these criticisms of her, but Damon never gets to him. He sort of just gives up. She keeps giving these answers, and he's like, "Oh, darn it, good point." Like, no, not good point. Bad point.
As if what she's saying pertains to anything.
Exactly, and he wouldn't. Why would he believe that she would say what she said is true? Why would he believe? All he knows is that she had Aegon and she sold him back to the High Towers. Of course, she could have killed him. What do you mean he would have gotten back anyway at some point? That's not an answer. Not at all. And then she says, "You blame me because you can't reach those you hate." It's like, I blame you because you were the one that could have done the thing and you didn't do it. And now,
Yeah.
to be fair, Damon
You're like
is.
Rhaenys.
Damon's angry at her. He's angry at Sir. I was gonna say it's Eric, right? Is on his team, I think. You'll have to bear with me on those ones. But Damon's mad. He's very mad because things are not going his way, right? I get that, but she also still sold out the Greens to the Blacks. Sorry, vice versa. The thing that frustrates me about it is like she keeps slithering away for arguments that are valid in different contexts. So I was just like, no, that's not right. And then she says, I didn't have loyalty to the High Towers, and I certainly don't now. It's like You may as well
you
have
had
But you got
loyalty
paid.
enough
Like,
to-
there's so
yeah.
many
Did the
things.
things.
First of all, you did have loyalty to him. What do you mean you didn't? You sold them the secrets. You had the
entered into
relationship with them.
transactions with him. Yeah.
Secondly,
It's not like she
I
was
certainly
sending
don't
them
now. It's like
ravens saying, "Hey,
after they tried to kill you, you don't. Sure, but then thirdly,
crazy.
of course you wouldn't
That's
admit to having
normal.
loyalty to the Hightowers in a fucking Daemon Targaryen prison. Why would you? Well, it's like, yeah, obviously.
Damon, you know those guys you don't like? Boy, I sure don't like them
I'm
either.
not loyal
There's
to those
some-
guys.
There's some, oh boy, if I could, I'd just, and I'd kick her, sir.
And then her final statement of "I have nothing of value." Yes, you do. You have loads of
lot.
information.
still has a huge
For
network."
years,
Well,
arguably, you
really-
were the secret merchant whisperer lady of
Knowledge,
King's
even.
Landing.
Yeah, and he knows that. And something that really bothers me is he knows it so well, he comes to her later to make a deal for information. So he knows that she has information that he needs / wants. And she's like, "I have nothing of value." Yes, you do, liar.
You
You're
liar!
a liar face.
Liar!
So, yeah, not happy with that whole conversation. I was just like, why is she getting away with all this crazy shit? Especially against Daemon, who is pretty good at picking apart people who are bullshitting him. And I've heard the defense that he had a relationship with her, so he's a little bit blind spotty with her. I was just like, that's boring.
I don't buy that.
He's
I don't like. He's killing family members here.
Yeah, he's
Or,
pretty
like, I mean,
ruthless. I
about
don't
to.
think-
I don't think he's sparing his ex-girlfriend. I'm sorry.
no, I don't think so either. Yeah, and the knight outside the door says, "Forgive me, but she was no agent of the Hightowers." I don't even know why he's saying that. He couldn't possibly fucking know. He knew nothing about the White Worm and her relationship with Otto. The idea that Otto tried to kill her does not mean she wasn't his agent. I think in the world of Game of Thrones, you kill your own people semi-regularly for all kinds of reasons. Yeah, and then Daemon is like, "Well, you should have killed Aegon yourself." And then he's like, "We were sworn to defend the royal family." And at this point, I was like, okay, Daemon's just very mad. He's just lashing out. He needs to calm down. He needs to go home, drink his milk, whatever. Just calm down. And Rhaenyra comes back, and we get her only line in the entire episode, which is that she wants Aemond Targaryen. Which is kind of neat, honestly. It was a bit of restraint.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's I know what I want. And it's pretty understandable why. And we're gonna have to see what becomes of that, won't we?
Oh, because Gogo's bringing it up, and I think it's fair to say. So, should Daemon kill her? My answer is no. Torture as much information out of her as possible.
I think the best if you want to portray someone as being the kindest and yet most reasonable, you keep her under lock and key at all the time, and you use her for every bit of juice that you can get before you even begin to think about letting her go.
He needs
or
to find
anything
out
like that.
how much she is compromised to the greens of the blacks. And then he needs to be like, every weakness you're aware of with them, I need it. Every name of a person you can trust to affect them in any kind of subterfuge way, I need those as well. And maybe I'll allow you to live forever in this cell if I'm feeling fucking kind. But no, she gets some serious plot armor from anything like that. And instead, he walks into his cell again. Like I said, it's separated by one scene. And he just says, "You accumulated spies in the Red Keep." And she says, "Scheme with someone else." And he says, "Okay, fine. Knowledge in exchange for freedom." Why? You have all the leverage.
Yeah. What the fuck can she?
It should be knowledge in exchange for you might be free one day.
You might be able to walk around Dragonstone with a knight next
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah,
Also,
you
to
could.
clarify, we are not
We'll extend the
pro-torture, but
boundaries of your
Daemon
cell
is.
if you're very well behaved.
It's
Damon will definitely like cut hands off and stuff. We've seen him do that.
Absolutely.
part of what's frustrating about this is everything. Missaria's story is frustrating at almost every chapter in this, so to speak. And it starts the second we meet her in terms of the story bends and twists to benefit her when it shouldn't be. And it won't stop doing that in future scenes. But for now, he wants information on people he can use to do his evil plans, and he's saying, "If you give me that, I'll let you go." That's crazy. They've just got someone who is like the leader of a spy network that sold out secrets of his team. You keep her forever.
Who does have you got to do something until the war is over, until we're sitting on the throne, until you can personally guarantee blah 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 blah. That's if you even want to go down the nice-ish route with her.
Yeah, I don't know. This world, I don't know what's happening here. I feel like she would have been tortured already, even if she didn't have information to give because of what she's done. Even if her reasoning is why I had to eat. It's like, that's great. So many people do all kinds of crazy things for that reason. It's, there's just repercussions for that sort of thing, so...
Yeah, it's like, well, I hope it tasted good.
But yes, he promises her freedom in exchange for the information that she earlier said she absolutely does not have. And then she says, okay, fine, here it is. So,
Which would have been a fun little bluff thingy by Damon to be
yes, if he
you
had
know,
said, so you
if,
do have information.
like, you jerk,
You are a lying liar face.
liar.
Then we come to the goated scene, where Rhaenyra's son returns with information regarding the Vale and the North. And halfway through explaining it, his voice breaks, and they both share a hug because of the death of Luke, which is very sad. Can't really say much in terms of analysis. It's the acting, yeah.
I think that it helps to sort of it's kind of like Damon's words to Rhaenys earlier in the episode when he says, "While the mother weeps, the queen shirks her duties." There is this this parallel that's being drawn between your official capacities and your personal concerns, and him coming into the room and giving his report to his mom when obviously the unspoken thing is like, oh shit, our son/brother's dead, is it's always there. So it's that duality of their their personalities and their concerns, I think, is really really well expressed here.
He was
Really
he
good
was
performances
really,
and great writing, because I mean the writers know that there are things that these characters need to discuss, but they also know they're both just torn up by this loss, and they just need to take a beat to hug it out. Like,
Yeah. They both
they
have to
write
play
that
their
in.
roles, they both recognize that, but ultimately they're both alone in the room, the mother and son, and so it breaks the, official duties into personal
Yeah.
ones.
he was trying so hard to prioritize being a knight telling information about the war to a queen, and he just couldn't do it ultimately.
Yeah, and, you get to watch, not like in a really thorough way, but we've known his life, so to speak, up to this point, and you got some scenes with him and Luke in the previous season, and it's just like, yeah, there's enough here to make it hit quite hard. It's just a sort of, that's rough. But done very well.
Absolutely.
So then we get his funeral intercut with Alicent praying in the, I think that's the Sept of Baelor, correct? Theo, you'd know, right? Or Mark?
I'm not a huge Game of
Hey,
Thrones
what about me?
expert,
It likely would be. I mean, she's in
I assume
King's
it is,
Landing.
yeah.
That'd be the guess.
Unless it's just like an altar inside of the Red Keep.
It's funny, I've just been opening up old memory storage for the world of Westeros thanks to this show. A previous show kind of sealed it all up.
Oh, okay. Apparently it wasn't Bill yet.
The
so maybe
Dragon
I'm wrong
Show.
about that.
Apparently it wasn't what?
Wait, hold on. Where did they find Aegon in season 1 in the episode we don't like?
Where did they find?
That's
Oh,
where they are, right? Like it's
I thought that was
set.
the Sept of Baelor, was it not? Oh,
Apparently not,
Baelor
'cause,
isn't even
people
born
are
yet.
telling me it's
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, well.
That's why I thought it was weird how he was just like under that little altar in the middle. I was like, what happens if he like doesn't want to be there anymore? And he like what
is he
what
peeing
this is
under
where you
there?
hit him?
What's up?
Here?
Oh, that's a good suggestion. It might be the Sept of Gaelor. I'm not sure. It might until Kate Baelor comes along. So
That sounds about right.
Yeah, you said sept.
Twist, there was another man under there with Aegon.
So he's burned along with. I saw someone post this. I don't have it, unfortunately, but I think I did send it to at least Fringy. So you can confirm it's real. But they burned him along with 2 like cloths that he was like used when he was a baby back in the actual episode he was born. It's just like some continuity shit that's really fucking cool.
They kept his clothes like they kept Kalnaka's rags. They,
How dare you reference such a show? And the other really strong bit of this scene is Alicent's prayers reflect. She mentions her mother Viserys and Lucerys Targaryen, which you can't do anything but appreciate. Allison
think
feels
that
immense
they
guilt for
do.
that.
Yeah, and I think as the episodes go on, you'll see it more so. But between both Allison and her father, this appreciation of Viserys and how he held shit together, and now that things are going on the way that they're going on, there's it's very very clear in their minds. Oh, the good old days. The other last month. Oh, the good old days.
Yeah. So, Daemon uses his influence with the Gold Cloaks to organize, along with the information Mysaria would have given him, 2 guys, a rat catcher and one of the Gold Cloaks, to assassinate Aemond Targaryen. A bold scheme, but it's obviously him expressing his utter frustration at not being able to do anything necessarily, and also thinking, if I get this done, it's going to really make Rhaenyra like me. And it's a pretty good move, because Aemond, as we will come to learn over the next few episodes, is something of a thorn in Daemon's side. His psyche, I'd have to imagine it connects to the fact that he controls Vhagar somewhat, which...
Yeah, I mean, tactically speaking, if a someone who can ride a dragon is obviously someone that is a prime target for assassination. You want to
Yes.
get them while they're obviously not on their dragon.
Thinking about it, if Meleys and Caraxes are on the same team, the only dragon that can threaten Daemon that is currently being ridden is Vhagar, right? I think in a 1-to-1. Because Caraxes is one of the most threatening dragons alive, but kind of dwarfed in size by Vhagar. So yes,
Vhagar's got an instant advantage in that regard, yeah.
Definitely on Daemon's mind. And so organizes this to happen, offers a whole bunch of money. It's, you get half, now and half later. And it's left ambiguous as to his order of what happens if they can't find Aemond. He has a line where he says, I understand Aemond's quite good in a fight, you might want to take caution, which feels to me like the most he would ever compliment Aemond.
He's quite good in a fight, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, he wants to make sure they understand this guy is a fucking demon to deal with, but I don't want to appear like I think he's actually threatening, so...
I don't want to make it sound like he scares me.
Yeah, exactly. And then we get a scene that I never thought we would get. It's Cole and Aemond strategizing. It's like, wait a minute. That's how involved he's getting, which is kind of neat, to be honest with you.
It is.
Talking about moving different people, different places, using their power to the best of their ability, and Aemond makes it clear that Alicent is kind of soft, and that this council they've got with Aegon in charge is not doing what they should be doing. Which, if you've seen all 4 episodes, is kind of like, what were they planning, if not the very thing that we see? Kind of neat. And Aemond says Alicent's love for the enemy makes her a fool, which I can't imagine isn't inspired somewhat as a feeling by their recent relationship issues. Same with Cole, to be honest with you. Him and Alicent don't seem happy. They are. But like, he'll stand up for her somewhat. And then we get...
Seems more like a coping mechanism than anything else.
Yeah. And then we get a scene that we all have wanted, but never thought we'd actually get. Otto and Aemond together.
Yeah, because once they are together, you realize they actually have not had a conversation with each other ever.
Yeah.
Up until this point.
Not that we've seen, anyway, yeah.
Well, not that we've seen, because the only thing that we got in terms of like a much more direct interaction between them, and even that it's funny to say it's direct, was the looks that Otto gave when Aemond said, I may have lost an eye, but I got a dragon. They're kind of like, that was actually very impressive and astute.
Yeah, and the broad point of the conversation he wants to have with Aemond is maybe chill out a little bit. This is probably because of the conversation he had with Alicent. He's like, you'll get all the vengeance you want. You are essentially the most powerful person in the entire world. So maybe chill out a little bit, get a grip, and especially help me with Aegon, because he's even worse for impulses, which I could go for, 10 hours of these two talking to each other, but that's about all you get, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. You gotta take what you can
exactly,
get.
take what you can.
The interactions between the best characters in the show.
And then, as if you hadn't been provided enough, we see the rat catcher and it'd be Blood and Cheese. They're heading in, the lads, and we catch a scene with Aegon and pals just chilling out, having possibly one of, if not the most relatable scene he'll ever have, where it's just him and the lads having some drinks and chatting shit. It's kind of neat. They're making jokes
Yeah,
about what
they're
his
hanging
name
out,
should
you know?
be, and one of them says, "How about Aegon the Strong?" And he says, "My nephew took that one," which is actually a pretty cold and funny joke,
Yeah.
considering the strong issues.
Oh, man.
And he said, another one says, Aegon the Generous. He says, "Oh, I like that. That Dragon Heart." And he's like, "That's even better." And then Dragon Cock. And he says, that is the top dog choice. And I guess what I like about it is just that it feels so normal. This is clearly him in his element. This is what he actually wants out of life.
He
Much
wants
more.
to pal around with his buddies.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. He
Wants
doesn't
to be
want
a
to
socialite.
agonize on his throne or in like a private chamber thinking about the affairs of the kingdom or relationships with other factions. He just wants to get fucking wasted with his friends every night.
He also describes Aemond as loyal as a hound, which
He
is
does. Awkward, but fine for now. It's
Well, you know he's
that's
next
how he
in line,
feels,
right?
you know?
totally true. Oh, yeah, it's back. So he was the one that put Aemond on the council, I think he said, right? That he's his
Yeah.
closest blood and controls Vhagar. It's interesting to think about, especially when Otto was talking to Aemond about Aegon's impulses. And it's someone else's impulses that might be a bit of a concern as well. But yes, it'll have to be addressed. There is a dog getting kicked in this scene. I don't.
Whoa!
No.
Yeah, it's
Whoa!
quite horrible. The
I
internet
don't like that.
was set aflame by this disgusting event.
I hope
Yeah,
that fucker
How
dies.
could you do that?
You know what,
Yeah.
Rags?
Well, Rags.
You might be in
Yeah.
luck with that one.
You know, at least it wasn't a real dog that got kicked, because that would never happen. Actually, like on a production like this, it was a CG doggo.
Good God, yeah. They get in so much trouble if
Still
they kicked
though.
a dog these days.
Absolutely.
Although if it were the 70s,
Well, yeah,
they would have kicked the shit out of a real dog for
if
sure.
it was the 70s, they would have kicked a real dog. But fortunately,
Yeah.
we don't live at a
Oh,
time
man.
when
The
we
dog
kick
would have been on
dogs.
drugs, so he wouldn't have
The
even
dog
No,
would have
no
been
dog.
cocaine.
Not suffer here. No suffering for doggos allowed on set.
And
You hear that,
so
Jojo?
they access the same room we just saw Aemond in with Cole and Otto. And a little detail I like is they're moving through the room and they're like, "Oh, no one's here." And it's like, "Oh, we got to keep looking." And they spot the coins on the table and the blood just starts pocketing them, which I was like, "Yep, that's absolutely what people would do." I prefer it when you see little things like that instead of just ignoring
Yeah.
it all. It reminds me of
Yeah, like you're just walking through this royal room
Yeah.
and it's just made of money and you're just a guy, basically. You're basically a slight step up from a guy because you're in the gold cloaks. This is just money. You're putting that in your pocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he says, gotta get a head, no gold. And there's a little shot that I quite like where Cheese spots an image that is, I believe it's Harrenhal getting destroyed by Valerion the Black Dread. A cool little image. I probably have that on my wall. You
Yeah.
know?
It's really tough to stick that in your pocket, but man, you'd want
Yeah.
to try.
Well, it looks like it's actually on stone. Like, it's not like a tapestry, so you can't even take it down.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is kind of, yeah, it's like part of the wall, like a
Mural.
what are they
Have
called?
they
Like a
done that?
fresco?
A fresco, yeah.
Hmm.
No, the fresco's like that's like a drink, isn't it?
I thought it was like a mural on a building,
The
Fresco.
fresco.
right? Pretty sure.
I thought fresco. All right, fresco's the drink. I was right. A fresco is the
Oh,
painting.
Does it? Oh, it is fresco. Okay. Oh, fair
Yeah,
enough.
fresco's like sparkling flavored soda.
And so,
Now, if they had fresco on the wall, I'd be taking one of those as well because I'm like, man, all this killing and sneaking is making me parched.
we haven't done any killing yet.
Well, it's in their mind. They're
the
thinking it.
process,
It's on
it's
the
the
mind.
process, I
It's
getcha.
it's part of the
That's the process,
processes. Yeah.
So, they bump into Emma Stone, very clearly. You must get that reference, right? At least one person in chat.
Emma
yeah.
Stone. I know the actress. You're gonna have to.
It's that newer movie she's in. She
Poor
kind of
Things.
looks like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
In any case, I kind of like the, it's very awkward. It's like, wait, what the fuck are you doing here? And he does play it chill. He does, like, this is the plan. He just goes for the rats and sort of moves. But another thing I like is I think they're showing
Yeah.
that she keeps an eye on him, and he starts to pretend to place a trap, and he kind of fumbles with it. like as though it's clear he has no idea what he's doing, and then she disappears, as though that was
Another
the
neat
tip off.
detail. She was also in the room when Helena said the thing about the rats,
Mhm.
and she kind of gives her a weird look. So she's like, I'm getting suspicious of a rat guy, and I know that she's not always wrong when she says stuff like this.
Well, and it's also it's pretty sus anyway, and then it's I think it's a matter of seconds, and as soon as he realizes she's not there anymore, he actually draws out a knife. So it's just like, oh fuck, everything's falling apart probably, as you do. And so he tries to find, well, anything at this point, and he sees that Cheese has caught up with Helena. He's gotten into her room, and don't worry, we'll go over the whole sequence of events. I'm just sort of trying to summarize them first. And they want to figure out if he says they've got a son to deal with here in the room, but she's got 2 kids, 1 son, 1 daughter, which is different from the book. I'm just putting that out there. I understand that, but we're going to, go for what the show does. And so the back and forth is essentially, which one is your son? And she points, and Cheese is convinced she's actually telling the truth. And so they cut off the boy's head, and the sound effects are pretty grim. And she picks up her daughter and moves down into Alicent's room, in which she accidentally stumbles in on Alicent and Cole doing the naughty. And so,
Yeah, what an awkward night.
yeah, not great. And that's sort of where it ends up. So, what did everyone think of this this final shocking scene?
Well, I think they could have done it a lot better. It's effective in a way, and there's some parts of it that I like, but I feel like logistically, we gotta do some tightening up here. I think unfortunately, if I was blood and or cheese, I wouldn't be both. I could be bloody cheese, I suppose. I think I have that kind of. I think I've got enough drive to be both. But if I was one of those 2 guys and that was my mission, there would be things that were done differently. That's for certain.
I might not make the same choices they did.
I would make different choices.
Yes.
I think the biggest issue here is probably that they let her leave the room.
Well, I was going to say, if we rewind, let's get all the way back to them entering. I think everyone is fine with the Ratcatcher having intimate knowledge of, this, that, and the other thing for getting around the castle,
Yep.
sure. And then you have
100%.
the combination of both of them doing this for the kind of money that I assume means they're going to be leaving King's Landing. At least that's probably the smart thing to do.
Yeah, you could do with
made forever.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
you're
yes.
basically all set. Yeah.
Because this the one thing I was surprised by they didn't have in their dialogue that I think should have been included is a recognition that this is the kind of job that will change your life in terms of the
This is
money,
the
but
last
also
job.
the yeah.
This is the one last job that that we hear of so much.
And so when they get upstairs into that first room, I'm already like, feels a little empty. Now, it's fair to say the King's Guard is quite significantly fractured. We lost, was it like half of them to the split of the kingdom or whatever? But we also, because like the twins got split. I'm trying to remember which ones have even died or been sent away. But we're low on
level, yeah.
we're lower on King's Guard than usual. And then you got one being Cole with Alicent, one is with Aegon. I'm not 100% sure exactly where everyone else would necessarily be, but I don't know that that's fantastic as an explanation for why nobody's around, as opposed to an explanation for why there would be people of lesser trust around. As in, would they not have replacements anyway? Even if they don't.
Well, Laris would have replaced the rat catchers, right, with his own people, or
this is an interesting angle. I was just going to bring up first that I would have thought Cole would make it so that they get, people in. Anyway, it just seems like something he would do, especially for the security of the royal family. That's the whole point of having the King's Guard in the first place. However, Laris allowing, like, this Ratcatcher was working before and after he said he made the switch on the staff. So there's theories running as to whether or not Laris kind of maybe allowed this to happen when he could have stopped it. I guess
maybe
we don't know.
it's just maybe the extent of the staff was such that he didn't consider rat catchers to be like even really like worthy of worrying about, or Maybe it was just maybe he was in the clear. Maybe he was like Lara says, had no reason to think the rat catcher was anything of importance in terms of being swapped out, so he didn't bother swapping him out.
I think it's if we're supposed to go with that's why there's basically nobody around to prevent them from doing this is all that. I feel like that's kind of weak.
I think it's worthy of
just
lines
saying-
or setup if that is the case.
You need quite a few people to keep a castle going.
Not only that, you need quite a few people to think, okay, yeah, we just want to have guards for a few days. Like that's just
Yes.
you know. So I
I mean,
needed
especially where the children are sleeping. Like if you even if you just only have one
Yeah.
King's Guard, like that's where you would probably put them.
yeah. So there's that. Then you know, dealing with that, they come in and they have her, and they say they need a son. They don't want to kill both kids. This is something I brought up on the first stream me and Gary did on it over on his channel. But why wouldn't they just kill both instead of fumbling around with figuring out which one's which? These guys aren't exactly high of moral character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe Damon was very specific.
Like, do not kill more than
He was
one.
like, "Dude, it's just 1-for-1. Like the arrangement is specifically this, or you don't get paid.
I think that's acceptable. I can if there's no dialogue to reflect it, I guess we can imagine that's something he said because
Well-
even Damon
Well,
would want
didn't
to
he
be.
say? Didn't
son for a son.
didn't one of the guys say a son for a son?
Oh, sure, but I'm saying that
Which
these
implies
guys are
the
so
one-
disgustingly reprehensible. I could buy that they're not going to fight and fix over which every second counts, right? So if I just kill them both, fuck it. I could totally see them doing that unless they felt that doing that would fuck up their whole deal with Damon.
That's how I read it in my head.
Mhm.
It was a 1-for-1, and another more than that would forfeit the payment.
Maybe well,
My
that,
issue
that's
is why didn't you just check which one's male? The old fashioned.
also I was going to move on to that's the then that becomes the next problem. They even say it out loud, just check for a cock, and then he's like, no, she can point it out, and it's like, bro, these
Bro,
Yeah,
guys,
but
it-
why?
What being indignant with them is the least of your concerns, considering you're about to kill them afterwards.
you're
Just
literally
do
taking
it.
its head off. I think, you
Yeah.
know, and that very much felt strange. It's like these guys wouldn't do that. You're like, okay.
I think that the way to fix that might be to have them sleeping in separate places, and they only have time to check one of them or get one of them, and they have to trust the mom as to which one's in which, like nursery, maybe.
It's so strange, I
it's-
think, to rely on her testimony. And you know what? What Blood says is true. He says she wouldn't give up the heir to the throne. Like, that is actually a really good argument. Helena's a very different character than one might expect for what she would do and why she
She's
would
very
But, like,
motherly.
yeah, without
a
any
way.
context for who she is, I think Blood is correct. It's like, I don't think
I think so too.
we should go
Can't
on
leave
what
that
she's
to
pointing
chance.
at. And they could have fucked up the whole thing by doing that, right? Like, kill the daughter, and then Damon's like, the fuck? You killed the...
It's a coin flip.
Yeah.
Like, there's a 50% chance you not only don't get paid, but you kill the wrong person.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't buy that
Which
they
is-
would have wasted any
That
time
would
on
have come
that.
across as so fucking spiteful if you had assassins sneak in and kill the young daughter. They'd be like confused. It's like, wait, why?
But
Dude,
what
imagine-
one?
Imagine they killed both and Helena and brought all three heads to Dragonstone. Could you imagine? She'd be like, you
Holy
killed...
double this dude.
You killed three of the most innocent people. Like, what? What the fuck?
This is the opposite of what we asked you to do.
It's achieved literally nothing.
We
Thank
only
you
wanted
so
you to
much.
kill one purely innocent person, not three.
Well,
Yeah.
Aemond wasn't
I
purely
mean, they
innocent,
wanted him
right?
to kill
Like,
Aemond.
Well, the kid, the
Yeah.
son, was on the chopping block.
He's scratching his head, so we're not getting paid then.
hmm. So yeah, and then to what Rags was bringing up, the way she sort of just slithers out very easily because apparently the two of them are needed to chop the head off what I believe is like a 2-year-old. Just seems weird to me. It's,
Yeah, she ain't leaving. Yeah, if it's the one life rule, which is I'm gonna operate as if that's the case. I think that is what was kind of agreed upon here.
It's just
I'd be like, no, you're here. You're getting tied up. We're gagging you. We're putting a blindfold on you. We're tying up your hands and your feet, and you're not leaving until someone finds you in the morning, and we'll be gone.
the impression I got was this is the tensest fucking thing either of those two guys are going to do in their whole lives. They're going to make sure everything
Probably.
goes as right as possible, which means I see that as a chance for some unfortunate things to happen, including but not limited to potentially killing Helena. Like they might do it just because they're scared of her, screaming or something. Anything could happen.
Yeah.
But the idea that they would just lose interest in her entirely and she's able to pick up her child and simply leave, it's very odd to me.
It's as if they lack object permanence.
A little
Because
bit.
she's right there.
And then of course,
She is
And blindfolding her isn't enough. Like she has to go, because as soon as she leaves the room,
so that
she's gonna identify them, and then they must know that they're gonna be hunted to the ends of the earth
potentially
henceforth,
yes.
and they're probably not gonna succeed. They're probably going to die.
They're dealing with
So-
dragon riders, right? Like Aegon, if he gets woken up and then gets on Sunfire and goes immediately to the docks, I don't even know that they could escape in time, in theory, before they lock everything down. And then, yeah, it's a matter of her identifying their faces. But as we know, they're captured, or at least Blood is, before he can even leave the castle, right? Or he's trying to get through the gates, and they got him because he was holding a sack with a prince's head inside it, which is
You retard!
bro, bad idea.
Might want to try something else.
Of all the heads to have in a sack that day,
yeah.
that is
Dude,
the
that'd have been
worst
so funny.
head to have in a sack.
Opens up the sack and it's the head of someone else. They're like, "Oh, that's fine."
No, okay, carry on. We're looking for the prince's head. Off you go.
Yeah.
I honestly kind of wonder, like, what would make the head even necessary, though? Like, wouldn't it be pretty easy
would
to
get
find
news.
out that? Well, I mean, like, that news, I think, would spread pretty fast, regardless, right?
Yeah, that's like if you need like I would go back and be like, look, I killed him. You'll get the news in a few moments. I couldn't walk around carrying the head.
Oh, I would
The
drop
head-
the
I'm fine
shit.
waiting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would chuck that shit out the window or whatever. But I'd be like,
The-
yeah, I'm fine not getting paid until there's confirmation. I'll wait here
make-
for it because the
It
job's
makes
done.
way more sense to be scared about, to have proof of a private citizen who no one might ever see than the heir to the throne, who is obviously going to be the only thing anyone's talking about for a while.
Yeah, I think if it were me, I would have dropped the head for sure. And if it was a matter of proof, like you said, it would spread pretty easily. But anyway, I mean that's just on Blood for deciding to do that. He didn't seem like a smart dude, I suppose. The other thing was going to be that all these different things happening leads to her bursting in on Alicent and Cole, doing something that could get them both in serious trouble. Door is not locked. That's a choice.
I lock my door when I live alone, so
Mm-hmm.
you
It's,
gotta take. You don't want someone just barging in and being like, "Hey, oh, what are you doing over there?"
I would, if I were them, probably be taking the kind of precautions like stacking something against the door so it cannot be easily opened if you can't lock it. I'd be doing. You guys want to be
Well, yeah,
careful.
otherwise, Homer might kick down the door to show you his chainsaw and hockey mask, and you don't
Exactly.
want that.
Because he'd be like,
don't
"Want to
want
see my new
that.
chainsaw?" I'm like, "You too."
God!
A horizontal hokey
And then
pokey.
he'd scream out to everybody. Don't take a look.
And so, yeah, this scene, I appreciate it, but I have plenty of issues, and it's sort of it's a bit wonky. Could use some gearing up, maybe some WD-40 and some tweaking. Just tighten them screws here and there, and then you find out what the book version is, which to me, when I was told, I think the first line of what the book version is, I was like, oh, that's better. But they've had to change it because they don't even have the characters right now to be able to create the scene that the book version has. So
Is that the reason?
well, so it's the thing is I can't really know what I would assume the reason is from a storytelling perspective until I've seen either the whole show or at least the end of this
Right.
season, because it's going to relate to how succession works for sure. But Helena and Aegon are supposed to have 3 kids.
That word's giving me flashbacks.
I know, I'm sorry about that. But 2 sons, 1 daughter, and the scene involves them telling her to choose which son. And when she makes the choice, which she offers her life first, which is something they didn't keep in this version, she does choose a son, and then they do the opposite of what she says, just to cruelly make the one that she chose to die live through the experience. Which I was like, man, that sounds really effective in terms of the horror of the scene.
That's a real jerk move.
You know, and
That
then
would've
there's
been
just
rough.
other elements that makes it awkward that wouldn't have if they work the same way. The whole like find out which one the boy is wouldn't be a thing. And the way that they do it is because of security, they sneak up through, I forget exactly what it was, it's like into Alicent's room directly, and they capture her and wait until Helena comes to see her with the kids before they go to sleep, and then they capture all of them, and then do the deed. I think that's how it runs anyway. And you see depictions of it in animations or summaries of like lore, and it seems like it would have been way more effective. IMO.
I
It just
agree.
seems like the way they've changed things to work introduces so many problems that they didn't need to deal with.
And so, because I'm not even explaining it very well, you can go check it out on YouTube to see the book version. I just was struck by how much better I thought it was, and so until I see why we did all these changes for sure, I can't speak to exactly whether or not this was something they had very little choice in, but for now it feels as though they didn't do as good a job as they could have, especially because it got built up quite a bit, and so the fans were a little disappointed with this, book fans anyway.
Yeah, I can imagine why.
Not quite what they were looking for. They were expecting something a little different. In any case, that was episode 1. What did you guys think?
Wow. Overall, I liked it. I think it was a good start. Obviously, the assassination stuff at the end, pretty weak. I think the Massaria stuff also weak, and I think we need to get a bit more on Rhaenys. And those are kind of the 3 things that sort of stick out as sore spots for me. But I think that its strengths are enough to where I was not put off. But yeah, definitely need to tighten those areas.
It's a pretty strong reintroduction to the series, and it did a lot to help me stop being worried about the fact that Viserys is gone. You know what I mean? Because I was somewhat concerned about how the show would be doing in terms of character without him around. But yeah, this shows they have plenty going on in terms of development on all sides and plenty to work with.
Yes, I think I'd agree with that. We're still of a very high quality level TV show, and that the mistakes they make actually stick out a hell of a lot more because you don't expect it. You're like, wait, why would you guys do that? You know how to not do that.
Especially talking about the assassination at the end. It just seems that we actually it kind of reminds you of an odd sort of way with the Halo show. When we were watching Halo.
God.
And it's that element of you have something that you can use as a blueprint, which makes it extra strange that you deviated from it in a way that was just decidedly worse. It makes you wonder kind of like, why did you want to feel like you didn't want to be beholden to the books on every detail? Did you want to, like, what was the reasoning behind that? And I don't know. I can't say. But yeah, from what I hear, the book version sounds way better and more interesting. But I only know that because the show version wasn't good. I imagine if the show version was really good, I might not have ever heard of or been told about, well, in the book version, da-da-da-da-da. So
Yeah, actually, I'm inclined to agree. I feel like they not only could have done the book version, but they could have done their own version better. So we're kind of losing both aspects there.
Yeah, if the core concept, because they kept the element of the mother making a choice, but we need more than that to make it a meaningfully effective choice in terms of the logistics and how characters would actually behave. So
yeah, because it's not as if this is causing problems because it is like asynchronous with some causal chain that is being adapted 1-to-1 from the books. This has got problems because of the way it was constructed in isolation, right? So this isn't some adaptation problem.
Well then, on to episode 2, unless anyone else wanted to say anything.
Well, it's a strong start to the season. I liked that Rhaenyra's MIA at the start, and you totally understand why, because she wants to find whatever might have been left of her son, and just to have that moment of grief, and then she comes back, and that was all good. And I think a forgivably weak ending with the thing. I mean, to be charitable to it, like, I guess you could argue that they're not the brightest bulbs in the drawer, and it was such an intense situation that they weren't really thinking. And I imagine like the two of them doing the thing at the bed, and then one of them sees the woman leave, and he's probably like, should we let this happen, and it's just like whatever. Let's just get this done, and then we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Like we'll stay alive. We'll go into hiding if we have to, and then not really thinking it through, but like
Killing
out of a
children is
mixture
a
of
group
pressure.
activity, is what I've learned from this episode. Which,
I guess
while
you
I
could
agree,
justify
I don't
it
know
with
if that's
a
the
mixture
message
of.
they wanted to send.
I think you could justify it with a mixture of pressure and just them not being that smart of guys.
Twice as
But-
fast and half the guilt if you have a partner. But yeah, no, I think the weird thing about this scene to me that I don't think we really touched on is it didn't really even seem like they tried to find Aemond. Like, I think it almost implied that the rat catcher was just like, no, fuck trying to find Aemond. There's a sun right there. Let's
He's
just get
pretty
this
good
over
in a
with."
fight,
So
from what I hear.
I
Yeah.
thought that the justification they were giving us was that the handmaiden had spotted the blood, so he was like, "All right, we're on a timer now. Just take whatever we can," sort of thing.
But doesn't Cheese already have Helena before blood gets to him? Like,
Oh,
isn't he
yeah.
going
I'm
to
just
tell
saying
him
that-
like, hey, we
that since that is happening, Blood's like, well, let's do it then. And to be fair, that is the first person Cheese came across, right? Instead of Aemond. You're right, though. They didn't
Mhm.
spend much time looking for Aemond. But they wouldn't have found him.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't there. Womp womp womp.
Womp, 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 womp.
Well, here's an interesting question, because I've seen several people in chat sharing their opinion of the peeps here. Is episode 2 better or worse than episode 1?
I am going to reserve judgment until after we discuss it, because I'm not sure off the top of my head. Also because it's a little difficult with the way that my brain works to, like, I remember all the events, but which episode things happen in is sometimes just fuzzy with me.
I
My
think that episode 2 contains. Oh, there's a really good scene in it. I really like.
Yes, there is.
Is
That's
this
what I
the
think might
twin
make it
centric
weird.
one?
yeah.
Yes.
The one with the twins? Okay, yeah, okay.
I thought that was obvious when I said episode 2. 2 twins, two. God.
Ah, I see what they did
Twins,
there.
one of
Why didn't I
spirit, two
see
of
that?
body.
And the
I am
power
me
of
and me and
many.
I am me and me am you. Or whatever they say at the Boonta Tree. Fuck it. I don't know.
I think episode 2's highs are higher than episode 1's.
Yeah.
I'm just
But are the
thinking
lows
about the
lower?
lows now. Yeah.
I don't feel like I've picked apart the lows enough to really have a solid opinion because my instinct was to say 2 was a lot better, and I
Yeah,
feel
my-
like I'm
my
gonna not think
intuitive-
that by the end of this.
My intuitive assessment is that the lows are about the same.
I
I'm
think
not
so. I think so. Are we going to count not having a scene where Alicent and Aemond talk about what happened? Are we going to consider that a low of episode 1? Technically, it wasn't in there.
I guess
but
the thing is missed potential a low in the same way that a thing that played out in a way that was disappointing is a low. I'm not
I don't
sure.
think so.
I
I
don't
think
so.
I think it.
I think it is fair to hold
Potentially.
missed opportunities against the writing to a lower degree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Well,
It's
then.
just episode 2 has a scene that because I think the best scene in episode 1 is Rhaenyra and Jace. That's probably the best scene. But the best scene in episode 2 features your boy Otto.
Your boy. Hey guys, what's up here? It's your boy Otto Hightower.
your boy Otto
Coming at
I
you
would
with another
watch-
great piece
I
of
would
advice.
absolutely watch Otto Hightower on Twitch.
Otto
the Otto
Hightower
Hightower
saying
podcast.
exactly that introduction in his manner of
Yeah.
speaking.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
His intonation.
He does angry reviews of NES games, all right? And SNES
Oh,
sometimes.
yes, that would be really good. He talks about why he loves Super Mario World.
He sits down. He's in like the old medieval
The level
room,
design is
and it's
brilliant.
it's all period accurate except for the TV with the NES
Except for
on
the
it.
TV,
But
yeah.
otherwise,
And
it's
it's-
completely normal.
And
You look
you
behind
got-
it, it
it's
doesn't
gotta
actually
be,
like plug into anything.
it's a CRT TV, okay? It's an old like 80s
Old school,
CRT
yeah.
TV. Yeah, that's right.
When I'm not giving the king my wise counsel, I'm in my room enjoying the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Before
I
we
don't
begin this review, I'd like to talk about BetterHelp.
Oh no, he would never do that. I'm
Even
now
the hand of the
imagining, like,
king needs help sometimes.
I'm now like imagining Allison walking in to ask him something, and then he runs over and slams the door shut. It's just like, anyway, what was I saying? All right.
It's either that or there's that awkward pause where they just kind of stare at each other and
Well,
she's
I'm
in
thinking
the
of the
doorway.
Professor Psychotic thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of now. Just him. And then Allison, yo, you're being incredibly loud.
People are trying to sleep. It's not even that late though. I mean,
Oh, it's my volume, is it? Yeah, your volume. That's
Allison, it is 9 p.m. Who the fuck goes to sleep at 9 p.m.?
normal people, Dad.
There's no normal people in this family.
So anyway, the episode begins with everyone in the house staff being rounded up. Naturally, gonna want to make sure we know who the fuck was behind what. And we see Aegon is going nuts, saying, "I'll kill them. I'll kill them all. I am the king." And he's smashing
He is
Viserys'
destroying
Lego set, which is very sad.
It's very,
Symbolic.
very sad. And yes, it's pretty symbolic.
Well, so yeah, so the primary interpretation I get is that Aegon will be part of the bigger reason that Viserys' long-held and well-built peace will come to an end.
I think it's interesting, actually, considering what the best scene of this episode is, that it begins with this happening, because the end of the episode, or close to the end of the episode, is the acknowledgement of Viserys' legacy, which I think, like, season 1, the whole time, it's always dealing with all of the problems. I mean, even he says, like, will I be remembered? Because, you know, my reign was, like, not very eventful or anything, and it's like it all kind of...
Yeah, that's what you'll
you
want,
start to
though.
think, like... Well, that's
No.
the thing, is that him destroying it, it's like, it's kind of your first reminder of, man, things are already, like, way worse after he's gone. Like,
yeah.
Destroyed
noticeably
by
worse.
the wrath and rancor of family against family.
Which
Which is
all
the
he was
one thing
doing
that
when he was
trying
alive
to
was
Yeah.
telling
stop.
them to stop
Mhm.
doing. He's like, please, it's like the one thing you guys fuck up on all the time.
Mhm.
There's
Do
nothing
you know
wrong
how
with
much
your
gold that
legacy.
Lego set was? It's
I
like a
know.
100,000 piece set.
It's a good one.
Very, very sad. But
It's like 100 Lego Death Stars.
it's also Old
Only the
Valyria,
king
right?
could
the
afford
set?
such a treasure.
I believe it's old Valyria, yeah.
And so destroying it feels very symbolic of the destruction of House Targaryen in general, rather than just
Yep.
specifically the family who he belongs to with Viserys, which also happens to be Targaryen. But you know, it's good shit. It's multi-layered. I like it a lot. Yeah, and Aemond notices that the entryway and exit was through the study that he was actually in as well. A little bit. It's like, you know,
Eerie?
yeah, well, I mean, it's just like, if the hours were different, if certain things had gone just slightly different, then very different results could have taken place. There's plenty, I think, of strong scenes in this. It's just that what Fringy was highlighting is there's a goated one, because I saw someone saying like one good scene does not make a good episode. It's like, no, I don't think that's what was meant by it. But it's really good, okay? Because this we got a starter one here with Allison and Otto, which is they're always really good scenes between these two. It's just they're always kept very consistent as to the nature of their relationship, right? She's talking about how she's losing her shit after this. Obviously, she would be, and she even tries to make focus that it's like about what her daughter's going to have to go through as a result of all of this. And Otto puts his hands on her, and she turns away from him. The amount of times they've showed us that in this family, none of them do well with like any kind of
Family, yeah.
just taking care of each other emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
Always rejected. And Otto tries an angle of like, we will punish who did this, as opposed to, you know, how are you feeling and how are you going to be able to get through this? How should we deal with, like, you know, Helena? What should we say? What should we do? Because that's what this world is. It's like, we're going to fucking find the person who did this. We're going to torture them indefinitely. That's the sort of like immediate thought. And she says, what if the hand that did this isn't the one to be punished? And she implies that it's her fuck-ups is why like this is happening. The gods have punished her. And Otto says, for what sin? And of course, she's not going to make that clear just yet. But he says some good may come of this, which is a bit strange to say in the initial minutes of a little boy getting his head chopped off. But that's
Yep,
that's
it's a
this world
very
for you.
Otto-y thing to say.
Otto
It's very
Hightower's
Otto-y thing.
Otto Hightower's coping mechanism is opportunism.
Yeah.
I-
Well, the thing is, you let him do his shit, and
Uh,
it'll be true.
How can I make some lemonade? Essentially, is how
Yep.
he copes with things going wrong.
Yeah, I think even early on, and I think their relationship or his relationship with Alicent is soured by the fact that she knows since a kid she's been used by him as a political pawn.
Mm.
Like that's that scene where he sends her off to make a connection with King Viserys. Like you might wear one of your mother's dresses. Like that's such a sinister scene, like heartbreak, like stomach sinking scene, where it's just like you realize that early on, like there's no real. Well, I guess not that there's no love there, but it's just like she is primarily a political pawn to him. And it's just her mother isn't there to fight in her court, and just like reminded of that fact with the line of "you might wear one of your mother's dresses." Like it's so sad.
I think one would argue that all of the effort, which has actually led to some pretty effective results, like Otto knows what he's doing in relation to politics and sort of social dynamics to get people where he wants them, has overthrown and completely ignored like the emotional support and development that everyone in his family needs, probably including himself. And it's had drastic repercussions that we've seen. Almost all of them are complete fuck-ups. None of them know how to handle anything emotional that happens to them. They've all, in one way or another, essentially been abused in that format, and now they project it onto other people, or they force other people into that sort of upbringing through not having any of the tools taught to them of how to deal with any of it. And they're not about to start now. We see several examples of opportunities that they see the tumbling of other family members, and instead of doing something about it, they'll usually comment on another family member, or with another family member, about how, yeah, that one, we're going to have to look after that one. We're going to have to see about that one. You know what I mean? It's like,
I think
tactically.
episode 4 has the biggest example of that we'll get to. Well, whenever we get to it. So.
It's so sad to see that it's never seen as a loved one needs help. It's always seen as the political pawn is fucking up, and we need to get him in place.
Yeah.
But you do see glimmers. Like I do think that in that scene with Otto and Alicent, he sees she's in immense pain, and he does try to put a hand on her back, and she like backs off from it, which just goes to show that it's not something they do. She's not used to that. She doesn't want it. And it's like, well, that's that, I suppose.
Yeah.
So we get the Green Council, and they're trying to figure out what to do about this horrible event. Cole makes it clear he was abed, having ordered the Kingsguard, which, to be honest with you, I'd probably be more furious at him for that than usual, because of the fact that they have so few Kingsguard active. You know, it probably should be everyone's on duty until you get replacements. It's just, you know, but Aegon is furious anyway. He's just completely acting out about all this. Obviously, he would be. And he says, who would do this other than the bitch queen of bastards? And because it's visual language, when he says that, the camera cuts over to Laris entering the room. That's pretty interesting, is it not? I wonder if that's going to mean anything going forward, because for the record, in the first 4 episodes, we got nothing that says he did anything. But having a line like that and then showing Laris entering is very sus.
He's always up to something. He's always scheming.
He is.
And yeah, this is what
He's
they
a
say.
schemer.
Says they caught a man fleeing the gates with a sack containing the head of the prince. So more than likely, he was connected to it.
He might have something to do with it, unless he thought, "Oh, hey, this is neat."
I found this outside. I swear it wasn't me.
Looked like it was a good sack. Thought
Yeah,
I'd take
well-
it home. Haven't even looked inside it. What's in there?
I mean, this show, I think it is written well, despite a few hiccups here and there, but it is also a very well-directed show, and probably really well storyboarded. And
Oh,
so,
sure,
like,
yeah.
when it cuts to a certain person over top a certain line, you know that it's probably intentional, and it's like a setup for something. It's another thing the Acolyte utterly fails at, where
No
it's just like
kidding.
there's no discipline in the direction and the blocking. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So they warn Aegon he's not going to want to kill the guy straight away because they can get information as to whether or not it was Rhaenyra or if it was, as they describe, a serpent nestled closer to our bosom. And Otto says, in a way, it doesn't even matter because they're going to be blaming Rhaenyra whether or not it was her. And Aegon's actually against this because he said it'll make me seem weak. Then Otto's like, you're already seen as weak, Aegon, which is like, bit aggressive there, you know. It's probably not going to have the best results. Say that.
Yeah, well, we'll still see where that leads. His attitude on his thoughts on Aegon. But I think it just goes to show a lot of people just don't they don't fear him as king.
No.
But which is just kind of weird because people took the shit Viserys said very seriously. Viserys would put his foot down, and you knew not to fuck with him when he did. But when it comes to Aegon, it's like, for all the bluster and his, attitude, people don't really take him. They just don't take him seriously.
Yeah, and he has a line where he says, I'm not going to let my little son's body be dragged through the streets, which is another, like, aw. Because even though he's kind of a horrible dick in a lot of ways, you're going to give him some room on this one since his son just got his head chopped off, A lot of people will probably be pretty mad 100%. About that.
It's probably all we get of him caring about the kids, like in both seasons.
Well, that's what I was saying about the work has been done to add other layers to this character, and it's struck quite a few people. There's a great, interesting, I don't know if it's irony, but it's certainly an interesting look at how the world seems to hate Kristen Cole. There's all kinds of memes and posts about how he's the worst person ever, needs to die. Aegon, on the other hand, gets several posts being like, I kind of like him. And when you compare the things those two have done, you'd be like, how the hell did this happen?
It ain't even close.
How's Kristen not winning?
Like I said, we'll go over it the more Kristen content we get to. But, Otto says, not dragged through the streets, honored to be burned in the dragon pit as a Targaryen prince. And obviously it's very tactical as an advantage. And there's this little moment where Aegon sort of reaches out to Alicent and says, mother, like as a, what are we doing here? And she basically just says, yeah, Otto is right. And he suggests as well that it would be the Queen and the Queen Dowager with the body to best express through the gentle souls the sorrow that the kingdom has to face, that sort of thing. Very morbid, but I mean, what would you guys say if you're on this council? I feel like I probably, especially in this world, would be like, yeah, that's probably a good move, I guess.
It's pretty cynical and gross, but he's right.
Mm-hmm.
There is an element of you can spin this into a good thing, and there is an element of earnest sympathy gathering here in a way, if those three words could be together. But I probably would too, especially when you need as much support as you possibly can with the political tensions that are happening. Can't blame them.
It's interesting how it works, right? Because you'd be like, well, there's reason to do it in a caring and loving way, and it's like, yes, we could do it for that reason too. But I'm mainly talking about the practical reasons, all right? Because that's, I guess, Otto's job, which again helps explain like his practicality and how good he is at that side of the job explains why he's so shit at the other side of the job of being a father, a familial leader as well. But yeah, Alicent explains to Helena that they need to do this, and she says she doesn't want to, and it's interesting, as Alicent said, it draws the public closer to us to do something like that, and she says, I don't want them closer, I don't even know them, which is probably some of the most realistic and genuinely innocent. That's why people feel pretty bad for this character. She doesn't belong here. Like, she's just a normal person, even though she's the least normal, arguably, in a sense of how her brain works, but definitely not trying to fuck everyone over to benefit herself in any way, shape, or form.
It's very simple values.
Yeah.
Very normal, just person.
Oh, and the sort of funeral material she's sewing for Jaehaerys, as people have pointed out, she started sewing it in episode 1 before the event even took place, presumably to do with her broken up foresight somewhat. She it's kind of spooky and scary that that's something that you could just do almost automatically without even realizing it. But One thing I was going to ask
May as well.
everybody is, what do you think of, I forget her name, but the actress playing Helena and the choices they've made with her for expressing emotion?
I like it because I think it kind of sets her apart from the rest in this kind of earnestness that she expresses. Her she's distant in this odd kind of way, like there's something else that's constantly preoccupying her, but she's still a person who's present in the sense that, when one of her kids is killed, it clearly affects her and she has opinions on it, but she's a little bit, I don't want to say scatterbrained, but it feels like almost like her thoughts are preoccupied with something else constantly. And I think it's interesting. She does that well. She presents that idea well, and I can believe it.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the performance closely enough, but it didn't stick out to me as bad at all. Like, it's
It was
quite
something of a
good.
discussion that was happening. My impression was essentially the same as Rags. I got from what she was choosing to do / directed to do, that they were telling me she is not conventional in terms of how her mind deals with almost everything, not just grief. And so it was expected that we'd see her deliver something of a complicated performance in terms of how she's going to accept and process all of these events. And I do think she's doing a great job. I feel she's very consistent on that sort of impression. A lot of people felt that she was just underplaying everything and not bringing in more emotion, but I do think it's she's trying to portray a particular variable.
I mean, that's obviously deliberate.
Well,
Absolutely. She stands out. She stands out in a way that is intentional.
I would argue it's very deliberate, considering she clearly has the, like I said, it's referred to as a dreamer, but like you don't even need a name for it. They've been showing her throughout season 1 and 2
Sums
that
up.
she's different. She's not the same as everybody else. So the idea that she would have a different kind of performance in relation to grief makes a lot of sense. But I would give the people a bit of room and say that they're probably saying even with that they feel like her performance isn't enough, which is like, I guess at that point,
I think it's just, I just disagree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think it should be. I think it's appropriately subtle and appropriately not subtle, obvious. But yeah, I'm a fan of it. I like it. I think it's been effective in an intentional way.
When they're conducting the event, you have Allison has her hand on her leg and she won't take her hand. I thought that was another just they very consistently keep showing all of the little ways that how much love is lost between the family members. So Laris has blood captured and he lays out tools, and immediately Blood starts confessing everything, that Damon paid them, that he did it along with a rat catcher, but he doesn't know his actual name. And then he says he's not going to hurt him, but he can't speak for Aegon, who I think we're supposed to believe essentially kills him straight away. The one thing I find curious about this
I'd say,
is that Aegon will go on to capture and kill all the rat catchers. I would have thought you'd want to keep this guy alive just so he can pick the face out,
Yeah, he like once he comes into that room, he kills him essentially. Which
I get.
Like I said, I mean, in a way, that's like super lucky for that guy that nothing far worse was done. But yeah, I think it's a tactical blunder to not use him. I think he's just totally running on emotion.
You'd think
it's
that
a believable
Laris...
tactical blunder from Aegon to me.
I think that's fair. I would have thought Laris might have suggested, like, if we keep him alive just a little bit longer, we can definitively have... Because the thing is, I would have thought they'd say to Aegon, you don't want to just beat this guy in the head and hang the other one. I assume you want to drag this out. They killed your son. Like, I assume you want to do more to him than that, which I would have thought Aegon would be completely on board with. But there is totally a viable thing if he just wanted to kill the fuck out of this guy as soon as he saw him. I get that. I'm just saying that would have solved their problem a little bit. Also, yeah, as Gary had mentioned as well, it's like I was really hoping this scene wouldn't end the way of having the boy's head come off because of how much rocking and difficulty the carriage was having.
Yeah, I was worried about that too. I'd be like, that would have been
rough.
That would have been an image.
I think it's plenty just to have,
yeah,
like the way the body sort of vibrates in response to the carriage rumbling over the stones, like the way the head subtly moves, like you can tell it's detached to a degree. Like I thought that was plenty. Like that would have been
Oh yeah, props to the
Like,
actor.
good
He really
prop.
pulled it off super well, and at that age, really did well.
Well, it's funny you say that. I'm not sure if that was the actor or not because I think they
I
had a
think it's a prop.
doll for the
I think
scene he pops up in.
no, right. It was a 3D scan, and it's
Yeah.
all like it's a mold.
Ah.
It's not a real thing.
Well, that would have been my guess, is what I was saying. Because when you see he pops up with Rhaenyra in the dream, if you remember as well, it's just like, oh, they.
Yeah.
At that point, I was like, oh, they had the thing for both of them because that's kind of useful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
they got
need-
these
no need to
the
only use it
VFX,
once.
the special effects. They have these 3D scanner guns now. They just go over actors' faces until they get a full
Yep.
model.
Kojima's got like a new Hollywood actor on his Twitter or Instagram like every week because he's just scanning someone else in for the new Death Stranding.
Well, back over to the Blacks having a council for this event, figuring out what the hell's going on. And she realizes her whole council thinks she actually did it when she's like, why the fuck would I ever do that? Which, you know what, typically speaking, isn't the greatest response to an accusation. Like, why would I do it? Because it's like, well, probably best get to the point of saying it was impossible for you to do it, because otherwise they'll just start explaining all of their reasons for why they clearly think you'd do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I think it's a reasonable response that someone
Yeah,
the
I
first
get
thing
it.
someone would say would be like character reason why. She doesn't think about the logistics.
Oh,
She
yeah, I
thinks about like
actually-
my character as such, yeah.
quite like what she says, you know, the why would I do to Helena what happened to me when she's completely innocent? But like, I think a lot of them don't understand that as reasoning, you know, that they're kind of just like, I mean, because you're mad. Like, you're mad, you just made a mistake. I think one of them says, right, like, he's you know, you got really upset, and that's something you might have done.
And
which-
then she does not take that very well.
no,
She's like, you fucker.
yeah, he says a lot of things that gets him in a bit of trouble, that lad. Yes, and they have not yeah, so there's ravens going around the whole kingdom saying she did it, and she said, you know, we'll then send bonus ravens to fucking tell him I didn't, and
We'll use our ravens to fight their ravens. Caw-caw!
misinformation fight. Yeah, and during
Fake news.
their conversation, it's the closest you get to comedy in a show like this. They're all speculating on who could have done it, and Rhaenys looks over at Damon, and he notices she's looking at him. And it's not quite a smile, but it's definitely a, what? Yeah, I did it. Like, of course I fucking did it. Who gives a shit? I get it, I did it. And then Rhaenyra realizes that too. And we get what would have probably been the goat scene for the episode, if not for another one. But to be honest with you, it really depends, because a lot of people think this one is as well. Is Rhaenyra and Damon having a bit of a squabble?
Squibbly squabbly.
But yeah, I don't know. Damon as a character, right? Like, he's such a chaotic asshole in a lot of ways that having them all figuring out what's happening while he's just sitting there knowing what happened, it's a weird kind of amusing.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, there's a lot that gets discussed in this scene, so I guess we'll take it piece by piece. He makes clear that he gave specific orders, and what's happened isn't really exactly what he was gunning for. But he does name drop Missaria as being the reason he knew, which I thought the second he would have said that, she's going to want to speak to her now. But I would have thought she would have spoken to her anyway, because that's a pretty interesting
because
person.
of who she is,
Yeah.
and yeah, exactly. She is very unique.
Well, and you want to make sure
And
we
she
know what we're
knows her
doing with someone like
connections.
that, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you want to be on the same page. Like, so are we killing her? Are we not? Are we using her for a while? What are we promising her something? What's going on exactly?
this though, scenes like this, it's just, I don't know, Matt Smith, man, he's fucking great. Loads of subtle performance things. Do you remember the best episode of season 1, episode 8, where he's the performance he gives when he first goes in the room with Viserys, when he's at his worst, essentially, health-wise.
Yes, and he just like can't bear to look at him. Like, holy fuck, look at this
There's
guy.
that, and
Oh,
there's
man, it hurts
he's
so much.
He's stuttering his sentences here and there. I remember being so struck by the performance. I was like, God damn it, he's so good. Like, I completely believe right now that he can't look at his brother because it not only represents someone he loves falling apart, but also just the weakness of House Targaryen, which is the complete opposite of anything that he believes in. This scene, you've got a lot of nuance, I would argue, in his performance of trying to deal with the fact that he himself has not actually figured out exactly what he wants to do. He's
Which
chaos
becomes much more
incarnate.
apparent as time goes on that he actually is not very yeah, he doesn't know what his goals are really.
And so she says to him, "What were your instructions if they failed to find Aemond?" And he face palms. And she says, you said you were gonna spill Hightower blood. If not Aemond, anyone would do." And then he says, "No." And she says, "You've wounded me, weakened my claim, my standing among my own council, my ability to raise an army." And his response to that is, "I said no." Like, I think it's unclear exactly, because a son for a son, any son would do. We didn't get that explicitly from the scene. Is that what he said? But, like, you'd think, with everything we know, the fact that they were going to deliver the head of Jaehaerys to him to get paid, surely he did. Like, why would they do it unless he had made that clear that was going to be something he'd reward them for?
Yeah, why would you carry that around?
But this is why it's a complicated bit of dialogue that I love thinking about. Is he saying no to the fact that he would have ordered that, or no to the idea that she's talking about how much he's weakened everything to do with her, and that, like whether or not she believes him?
Is it from his perspective he thinks this makes her seem more fierce and worthy of respect and like more vicious, and that to him is a good thing? That's something he craves in a sense, and so she should be happy that people think this of her in his own twisted way? Or is it something else?
Just to be ultimately clear, I think the scene goes, Cheese says, "What if we can't find Aemond?" And then they cut after Daemon giving a bit of an expression. I think the show wants to be ambiguous on what he said about that, because he doesn't confirm it either. As in, like,
this would be the chance for him to do that. Yeah.
Well, like the thing that's super interesting about it is we have to run the Aemond sort of stuff. How much does Daemon want to admit to? You know, because this is a fuck up, right? And if you remember from season 1, he absolutely hates being registered as a failure. That's like, it's like the worst thing for him. So
yeah, disaster scenario.
So how much would he admit to at any time in terms of the truth? It's hard to say. But she makes a pretty big statement that's been a long time coming, saying she basically can't trust him, and she never really could, and that she always wanted to, but that he's always kind of just been out for himself. And he says he's faithfully served her. And then she says, "Yeah, that, or you've used me as a tool to try and grasp at your stolen inheritance," which makes him very fucking mad. And it's kind of fun for us, because this is something that they've never really talked about properly, despite always being there.
Yep. If she got in front of him in the line because of Viserys.
Mm-hmm. And he says, like, "I put the crown on your head." And then she says, "Yeah, and what were you doing when I was essentially, like, laboring in episode 10 of season 1? He was essentially trying to organize the war." Which you can argue, this is why this is complicated. That doesn't mean he's like traitoring her or anything. He's just trying to move the war forward. But on the other hand, maybe he is kind of just like, "Listen, I'm in charge, okay? Just let me be the king."
Yep.
It's which I think is actually the reality. He's not even 100% sure of exactly what it all means. And he says, the reason he was doing it is he didn't want to give up his brother's throne to the traitorous lies of Otto Hightower. And what's great about the line, like the complaint, she says, my throne, David." It's like, oh shit, yeah, like referring to it as Viserys's, which, at the time you could say is more accurate than it is right now. It's just that it's not necessarily something he's fully accepted, that the Iron Throne belongs to Rhaenyra, which I think is supported in his future hallucinations / visions / whatever is happening at.
Well, just the
Harrenhal.
choice he even made. The choices that he made of going there in the first place.
And yeah, she says she thinks he likes to indulge the darkness you sheathe within you like a blade, which is You get some fun, flowery language in the lines in this. I always like it. The for lack of a better term, old speak, where they have poetry in the way that they talk to each other. Fun, fun on the
There are no
bun.
skibbity words. I don't know what they mean.
Yeah, and you know, you love a bit of skibbity to be thrown in, but you know what? Maybe it's for the best that we don't have that. Maybe it's for the best we
It's
don't
that-
have people saying the Jedi take some L's.
Oh God. Do that.
Power is powerful metaphorical visual language that makes the point clear. Like there's actual utility in it, you know, to convey a certain idea from one character to another. It's not just flowery, you know, visually heavy for no reason, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Comes
trying to
across as just
communicate something.
educated and meaningful. Yeah. The way that you speak is what we talked about in terms of like opportunities. It's not just what people say; it's how they say it, how they express themselves, and it's a way to contrast people who speak very well and who appear to be very learned to people who are maybe they got other things to do in their lives. Maybe people who are like commoners and whatnot. They're not going to have the same kind of way of speaking as someone who's kind of trained to speak and who's more educated and well read.
I want to
So
reassure people before we start getting fucking mass suicides. No, there wasn't an actual line in Acolyte where they said the Jedi took some L's. It was in an interview. Leslie.
Oh my
God. Could you imagine?
Mother Anasea, I want to be part of the Jedi. You can't. The Jedi have taken some big L's lately.
Yeah, we still haven't seen Soul explaining the thing to the council. I took a big L that day.
I took a big L.
They're gonna take some L's, no cap, for real.
No more L's on my watch. No cap for real.
So, anyway, David says, do you think me a monster? And she says, I know not what you are or who you serve. And he's genuinely upset by this shit, and I find it super interesting. He says, am I not on my way even now to raise an army at Harrenhal in your name? Like, I do believe that he thinks that in himself he's got the conflict of whether or not he actually wants her to be queen, but his actions on the surface do match someone that was supporting her, and he's not being treated that way.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like this really interesting bit of conflict where he's arguing for a position that I don't know that he's fully on board with, but just thinks he deserves to be seen as.
He can meaningfully raise down in someone who doesn't believe him based on his track record.
Yes. And so she says, do you accept me as your queen and ruler, or do you cling even now to what you think you've lost? Which is a pretty big question, and you see in Matt Smith's face the frustration seep in when she uses the specific word, and he repeats it back. He says, what I think I've lost? It's like, yeah, if you look at him from season 1 to 2, it's like, he thinks it was fucking ripped from him, thinks he lost. That's an interesting way to put it. And she says, you gave it away because you only ever thought of your own glory and not of my father in his grief who needed you, which is like, oh shit, now we're getting to some really deep stuff. These guys have issues. They've not properly sorted them out. Family,
No,
you know?
they have not.
And there is
It's
a
not
lot.
It's
It's been a long time since they actually assessed where they stand with respect to one another, it seems.
Yes. Yeah, and he says, your father was a coward who knew I was the stronger son, and he was afraid to be seen in my shadow. Which,
Ooh.
as someone who's seen the events unfold, Damon, bro.
No, you need to take a. This is a big L for you, Damon.
It's such a- It's because
Damon's taking some big L's this episode.
It's a unique POV that we have. I got nothing but love for Viserys. I would happily admit if he had flaws in certain ways, but it's like he was not afraid of you. The sad thing is when you watch over the episodes, he loved the shit out of Daemon. He just wanted him to be normal.
He was
it.
disappointed in Damon. He's like, why can't you just be normal?
Yeah.
Why can't you be what I know you can be? Why can't you harness all of this aggression and everything to something that's productive and good? I've given you so many chances. I've set you up for success in so many places, and you just keep being yourself.
Yeah, literally just help me out here, dude. Kind of. You know?
Throw me
The-
a fucking bone.
The one that kills me the most is I want to say it's episode 7 or it could be 6. It's whenever the Viserys is on like a seat and Daemon is just too far away to speak to, and he keeps looking over at him, and they both recognize clearly that Viserys keeps looking at him, but he won't come to him, and then I think it's like 20 minutes into the episode, he has to walk over to him himself and be like, "How are things?" It's like, oh, the poor fucking guy. He just wants to be happy with you, man. I think he even says, "The gods have been kind to you," or something, and David says, "They've not been kind to you." And it's just a moment of just like, "Yep, that was something you needed to say." Anyway, like, let's talk about something else.
Thanks, bro.
I think he knows.
And he eventually says to, she says, "Is that what you understand of your own brother?" And he says, "Do you believe he made you heir because of your great wisdom and your virtue? Or did he merely use you as a tool to put me in my place because he was afraid of me because he knew your legacy, unlike mine, would never outshine his own?" Which is like, damn, dude.
Ultra harsh.
It's so harsh, because that's not at all what Viserys even cared about. I think if Viserys found out that ultimately Rhaenyra's reputation would be far beyond his own, he'd be happy about that, probably. Be like, good for you. I don't think he would care as much as Daemon believes he would about, like, you know...
I wonder how much Daemon even believes that.
Yeah, it could be said to just in anger and also to...
He's very frustrated right now. Like, if you asked him honestly in a more, you know, in a calmer moment.
Repeating the whole fear thing is why it's a little great moment for Rhaenyra, because she sort of gets pretty mad about it and says, "He was not afraid of you. He couldn't trust you." And it's like, that's it. That's the one. Yep. That's the one you were looking for. And she says, "Any more than I can trust you." To which Daemon says, "He was a fool who sought greatness but shrank from spilling blood to achieve it, and I see you will suffer the same fate." And it's a really strong line, because there's a lot of truth to a lot of the things that it would apply to, but she responds pretty quick with, "You killed a kid." Like, is that in the fucking requirements of being great, like killing children? And it hits so hard, all he says back is, "It was a mistake." Which I really love as a line, because I keep thinking about whether or not he's saying the whole operation was a mistake, or it was a mistake that Jaehaerys died, or it was a mistake to not be more specific, like, or where exactly does that start and end? And you can clearly tell it's affecting him, even though he tries to play it cool, that killing that kid was obviously fucked up. Yeah, and she says, "You're pathetic," which, you know, not a great conversation for them too. Well,
and not even he knows where the line is drawn. Like, he doesn't even know how to answer that question. It's just like, I don't like the way it turned out, but I don't know what I should have done different exactly.
I mean, a lot of shit's getting discussed here that's super complicated and has an insane amount of history. I think both actors did a phenomenal job, and I find it kind of fascinating to think about, because I don't know where Daemon's brain sits right now. It's part of what's making him such an interesting character to see literally speak in any scene. Just see what he gets up to. Yes. Not in a great position, either of them. Certainly not with each other.
No.
And yeah, I think, like I said, that would probably go for the top tier goated scene, but it'll have some competition coming up.
Bit of competition, yeah.
So, moving on from there, we have there's a
By
little
the way,
moment. Oh, go ahead.
Just because it's kind of just occurring to me, if people haven't noticed already, a lot of stuff happens in these episodes. This is an hour that is jam-packed with things happening, conversations taking place, pieces being moved around. These episodes are thick with stuff occurring. There's never a dull moment, really. Something's always getting done. In contrast to other shows we've been watching lately. I won't name names, but it's really nice to get
you're right.
that.
There's several angles to consider, lots of history, and then lots of nuance, subtext, and little micro expressions that can tell you everything.
It's vaguely theatrical, this scene and its setup. Like, I love the way they sort of chase each other around the room as, like, befits the tempo of the conversation. Like, who is...
he outright resists choking her at one point.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's like that old Hollywood thing where, like, the distance and dynamic in terms of blocking between the actors is telling its own story.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if this was muted, you could almost get a sense of what the dynamic of the argument is, like who's winning, who's losing
Mm-hmm.
in any given moment.
Well, and it feels like it's come across probably the best time, because this would be something of a deal breaker to go and assassinate a baby, essentially. And so, yeah, you need to figure out exactly how this happened, because it's just been mentioned in chat. I just spotted someone said that it's kind of proving the point, though, that you can't handle the realities of war, and that plenty of kids will ultimately die. And I would argue that you can go that direction with it, but I also think the opposite is being proven. That the need for action to take place has its downfall compared to not taking action, which is you get innocent kids killed, or rather, people killed who shouldn't be killed, that are going to cause loads more people to be killed. Like, this was a
things can
huge
spiral out
blunder.
of control.
As
Well,
was
we
said,
get this in
tactically,
episode.
this was a mistake, not just for the fact that an innocent person died, but all the repercussions that will come from this.
Yeah, we'll get, as is mentioned very specifically later on by the Lord of Harrenhal, this element of like, yeah, this can't even remember where it started, but it's just blood happens, killing, and it just keeps going and going, and it just might never end because it got out of hand once long ago.
Yes, and they show Damon doesn't give any time to Baylor here. There's a little scene for it. That'll be one of his daughters. I'm not sure if that's going to go somewhere specific, but it feels like they don't show us anything that's not going to go somewhere, so we'll see. Rhaenyra tells Baylor that she's going to need her to essentially keep an eye on King's Landing, make sure nothing surprising's happening. Have a look around, see if anyone's moving around, armies and such. That'll be important for later. And then Daemon and Caraxes leave for Harrenhal, which we'll see more next episode. Another sad scene coming up that is just compounding the problem of the Greens and family life. Aegon crosses paths with Helena, and it's really sad to see them both see each other and stop for a moment, recognizing there's probably something they should do, and then Aegon leaves.
Yep.
And so it doesn't
do anything.
Pretty
I
rough.
have no fucking idea how to handle it.
Yeah, and she just runs off, and you feel nothing but sadness for this entire tragic family who have no idea how to support each other. But hey,
yeah,
what happens, I suppose. And then another sad scene.
It contrasts pretty sharply with Rhaenyra and Jace, where he's attempting to conduct his duties stoically while breaking down because he's obviously very upset. And then Rhaenyra actually comforts him like a real person would. It's, yeah. There is a big difference in terms of the nature of the interpersonal relationships between these two families.
Yeah. And so we get a scene of Kristen Cole watching them dismantle Jaehaerys' bed, complete with a mattress filled with blood. And he's not looking happy, probably because he blames himself for this one, which would be fair. Kind of indulging not only in the sullying of his white cloak from a perspective simply of the operation, but now consequence of a highly significant order beyond, losing your honor. You've now actually someone may have lived had you not been doing that. So he's got a lot of weight on him right now, not feeling too good. And you see Rhaenyra playing with her children. I think the point of this scene is going to be that they're not exactly safe, considering what's happened recently and what repercussions could come, which will have her deciding to make certain decisions in future. But over to Cole again, with good old Alicent, who's having herself a nice bath. She says something that, at first, when I heard it, watching this episode, I was like, what a dumb question. Then I thought about it. So she's about to close her door, and she sees Cole, and she says, "Have you told anyone?" Probably in reference to any of what they're trying to keep secret, right? Like, that's essentially what she's referring to. And he says, "What do you take me for?" And then she says, "One who seeks absolution," which is, you'll catch a lot of this throughout the whole show, but that is projection. She's she is so close to telling someone what she's done, she's now worried that Cole would be too, because that would come across as a natural thing to her now. And What a Kristen Cole response to her saying, seeking absolution. He says, there is none for what I've done.
Yeah, he knows who he is.
He just, like, as far as he's concerned, my soul is fucked. Like, there's nothing I can do.
It's over.
It's really, like, I don't know, to me it's really engaging, both of them. They're both just fucking spiraling. Like, as far as they're both concerned, they've failed completely in all of their duties, and they don't know what to do.
Definitely. It's the recognition of it that really seals what makes them such interesting as a pair. Because in a lot of other shows that are poorly written, they wouldn't even recognize it in themselves. But being able to recognize that they are what they are, and having the projection elements, and having them be aware of what's happening, it makes it far more interesting. Because there's that spark inside of them that you see that we're like, hey, if they're recognizing what they've become and they're ashamed of it and they hate it about themselves, they're not in a way like truly monstrous to the bone. There's that recognition that can only come from someone who understands what they've done.
In the case of Allison, the impression you get is it's starting to catch up with her. Like she is lagging behind her recognition of who she is. You know, so it's like it manifests in subconscious ways, like when she was, brushing herself harder to clean herself, right? Metaphorically,
kind of.
Yeah, it's very much like that comes across to me much more as subconsciously you're like closer to recognizing who you are than consciously. It feels like she's always a little bit further behind where she needs to be in a sense in terms of understanding who she is.
It's almost interesting to me with Kristen because it's like once the cloak is sullied, he's sort of given up on it and the idea it represents, even though he still affirms it. Like he still affirms it, but he's given up on it for himself. So you have to wonder, like he's not trying to reconcile that within himself, I guess.
No, whereas
it feels like he can't be forgiven.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly interesting element of his character that he said he can't be saved from his own perspective.
Yep.
Which somehow means then the principle that he was trying to uphold is not worth his time to try and continue to uphold.
I think that's the reason why Boogie did the crypto scam. Yeah, I'm already a villain. So
in a sense, like it's the Kristen Cole. It's not like a slippery slope. He just sort of like jumps off like next to the water slide as soon as it's like it was already over for him in his view because his it's got like a very clear and rigid system of honor that he had that had a very obvious breach, and it's like, well, kind of like fuck it, right? Like that's his attitude afterward. Fuck it.
I guess the honor system doesn't matter anymore, which leaves you to wonder about what it meant to him in the first place.
I think I think an element here is that he probably feels like I was trying to be good once and do the right thing, but I felt taken advantage of in the first season when Rhaenyra is on the ship with him. And she says, hey, I'm going to marry Laenor, but, we could still, like, fucking everything. We've got an understanding. He's gay. And
he's pissed.
And he wanted her to, let's run away. Let's be together. Let's be happy. Let's leave all of this behind. And then he's indignant that Rhaenyra said, from his perspective, like, you want me to be your whore. You're not, like, he feels super burned because he wanted to do what he considered at the time the honorable thing. Like, yeah, we did that stuff. We should have done it, but I do have a feeling for you, and we can go out and we can be happy. We can leave all this behind and be normal. And she declined that. So I bet that's his big breaking point in a way.
I think for him
not doing that.
He saw the only way out of, or to retain honor by being an oath breaker is if he broke his oath for true love. And then she took that away from him. He's like, oh, so I just fucked, suck. Yeah. I'm just an asshole. I think
in a way it's that element of, well, it's not like there's different ways to break one's oath, and I can be earnest about this, and we can go out and we can be happy. And is that so bad of a thing?
Yeah, and there's all these stages of breaking him down, and Jaehaerys having died because of this. It's such a strict causal and effect thing, as in like he sees exactly what the repercussions of breaking all of his honorable vows are. There's no interpretations to be made. There's no analysis. That's hence why he just said, "Yeah, I'm just fucked," and having that kind of weight on you. is super important to establish, not just for his future actions, but for the interest of analyzing him, which, as you can tell, the fact that we spent some time on him, we all, I imagine, find him pretty interesting. Though, as I
I
said...
am very interested in Kristen.
Well, I think we made that clear on any of the streams people would have seen about us with Season 1, that we actually were quite fond of him as an idea. It was just the weird shit they made him do. Like, killing someone by sitting them down. That was like, what? Don't do that.
It's the episode 9 bubble. It's like, episode 9 kind of fucked around with you. What's up with that?
Well,
that
remember
plus his
him,
diplomatic immunity.
well, and him threatening Harold Westerling was cringe as well.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, I don't like him threatening his own Lord Commander. That's like, that goes against, I think, the way you've characterized him. He would never hold a sword up to his fucking boss in that way. And you didn't need to have that happen for that scene. It was completely unnecessary. We have issues with episode 9. I don't know if you guys have picked that up.
Episode 9 is, it lingers in the back of my mind.
But I do like the work they've been doing with Kristen so far. Let's see if they can maybe keep it up. The scene closes with a visual of Alicent sinking below the water and kind of looking like she's, you know, it's the same sort of visual as drowning. I wonder what it means.
I couldn't possibly speculate.
Couldn't
I
possibly.
don't know. Maybe she likes swimming.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to mean that water will fill the entire Red Keep. That's what's going to happen.
I think that's very particular shot of her losing her grip on the side of the tub. It's like, it's to show that she's losing her grip on the side of the tub.
She's got slippery hands. It's the soap, you know.
Yeah.
So, we then get Cole speaking to Eric about his dirty cloak, which it's just so juicy as storytelling, you know? It's beautiful.
I love this scene so much.
Captain Projection.
It's great. So something that you notice as well is when he walks up to him, he's just staring directly at him, and when he sees his head slowly turn, he then immediately looks down at the cloak, because that's going to be his cover for this scene, so to speak, right? But he's just pouring all of his hatred for himself into this man. It's the only way he can deal with himself right now, because he's got to have some form of an outlet. And he's like, yeah, I'll replace it. He's like, no, do it now. And he's like, oh, okay, geez. And then he's like, you would defy my authority, would you? The white cloak is a symbol of purity, fidelity, Kingsguarder's sacred trust. Would you so easily sully our ancient honor? It's like, bro, you think you've got some issues, man.
You keep talking, all right? Tell me
He's
all
got
about
to get it off
all
his
right?
chest somehow, you know?
I mean, you're just watching
This is the way he chose.
And because of how well they've built all of this up at this point, nobody's confused as to what is happening here. You could almost say it's not subtle, but it absolutely is. You know, it's how you do normal storytelling. It's just so clear.
He has put a little Kristen Cole mask on Eric, and he is now
beating him up,
berating it.
He is big mad, as the kids say.
And
it reminds me of Family Guy, where Brian pins that squirrel down and goes on this unhinged rant. The squirrel's like, "This isn't about me, is it?"
Yeah. It kind of has the same ending as well.
I don't remember how that ends.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
he kills the squirrel because nobody can know.
Nobody can
know.
He
kills. I think so. I think that's the ending of that joke.
But Cole's kind of like, he does fumble a lot in this conversation, because he's like, where were you when Jaehaerys died? And he's like, you know, the king. I was kind of with the king. I'm the king's god. Like,
pretty good answer.
And then he's like, well, you could have gone upstairs, and if you had, you would have. And then he's like, where were you? And he's like, shut the fuck up. Wait, this wasn't about me. And yeah, he says, why wasn't Helena given a sworn protector? Which is kind of a fail on his part. And so he tries the whole, your brother is a thief and a traitor to the crown. And it's like, yeah. And he says, how do we know that you aren't one of those things? How do we know that you don't share that perspective? How do we know that you aren't secretly planning to completely fuck us over? And of course he says he denounced him. And he pains him that he would share twinhood with such a being. However, you know, all the usual stuff.
You're twins. How different can you be?
And he says, you
hey,
know,
don't let the Acolyte Riders hear you.
Says, you've brought disgrace upon our ranks, and you must restore it. And he says, how? And he's like, gonna go to Dragonstone, assassinate Rhaenyra. It's gonna be great. You'll pretend to be the twin. It's just, yeah, let's do it. And he says, that sounds insane. He's like, he says, you'd send me to my death. And he's like, or to triumph and glory. Or must I question your loyalty to the king? And then he says, okie dokie, I'll do it. Which, man, what a bad day. You just get put on a suicide mission, you know? It's like, oh, great. Rough.
Yeah, of the jobs he could get, that was probably the bottom of the list that he was hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
Ruined my day.
It is funny, though. The evil twin just shit from Acolyte, and then the twin storyline in this.
Yeah.
It's too
They
real.
kinda-
Bizarre, yeah.
They both kind of use the 2 souls in 1 body line.
I think something like that is said in this show.
I think it's very near the end, yeah.
No, I
saved
think
that
it's
in this
actually.
episode.
Isn't it in this scene that he says it? He says it to Chrissy. He's like, "We're 2
I
souls
thought he
in
says
1
it
body."
to his
Yes,
other
but
twin.
I thought he uses it as a reason to explain that like we don't agree on the succession. Like that doesn't mean we agree on this, and that sucks. But you know, we do what we do.
I mean, I'd have to check. I'm
Right.
not 100% sure.
I'm pretty sure the twins say it to each other later on.
Then we have Baela and Jaceres talking about fathers. How she's not sure exactly what her relationship with Damon is, which, to be fair, neither do we, because I feel like we've had maybe 3 scenes in total that they've shared together, and it hasn't been that detailed. So there's not a lot to say on that. I'm not sure what they want to do with it. We'll have to find out. Yeah. And they very casually discuss Harwin Strong, which I thought was interesting, but also believable that she would know who his actual dad is, you know? This, because Harwin, we got him for, I think, 1 episode, and he seemed pretty chill, you know?
He seemed like a cool guy. Seemed like an alright dude.
Yes, Mr. Breakbones. That was his good old nickname. It's a good nickname to have, a strong nickname, Breakbones.
What do you think the nickname means?
I think it's something to do with... Wait, really?
Well, yeah, he just goes around breaking bones.
That could be it, I guess.
He's a bone breaker. He's just known for breaking bones.
Oh,
he's like, oh, bones. He's either a bone lover or he's a bone hater. You don't know which.
I'm not going to be able to show much of this coming up scene because it's a nudity scene and YouTube hates that, so we'll have to be careful. Yeah, we go to naked place with naked people doing naked things. And,
yes.
Yeah, this so this is an Aemond. This scene essentially reveals that Aemond gets up to seeing, I think her name is Sylvie, not every night probably, but a lot of nights. And she's the one that Aegon introduced him to when he was like 13, I think. That's what they say in the first season. And so he's been with her a lot, and you get a strong sense that he is here not for sex, but for connection on a more emotional level. That's something that's pretty well achieved by the scene. However, I was not a fan of the dialogue in this scene. Did anyone else feel the same?
Like it was too on the nose, too blunt.
Way too explicit.
They confirm about 4 different things that I think we already knew very well.
It felt like a scene that was there for just in case you didn't get it. It's like,
in case
no,
the
I did,
dicks are distracting you, here's what's happening here.
I would have cut Aemon's last line.
I would have cut a lot of them. So
I would have cut a lot, yeah.
I think the only value I'm drawing out of it, that, as opposed to, because I already knew all this information, was telling me that he is telling this to Sylvie. I appreciate that. That's interesting, but you don't need 4 different significantly, substantive lines to get that across. And so instead, what I took from it was, it's a little bit of overcompensation from the writers being like, you understand this is how he feels. And I'm like, yeah, I got it. I saw the scenes. I saw his face. I've seen what he's said since. I got it. So to be clear, he says, Damon sent them to kill me, but I was out. And she says, you were with me. And he says, in truth, I'm proud that he considers me such a foe, that he seeks to murder me in my bed, that he's afraid of me. And then he says, I do regret that business with Luke, though. I lost my temper that day, and I'm sorry for it. They used to tease me because I was different. It's so very just... Yep.
It's a bit too openly therapy-ish.
We also kind of saw that.
We saw
I
all
think
of
it's
it.
just
We
that
saw all of it.
this show is better than that. You don't need to have
Yeah.
your characters declare their motivations and the things that upset them in such plain terms. You're better than that.
I was
You're not Acolyte.
particularly surprised that they had him say they used to tease me because I was different. It's like, wow, that's really.
Is that his perspective on things? Is that how he honestly feels?
Is
Or
that something
how
he would ever
communicate that he
say?
feels? Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it feels like too much. I mean, I can accept it to a degree because it's somebody that he's clearly vulnerable with and confiding in. But it feels
I
like
get
an
he's kind of
exposition
opening
dump.
up, but still,
Yeah.
like, would he? Like, there are things I wouldn't probably ever tell my therapist.
Well,
Supposedly.
What about your prostitute?
it's specifically aimed at himself.
She'd
Like I
tell her
said,
anything.
I love the angle that he comes to a prostitute not for sex but for connection because he has none of it with his family. No love is there at all, and so he wants to feel it. But you had an opportunity to give us all kinds of dialogue, and you chose to tell me a bunch of stuff we already knew. It's very odd for you guys, meaning the writers of the show. They don't usually do that. But hey, it's well, so I'll say this now, I guess, because there's no reason not to. I'll probably mention it again when we get there. But there is a second scene of Aemond in wherever that is that I think achieves the thing I thought we got out of this one, making this one almost completely redundant. It achieves that and more. I think the second scene is way better. I'm talking about the episode 3 one, if you guys remember.
Yes, I agree. I think that's the only scene you need because you don't.
Yeah.
We can conclude from him being there that he goes there to talk to her. I think that's something that you can just conclude with subtext, and then you can wonder. It's like, well, I wonder what things he said.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't need the scene of him conveying all of the things that he says in the plainest terms possible. Yeah, just seems like it's the optimal choice.
Yeah, I'm fine with what they're saying is the case for his character. I just thought that it wasn't. It's not their usual. They usually do better than this.
No.
So then we get the. Let's see if I could get there safely. Yeah, here we go. This is the most out of place scene in the 4 episodes, and I think most of you will know what I mean.
What you're talking about, yeah.
It is a scene where Hugh's, I assume, wife and Hugh's daughter are talking about the state of the city they live in. And you might be thinking,
Hugh did it.
well, you'd be like, Hugh is Hugh. You'd be like, well.
Hugh is Hugh?
And this is the thing. This scene is so weird because most people would have forgotten this is the character that was speaking to Aegon in the previous episode. He was there for very briefly. He was talking about how they need more money in advance for making things with iron and stuff. Now, even if you do remember, it's just a scene that comes across as a little like, oh, okay, sure. And the information we get is that things are tough right now for the people of King's Landing. They're getting resources, and people are starting to look out for themselves only. It's a stretch on all kind of stuff, which I appreciate. It's just strange. Like, okay, I don't know. I'm guessing this is going to come up later. Again, they do the same with the guy, was it Alan? It's like, you guys, you might want to, maybe, I don't know what the perfect formula would be, but we were saying, like, when you introduce a brand new character that's going to be important, you can do a POV scene, and I think that's totally fine, especially in early episodes, but a way to sneak them in, sort of, is to have them as part of other characters' scenes at first, until we recognize them, and then they sort of go on their own. But this scene, because a lot of people were saying it at the time, it's like, it comes out of nowhere. It's just like you should care about this. You're like, why? It's like, we'll tell you later. You're like, okay.
I'm sorry, who?
All right.
Hugh did this.
Okie dokie.
But yes, like I said, it's just, things are tough for Hugh and his family. I assume that is going to be motivation later for something that's going to happen.
Thumbs up.
And then...
Who is Hugh? Hugh is you. He's the everyman.
We get another scene just like that. We come to see POV for Alan now. So you're like, before he was a part of a call list scene, which makes a little more sense to me as like getting information to us. But now it's Alan and his brother, and you're like, who the fuck is Alan? You're like, we'll tell you later. It'll make sense. You're like, okay, fine.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, and they're trying to beat around the bush of what gets revealed, I would argue, in episode 4, which is that Alan is, I guess I can't say certainly, but no, I think I can, right? I can say from the show, he's Corlys's bastard, right? That's like the...
Yeah, that's the implication that's given.
Yeah.
And so his brother is saying, you deserve more things, you should push for more things, you saved his life, and then the guy's like, I don't want those things. And so I mean, this is genuine speculation because I have no idea where this is going, and I assume you guys would have similar speculation. But Corliss
I
is
do,
having.
but will not say.
Oh, okay. For anyone who's read the book, you don't get to speculate, but I assume this
Yeah,
is going
fuck
to
you.
come up with Corliss because he's having succession issues, and if he legitimizes this dude, then that might correct it. As certainly, with how familiar he is with the fleets, how good he is as a worker, and the fact that he has Corliss's blood, to me that would match Corliss's desires quite specifically. And the fact that Rhaenys in episode 4 gives the okay, essentially, and now that she's died, I could totally see Corliss doing that. The other dude, I don't know if we've had it yet, but he has a scene where he spots sea smoke. So I don't know if that's going to be how these two characters are like connected to the story. Is that they're brothers? One of them could be legitimized, and the other one will have access to sea smoke. So that would make them both incredibly useful to Corliss, to Driftmark, and ultimately to Team Black. So that's my assumption. I don't know if there's anything else to gain from it because the scenes themselves don't have much else in them. So I assume that's what we're supposed to take from it.
I will neither confirm nor deny.
It seems like they're just trying to broaden the scope to introduce more elements. But it's a little bit
But, like,
ham-handed, perhaps.
Do you see what I mean with what I am saying? There's nothing else I can really say with the information they've given us.
Yeah, we're on a wait and see kind of thing right now.
I don't know what else you would speculate other than I guess they're going to be around. They're going to be doing things. So we'll see. Then we have Rhaenys and Corliss speculating on what Daemon's up to. Because it could be all kinds of things. He's a chaotic little guy. And they're talking about how, he would he take over? And Rhaenys doesn't think so. So we'll have to see what happens with Harrenhal. It's kind of I think, building up them two, because they've not got many scenes left. At least, together. That's called foreshadowing in the business. Oh, and she says, Rainey says, in the meantime, I'm here, so is Maelys, and we're not going to let the Queen falter. I wonder if that line is supposed to mean that without her and the most powerful dragon, that it might mean that, Team Black might start to fall apart a bit, but to be honest with you, they could take this in any direction. I'm expecting something of a Team Black win soon, like in episode 5 or 6 or whatever, because of how much of a loss they just took at the end of episode 4.
It was, depending on what the results of episode 4 are going to be, it's just how much that's gonna, the implications are such that it could be anything from this might work out incidentally to be a win, but likely you can't be trading like that, which we got to see what the implications are. A lot of things could happen.
So we got a Missaria scene. You excited?
Yeah,
I mentioned that.
I'm always excited to see Missaria. She's great.
So Rhaenyra's like, "You're aware of what happened?" Says yes. And she's like, what did you have to do with the unfolding of that plan? And Missaria says she had nothing to do with it. Which is kind of like, you already know that she facilitated it, so... You know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah.
And what's she gonna do? Say like, well, yeah, but I wanted my freedom. It's like, woman...
Oh, really? Well...
Did you now?
Oh.
And so
All's forgiven.
Rhaenyra says, I know you're entwined with the usurpers. You aided them in denying my birthright. And her response, which is the same problem with the Daemon scene IMO, she says, I took profit from an inevitability, something I now regret. Like, of course
I bet you do.
Fucking do.
I bet you regret it now.
And that's what Rhaenyra says, by the way. Says,
in a different timeline where Otto is like, hey, this person's really useful. Maybe we could keep an eye on her and keep using her for stuff. I bet you wouldn't have regretted it then if it was that timeline.
Her son might still be alive had the White Worm taken different actions.
This is what I don't like about how people talk to her. She gets so much deference for no reason at all.
She gets a pass.
Yeah. It's when she says, I regret taking any, participation in Otto Hightower's awful schemes. It's like, what? That means nothing to me. You've been captured
the schemes
by the
that
other
you
team.
helped?
Exactly. It's like, what?
Oh, okay then.
And then she says, "Who are you?" And her response is, "A prisoner." And I love Rhaenyra's reaction of just, "Motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, idiot. Like, why would you say a prisoner?" It's like, yes, other than that. And she said, "I gave Daemon 2 names. That's the extent of it. I did not wish to do that much. He said it was the price of my freedom. Does he say otherwise?" Now, this is a really important line. That's the story she's given Rhaenyra. Daemon is not available, nor will he be in the next couple of hours, so to speak. So there's no way for Rhaenyra to confirm any of this. She has no idea if Mysaria, the person who sold her out to Otto Hightower, is lying to her right now. I feel like that's worth keeping in your pocket, considering everything going forward.
Yeah.
So, and the fact that she said, "Does he say otherwise?" Why would you ask that? Is it because you think that your stories wouldn't match up? Are you trying? Because let's pretend for a second that she knew full well what Daemon's plan was and facilitated it perfectly with him. Finding out how the results went, why wouldn't she say, "Hey man, I had as little involvement as possible with the information you know that I was involved"? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is exactly what a liar would tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then for her to end all of it with, "Did he tell you anything different?" is such, like, why would you say that? You need to get Daemon on the phone to confirm, you know? Anyway, she says, yeah, Daemon does, fuck off randomly, doesn't he? And she says, "You remember me now? I was the one that he was going to marry randomly in episode 3, I think it was, or 2. I think it might have been 2. It was when he stole the egg." And so Rhaenyra says, "You trade in secrets of the Red Keep. Your web runs unseen through King's Landing, and now when my enemy coils himself to strike," implying that there's things that she could do. And she says, "I can do nothing now but ask you to honor your husband's words." So this was me when I was watching. I was like, if I'm Rhaenyra, this lady ain't ever leaving Dragonstone. That's not happening. Whether she stays alive is something that we could probably discuss, but the fact that I just laid out how she could help me and then she says, "Let me go," like, after everything else you said as well, I think I think we got a little rat in Dragonstone. We got to deal with it.
It just doesn't make her come across as someone that you want to have any confidence in to do anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
And this doesn't come across as someone who I would expect to be far more shrewd, given what her past is.
No,
she'd need to be more shrewd than this.
What's so interesting to me is that Rhaenyra actually says what we're talking about next. Her next line is, "It would not serve me to set you free. At best, I lose an asset to my cause. At worst, you betray me in some foul way." Like, that is so true, Rhaenyra. You 100% on point.
That's an interesting thought you got there.
And her response is, "I have no interest in betraying you."
All right. Well, all right then. Thanks,
yeah, if you say so, then.
That's all I needed to hear.
Like, unironically trash. In terms of
I don't know what the fuck. I just don't know, man. Like,
it's so, like, crap. And she says, "I was brought to Westeros with nothing. I toiled in service. I sold my body for bread, and I had to collect confidences, made myself valuable to powerful people bit by bit, made my living, and then they all set it aflame." And she says, "Who did?" And her response is, "The Hightowers, I can only assume." She doesn't even know if the Hightowers were the ones that did what remember, Mysaria later wants nothing but revenge on the Hightowers. She doesn't know if it was Otto that got what happened. In reality, it was Larys, by the way.
When you broker between powerful houses, as it turns out, you make powerful enemies, so you don't exactly have any real position to be like, "Oh, and then they all burned it down for their perfectly legitimate grievances with me."
I hate to remind everybody of the scene, but what I'm referencing, of course, is when Larys makes Alicent aware that her primary handmaiden works for the White Worm, who is a spy master, and then she says, as she's getting her feet out, "Can you deal with this White Worm?" And Larys is like, "Probably," and then she takes her socks off, and he's like, yes, I can. And so, point being, it had nothing to do with Otto. Otto did, and you'd be like, "Yeah, but it's the Hightowers." It's like, yeah, but you understand my problem here? Like, she doesn't know what happened to
someone
her.
on that general team.
Yes. So, she should probably hate how strong, if she wants to be specific. But yes, you could hate the high towers, I suppose. But the funny thing is, if you find out someone had you killed because you were stealing secrets from their family, which is precisely what Damon and Rhaenyra were considering killing her for. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't like Missaria. I think she's a fucking moron. And she doesn't, like, look at the situation in any way that, for lack of a better term, is objective. She just sees herself as a victim constantly and is allowed to do anything.
And the story,
think it's,
unfortunately, kind of rewards her for that,
Yes.
which I don't
Yeah,
like.
that's the problem, is that the show seems to not understand. Well, it's like the show needs to find ways to justify keeping her around, and so it just relies on characters momentarily forgetting reality. The reality of their world, the reality of the actions that have been taken.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say something nice. She's pretty. Yeah,
Pretty what?
yeah, attractive.
Oh, yeah, she's an attractive lady.
That's nice.
That's nice.
So, yeah, we'll get more on this later, because Rhaenyra asked her how she got his scar, and she doesn't want to give away how it happened, so... Like I said, Adam spots sea smoke, which will likely come up later. We'll have to see what happens with that. And then we find out the rat catchers have been booped. For lack of a better term. They've been killed! Hanged! Look at them go.
Oh my goodness. Wait, all of them? But,
Well,
wait a second.
all the ones... I think they say all the ones that ever had to employ with the king, which is probably a lot of them. In King's Landing.
Oh yeah, that's right. Like all the rat catchers in the kingdom.
All the rat catchers in Westeros. Like,
Execute
Jesus.
Order 66. The rat catchers.
Oh my God.
Trying to take over the
This
Senate.
was all a ploy by Big Rat.
And, or Big Cat, I guess.
Big rat, yeah.
Big Cat.
Oh yeah.
Big Cat is like,
Cat
stop killing all
everywhere.
the fucking rats, we want to get them. So, but yes, the actual one responsible did get caught up in the selection, so there's that. And the dog looks very sad that his master is dead, but everyone was like, no, doggo. No.
No, you understand.
been-
You have a bright future ahead of you.
Yes, you'll be fine. You won't be put into a soup days later.
I'll find a
This is-
different rat catcher who appreciates my talents.
Yeah.
I'm always showing up to work on time. I don't complain. I don't even care that I don't get paid.
You know what?
But
I
he
just
was
like the
still his
company.
owner. That's a sad shot.
Yeah. And so we get the goat scene. Here it comes.
Yes.
Rushing in.
The goat.
We got they're clearing away the pieces of the board. It's entirely been removed now. Viserys' Lego set, which is really sad, but whatever, Aegon. You know, it's the thing that would make you hate Aegon the most, honestly, out of everything he could do. And yes, Otto is displeased, one could say.
Yeah.
I love the what have you done? And then he's like, He goes, the rat catchers. It's like, whoa. His performance in this scene is nothing but fucking wonderful. He does
Stellar.
Yeah.
This is brain
Yep.
crack.
Yes.
This is acting crack.
He does everything you could want, and he shows some stuff we've never seen before in terms of his perspectives that you could have assumed were a thing, but now know for sure are a thing, because he almost has no reason to express them pragmatically. He is this emotionally frustrated, which we haven't seen very many times at all. Because he's quite a smart boy, but he's at his wit's end with Aegon here, because he's done immense damage to his plans by just simply not listening to him.
Well, I think what you see spill through is that what the choice he made in terms of the public, memorial, that was something that that upset him. Like, that was not in an ideal world. That's something that he didn't want to do, but then he did it, bore the emotional repercussions for it, and then he undermines it.
Yeah, I mean, you
which
could
is like
argue
infuriating.
it's not only a gross thing to do for himself to actually conduct, but to accept, like, this is not something my daughter and my granddaughter are going to endure well. Nobody would. So
But
I think that does
he will
matter
do
to
it
him, even if he's a bit of a
because
cold
yeah.
father, you know?
But we're gonna get something from it.
Yes.
And then he undermines it completely. It's like, so all of that suffering was for nothing. You've destroyed it, and he's furious, and it's interesting to see that from Otto. Like, he's got feelings.
Oh, and by the way,
He's
yeah,
definitely got feelings.
as Goga's just highlighted, it's like they've recognized here how important it is that they've killed this set of rat catchers, but they failed to recognize how important it was to kill all those innocent people in episode 9. It's so strange because this is on point. This scene as consequence. He says he had them all hanged because the guy could not say for certain which of the rat catchers it was. He's like, idiot! And then he says, beware how you speak to the king. He says, my king is the grandson, and my grandson is a fool. And because he says, you've murdered innocent men. There are fathers, brothers, and sons that you've killed, and their wives and children gather at the gates to weep. It's just so on point.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And this is one of those quotes that it's one of those things that you can take in tandem with a lot of things that Otto have said, where it's easy to view him cynically as he just wants to get power. I think that you have to accept that there is a real strong possibility that he is genuinely concerned with the stability and welfare of the kingdom as a whole.
Yes, I actually think this is a scene where you get less emotion out of someone like a Tywin because he would be thinking almost solely about the pragmatism of it. But I think Otto is genuinely upset because of the sort of gross nature of this decision.
The senselessness
Well,
of it
just
all.
a whole bunch of innocent people are dead, and their families suffer, and it's like, why did you do this? Why would you make such a rash decision that would have these consequences? It's because you don't care about the consequences, and that's driving him mad.
It seems it informs Otto's clashes with Daemon back in the day as well, because Otto, everything has to have a point. If something is done, there has to be a reason for it.
And ego isn't acceptable as a reason.
Yeah, ego, and because I felt like it, or just anything that is random or senseless in this way, he just can't abide it. It doesn't fit into his worldview in any way that this is how people can behave.
Well, and all of Aegon's lines relate to his insecurity about how powerful he is seen as, right? He says that, because he said you've hanged innocent men. He says, yes, but one guilty one. It's like, and then he says,
not wrong.
Plot against the king, and I'll pay it back 100. He's just cut off by Otto saying, "You fucking idiot! Like, what have you done?" Like, he's trying to do his version of compensation for his essentially impotence as king. He doesn't know how to do this. He doesn't know how to feel powerful. But this made him feel powerful. This made him feel like he'd done action that accounted for what had happened. He's feeling good about it. And then the fucking hand of the king is just ripping into him, which is taking away a lot of how he felt about it, which obviously will explain why, at least partly, why he makes the decision that he does at the end of this scene. But once he says the thing about the fathers and sons and the wives and daughters and children and everything weeping, you do get a bit of a sigh from Aegon, like like he is considering it somewhat. But I would argue the mistake that's made in this scene by Otto is that he actually lets his emotions get the better of him. Because obviously Otto is super pragmatic, but had he handled this better, he likely would still have a job at the end of this scene.
Aegon does not like being antagonized, quite simply.
Firing people is something he is willing to, do.
He does want the kingdom to thrive, which you really respect him for. Like, even if he stoops to, like, using his daughter as a political pawn in sort of a creepy way. Like, he wants appropriate leadership. And also on another level, I'm very happy that Rhys Ifans found a long-term project that is worthy of his talent.
Yes.
Because I always liked the guy. And he's not in a lot of things, I don't think.
No, you're absolutely right. This is a perfect role for him.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, he's always, for me, he's always just popped up in stuff and done a good job, and that was that sort of thing. I've never had a role specifically to point to and been like, this is the one that everyone needs to see to know how great of an actor he is in a, I guess what you'd call pretty mainstream thing. But what's cool is if he gets a few more scenes like this, I think everyone's going to remember him from now on.
Has anyone seen that Keanu Reeves football movie he was in? Where he's the soccer player or European football player who becomes the kicker of the team.
Don't think I've seen that. But I've seen...
So, The Replacements, that's what it's called. It's a good movie.
I think the first thing I saw him in was Kevin and Perry Go Large. which is not
Have
a great
you-
movie.
Anyone here seen Little Nicky?
I
Yeah,
know of that movie. Haven't seen it.
He's fucking great in that film. It's not a really good film, but like he's the son of the devil, and he plays it up a lot, and he's great as kind of crazy to watch now because he's so much younger, but and he's like Reese fans are just in general is very punk in the way that he likes to approach a lot of characters, so it was always weird seeing him like this anyway for me because it's not familiar at all, but he fucking nailed it. Absolutely captures the character he's clearly meant to be playing. But anyway, he says, with your children's blood, we bought their approval. With your mother's tears, we made a bitter deal against I think he says, the deprivations to come, and you've thrown all of it away. After all I've done for you, thoughtless, feckless, self-indulgent. Like, he's actually, when he's saying these insults, you can tell he's running out of everything. He's just so done. Because what else is there to say in terms of just how much this is a fuck up? There's not much. There's no way of recovering it either.
Yeah, these are lives. You can't just unkill them.
And he said,
no token gesture will change what happened.
He said, news of Rhaenyra's monstrous crime spreads through the realm. The great houses falter. They cannot but come to our side. It's like he's saying, it was so perfect. I put everything in place.
We had a good thing, you son of a bitch.
We had dead Jaehaerys, and you ruined everything.
You've done your job and known your place.
And yes, there's this moment that everybody was fucking memeing on, which is, he says, we have to act. I wish to spill blood, not ink. Kristen Cole has acted. And he has this, like, pause, and fucking turns his face, it's like, and what has Kristen Cole done?
yeah.
Kristen's like, fuck.
Yeah, you can tell even Cole is very awkward in this scene in terms of, like, because he recognizes how intimidated the hand can be.
He's out of his element. Cole is like, I'm not. This ain't my deal. All right.
Yeah.
Your talkies this ain't. No.
And of course, Aegon thinks the pretending to be your twin plan is brilliant. I really love his delivery of it. He's pretending to be his own twin. Brilliant. It's like, and fucking Otto is just like, dear God, what stupid fucking plan is that?
He immediately jumps to his instinct reaction when he hears a plan. It's just like, oh yeah, that sounds good. Let's do it.
Oh.
And he kind of executes one in the 4th episode, but it was his own, and it was bad.
Yeah, he says, God help us all. And you get another classic Cole line. He says, it's time for the bitch queen to pay a price. Just, he always comes out with those every once in a while. He's very mad about Rhaenyra.
You got her, Cole. You got her. You know?
Yeah, like, even Aegon is like, you what, mate? What was that? Like, clearly very bad. Yeah, and he says that you were ceded to this prank without consulting me or the council. Instead of judgment, you display impetuousness and diminish us. That's the way he delivers that. It's so fucking great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calls it a prank. Which is...
A prank.
Like, this isn't a real plan. Just like this is a prank that you're pulling.
The political assassination of the enemy queen.
I love throughout this chunk of episodes that we see basically every non-Targaryen character constantly coming to terms with just who they're on the side of, like who they're working with.
Fucking insane Targaryens. Yeah, and so he does that, the ill-considered, trifling, that has this pause, and you get some of the realest Otto we have ever gotten, where he just says, do you never think of your father, his forbearance, his judiciousness, his dignity? He like,
well, it's the part of it's the part that elevated the scene so much for me, because getting Otto to really to get Otto's perspective on Viserys in this very in a way we haven't really ever seen before, was it just solidified how not just how good Viserys was and how respected it was, but insight into Otto in his goals and what he thought of this guy he served for so long, especially now that he's lost and he's gone. Viserys is dead now, so you have to deal with the world without him.
Mm-hmm.
Now that he's gone, it puts into perspective just how good of a job he really did keeping everything together.
Yeah, and I think there's an element here of he's actually coming to realize Aegon never really cared about his dad, as much as he may recognize or may not how good of a father Viserys was. He says, like, do you never think of him? It's like, the answer is no, Aegon really doesn't. And it's such a sad realization, because if he copied anything from Viserys, it would likely help in this scenario, but the reality is there's nothing. None of it has passed over. And the fact that
Yeah, I
he's...
feel like
probably
that
for most of his life, Aegon thinks of him as just the old sick man.
Yep.
In many ways, with the performance, it feels like Otto himself coming to realize just how much he appreciated what Viserys was, even for all of his faults.
I like how his anger subsides and it's all of a sudden like he's punched in the stomach when he just realizes, like, God, what a waste.
Yeah.
What a terrible waste this is.
Let's be honest, the world would be better if Viserys had not gotten fantasy leprosy, whatever that was. Everybody would be better off, even though everyone had nothing but criticisms for him. You start to sort of realize, like, oh fuck, if only he was still here. Yeah, and the fact he says this line, and it's very, like, you could argue it's probably the most vulnerable Otto's ever let himself be. He sounds destroyed, and he's talking about how much he actually appreciates him. And fucking the last line saying his dignity, and then Aegon says back, "Fuck dignity, I want revenge." It's like
not what you want to hear from
That's
the king.
where we are, right?
And he says, "My father is dead." And Otto says, "He is. We're the poorer for it." Which is like, what are you trying to say there? And he turns around and he has the fucking ultimate look of just pure disgust, which has to be brought on not just by the bad decision making, but yeah, all of the dead innocent people. It has to be. And I think a sort of realization from Otto that there's no real need to keep hiding how he feels, which again I still think is a mistake, which is in line with what I think is one of his, I don't know if I want to call it a character flaw. It's complicated because it's certainly not a moral one. Like he often oversteps where he probably shouldn't. He does it in season 1 a couple of times, and he's definitely doing it here, which is totally in line. He's fucking annoyed. But look at this face he makes. He's just like, good God, I hate you right now.
Yeah. What could that face mean?
And he's correct too, because he says he was right about you. And then Aegon's like, he made me king. And then Otto laughs and says, "Is that what you think?" And that line is super important, because that means that Otto never believed Alicent at all. He was just like, whatever, we'll take it. And it's almost more meaningful than that, because it means that Otto would have assumed that, not only from what he knew about Viserys, but what he knows about Aegon. It's like, why the fuck would Viserys want you to be king? Like, I'll never believe that, and you shouldn't either. And he's laughing at the notion. It's just like, oh fuck, that's so satisfying.
But that is a seed from which that sows the seeds of Aegon's destruction, I would say.
I think
Starting
so,
to realize that he was not, like, he's been placed here by other people.
Yep.
And gradually realizing that he's incredibly incompetent. They all think he's incompetent and prefer it if he just shut up.
Yeah, he is finding out that he is, in a way, he is a pawn.
Yes, even though he sits on even though he's the king, it's like,
he's in the big chair, but no one respects him. Like he's
and if
treated
it was
this
like
way.
this choice, right? Of like, Kristen Cole, you can be my hand. It's like, what a bad decision.
Well,
it's motivated purely by spite.
Yep. Well, and there's something else, right? So when Otto says, "You wouldn't dare," when he says, "Take it off," he says, "I have dared, and I find it quite stimulating." And I think the point that's being made there is, like, I'm having way more fun, doing silly schemes with Kristen Cole that involves actual deaths of people, which makes me feel like progress is being made, than I've ever had with you writing letters, procession funerals. Fuck that shit, it's boring. And he's like, yeah, give it to Cole, more fun. It's just, it's such a bad fucking move in so many different ways. And yeah, as you just highlighted, like, it's so much fun to watch Cole sort of doing his normal actions, right? Because part of why he did the fucking twin job is his own huge amount of guilt that has nothing to do with Aegon and his crazy plans, or even a pragmatic approach to nailing this war. More about trying to make up for all of his failures. And so to have him be like, "You're hand of the king now," by the way, it's just like, you fucking what?
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 Sorry? This is not the promotion that I was looking for.
I think when he says, "Give it to Cole," you have Cole deliver the most meek, Your Grace? Like, ever? Like, why would you do that? Why would anyone do that?
Why would you do this to me?
Yeah, and he says, in this hour you've proven yourself of more worth than 100 old men. My new hand will be a steel fist, which I quite enjoy as a line because it sums up
Yeah, it's
Aegon
a
pretty
good
well.
line. It's in the book too.
It is such a bad move, but it is such a satisfying slap in the face for him
Yeah.
to do this to Otto. Like, he's just, because he is very impulsive, Aegon. He's just loving this moment. Just, how dare you insult me like that?
He's like,
Fuck you.
haha, I fire you. Haha.
Yeah, and he is later described by Alicent as Aegon banished Otto. Because he says you're dismissed here. I don't know if that means the same thing or if he did it later, but you could tell Otto feels pretty fucking ruined by this. Because as much as he was completely right and just absolutely banging in this scene, it has cost him. Like, and whether or not he thinks that was ultimately the best move or not is to be figured out. But yeah, we'll talk a bit more about Otto soon. But what a banger scene! Just excellent shit. This is
I guess
what I'm here
Otto
for.
Otto likely left because if he didn't have a position at court anymore, he probably should be at the High Tower.
Well, so there's plenty of pragmatic reasons for it. I guess I'm saying that I wonder if he regrets this whole scene because of the power and influence he had is now lost, at least somewhat, right, of what he had before.
Probably.
As for whether or not he'd stay
I think
after it,
yes.
no, I agree. I don't think he would. He doesn't. I don't think he wants to stay just for the fact that it's fucking humiliating to stay.
Yeah.
And
What is he
he's
going to do there?
You're right. He has more use in Old Town, or as Alicent suggests, I think he might go visit the
Old
High
Town's
Garden.
I think he's gonna tutor someone, isn't he? He's gonna specifically go and be the tutor of a character.
He said he'd like to go and see Daeron, who is a book character that has not been given much yet in the show at all, other than I think 2 mentions, maybe 3. He said he'll be more willing to listen to him, and that his dragon is close to fighting age, is something someone said at some point. So I think either a end of season 2 character introduction, or probably season 3. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, Otto wants to go and get influence from that fella / go to, I think, like I said, go to see the Tyrells in High Garden was something Alicent mentioned. Anyway, after that, we get a comparably much worse scene, unfortunately. After everything that we've gone over with Miss Arya / Rhaenyra and what decisions should be made, Rhaenyra says, I don't know if I can trust you, and I sense there's danger in you, but I will keep the word of my house. If you say it was given, you may go.
Why?
That makes
Okay.
less than no sense. One of the most nonsense fucking lines ever. There's no. This was a moment, I think, when I was watching it for the first time. It was like, there's gonna be consequences for this, and what I mean by that is there's a reason they fucked up this much. Like, she's gonna be important.
There will be consequences. Don't you worry.
Well, just to be clear, what I mean is like, this won't just be a markdown in terms of poor writing for saving Miss Arya's life / not drawing all the information out of her. Those are consequences, but clearly the writers need something to happen. Don't know what it is yet, because I don't know where this story's going.
Setup.
But I was
This
like,
is a setup thing.
it's a reliable thing we've talked about on EFAP many times. Whenever something really fucking noticeably odd happens, it's like, this is to facilitate something. Don't know what it is, but something is gonna happen. And yeah, she says there's a ship for you waiting. It's bound for Mir through Pentos, and that she's going to be given passage. And she ends this whole thing with, I am not so unworldly as to let you fly free. It's like, so you're going to send one knight, and what? He's going to be with her for the rest of her life? Or do you think it's going to be hard for her to slip this night in Pentos? Like, what? What are you talking about, woman?
Some master intelligences.
I don't understand what the fuck she thought she was saying.
The Targaryens have friends in Pentos that would be taking care of her, though. They're ultimately where other Viserys and Daenerys go.
This is, well,
that's
to be fair,
is.
you're talking about the guy who they met in season 1, right?
I mean, like, it would be his ancestor, I'm sure. Like, people of the same group.
We're talking about possibly several boat rides, like stopping in all kinds of particular places. That knight is going to make sure he never leaves his sight, and that she can never speak to anybody that would have influence to... My point is, Rhaenyra said...
Oh, the journey would be treacherous, for sure, especially with their cargo.
Rhaenyra said that
extremely
there's
valuable. They're shipping nukes.
the best version of letting her go is that she loses an asset. The worst version is she loses someone who is going to actively plot against her with her enemies. There's no way sending one night with her prevents that. That's insane. Why would you ever even think
Yeah,
it?
fair enough.
And that in this world, like there's a couple of criticisms of Rhaenyra that I tend to defend on her behalf, so to speak. I'm like, no, I can see why she did that or that, and she shouldn't be rated as a shite queen or one that doesn't do anything because of this. But this is one I can't defend in any way, shape, or form. I think it's rough.
This is a toughie.
But I would have understood her executing Mysaria. I'd have been like, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, she's very dangerous to be left, especially with her history of selling your house out consistently and causing you nothing but damage under the justification that she's hungry, which turns out humans get hungry semi-regularly, so there's no reason to think she wouldn't just do it again. And I don't think her telling you, no, I'd never do it again, is acceptable. I don't think that's really that useful, IMO, when she's in your fucking prison.
See, the thing is, like, so I know what lies are.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that one.
So this really gets in the way of a lot of the stuff involving this side plot line. Like, I know what lies are, and you're probably doing one of them.
And for the record, like I said, I wouldn't kill her. I would get every last piece of information out of it, and I probably would be interested in trying to get her to work for me. I would never
You've
let
shown
her...
the capacity
Yeah.
to get in that position, so like that's valuable to me. I just have to be like, look, I need to make sure that you're on my team to the point where once we're like squared away,
Yeah.
I want to give you a job, but we're gonna have to work to get to that point. Understand?
Give me some accomplished objectives because of your information. And
You want to bring in a
that
little
will be a better way
whiteboard.
to make your case.
You know the fuck around find out whiteboard meme.
little white.
You need the not fucking with and getting rewards, thing, and be like, see if you fuck with me in a good way. I mean, you got one on the board. If you do it twice, ooh, that's even better. And then 3 times, oh man, that's a pattern. That's what we call that. And then like 4 times, you'll have graduated from I won't torture you to I won't torture you to I'll keep you in a nice cell to I'll keep you, you can walk around,
Yeah, you can have a
to
room.
you can elevate to maybe a member of my council. Wouldn't that be crazy? But I'm going to need a lot of benefits first. You must understand that because you have been a thorn in my family's side for some time. But we didn't even get that. We just got her saying, yeah, I'll let you go. Oh, okay.
Nah.
Yeah.
What a
Should've
pity,
been
because
not
the thing is, where all this goes, I think you could have done that storyline, and it would have worked way better than what they do. What they do
I
here
think
is
so.
a
It
fast
would've-
track.
Yeah, it would have given us a long progress on her doing things and being an asset for, Team Black, and you can use
Mhm.
her at different intervals for facilitating events.
And she doesn't even do a thing of like, okay, you're letting me go, so because of that, I want to let you know something as a thing of like, thank you. She doesn't even do that. She just lets it go. So, I guess we see the repercussions of that immediately. It's not even like later, It's like now that has happened,
It's like 10
this will
minutes
happen.
later.
Yeah, in universe, but for us it's
In
instant.
universe. Yeah.
So Sir Eric, the one that's conducting the twin plot. I don't know at this point if I should just describe all of the events and then we
Yeah, do it.
You should just
do it
do
that
your
way.
thing.
we're gonna go through it all and then we'll go through it all. So this will be the quick version. She's going down the beach and she spots Sir Eric in his Kingsguard outfit. He's moving on up in the armor and he goes in and tricks the front doorsmans into thinking he's Sir Eric. Goes into the castle and carefully avoids being spotted at the same time as his twin. Gets into Rhaenyra's room after figuring out who's on guard and trying to get them out of the room. He unfortunately is unable to complete his assassination because his brother comes into the room, which I think we're supposed to believe it's because Mysaria has tipped him off. She managed to get the information back before he would have completed the assassination. They fight, and Sir Eric kills Sir Eric and then kills himself. And Rhaenyra makes it out, though not unscathed. I think she hurts her hand. So, we can talk about the good and the bad, because there's plenty.
Well, so the bad already is like, oh, you're just walking out and he's there in his king's, like his full set of armor.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's a bit sus. Yeah, it is. It's so sus. Why would he do that?
That's big sussers. That's what we call a
to-
stupid thing to do.
So yeah, you gotta bear in mind here, this is a very odd choice from him, because boats coming in and out on Dragonstone, there's not a lot, and I wouldn't be surprised if the harbor has people who are familiar with the state of who's in and out of the place in general. What I'm saying is, you gotta be a little careful, because things can give you away pretty easily. Now, number one thing that might give you away is wearing incredibly special armor. You might think, well, he's just going to tell everybody that he's Sir Eric. Like, yeah, that's not going to work great if everyone knows that Sir Eric is here right now. You're going to be like, what do you mean? You never
Why are you
left.
coming off the boat? Yeah, what's the deal?
And then he'd be like, where did you go? And he's going to be like, you know, I went fishing, or I went, whatever thing he comes up with, they're going to be like, that's really weird, bro. And I don't believe you. They'd be
Bro,
like,
what did you
"Yeah,
say?
well,
What did you say, bro?
I guess he's just going to
Oh,
have to brute force it and hope that nobody is at the dock / the harbor. Nobody sees him along the way. That's just like, why are you here? What are you doing? What are your orders? Why aren't you up there where I know that you should be? What I'm trying to say is, he's a bit of a moron. He should have packed up his armor in a big old sack. He should have made himself look completely commoner. Been like, oh, geez, I'm visiting Dragonstone to help with, you know, blah, blah, blah. Just one of these guys. See, there's lots of these old people here just doing their thing.
Just some guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he can manipulate his hair in any way, shape, or form that he wants. Quite long, put it in front, put it around, make some, do the layer hair, It'll really distract people if he does that. He won't look at all like the person he's going to be impersonating. And so what you would do then is when you get up to the entrance to the castle, go behind a rock and just change into your actual uniform, and then pop out and be like, hey fellas, how you doing? I'm who I am. And at that point, the risk of the plan is as expected. I get at that point it's still risky, but that is the plan, is to hopefully trick people into thinking you're the twin for as long as you can get a kill on Rhaenyra. Now, we bring all of this up because it would have been clever of him, or rather normal of him, to have made these choices. Because he didn't, Missaria obviously spots a Kingsguard that looks kind of like Sir Eric. I'm going to confuse this now. Basically, the one that should be where she just was, because she was just speaking to him. So that doesn't make sense logistically. And then she, unfortunately, is one of the only people on this fucking planet, and I'm not kidding when I say that, who has unique information to know he's actually one of a twin. So instead of when a normal person sees a person in one place and then sees them in a place they'd almost think was impossible, what the brain will do is tell them, yeah, but
Oh no.
what do you expect? They didn't teleport, so they must be them. And you're like, yeah, okay. But she has unique information, so she can be like, wait a minute, that could be the twin. And if it is the twin, he's loyal to the other family. Oh my god, an assassination attempt is about to be conducted.
And she does nothing.
What, man, lucky, that she saw that.
Yeah, if you haven't grasped what we're trying to get at here, this is incredibly lucky.
Lucky that she was let go. Lucky that she was walking past. Lucky he was wearing his armor instead of a better disguise. Not amazing.
I mean, realistically,
succeeded
I think
if not for that.
you're initially, to defend against this too. You should probably just immediately tell Sir Eric to shave his head once he joins the Blacks. Like, just be like, hey, we got to have you not looking exactly like your brother. No beard either. Or do a
You're not wrong
weird,
about that, but I would
hard-to-style mustache.
I will at least have allowed them that. But this was way too far, especially because, as we know, if not for this, he would have killed Rhaenyra. I would say it's like a 99% chance he would have done it. And that is what we call consequence. Which I was very sad to see, because I knew something was going to happen as a result of the bad writing with the White Worm. And I was like, oh shit, this is what it is. She prevents an assassination. Damn. And I think this is what everyone was referring to at the beginning of assessing this episode, that there are some high highs. But does this low low beat out all of the lows from the previous episode? Because,
man,
This low's really bad.
The scene with Otto is really good. It really is. It's one of my
agree.
Well,
favorite.
the question is this the
show.
lowest
think-
low?
I think 2 achieves like a slight place above 1 off the basis of its highs, and I'm thinking about it more now because man, I hate this ending.
I do too, because there's so many reasons you can get around this. It's you just got to be a bit more creative with how we approach it, and we can fix almost everything. But this was fucking lazy, man.
It feels like it's really not difficult for it to not go this horribly.
Just to make sure everyone is clear, episode 3, I want to say, confirms that it was Missaria raising the alarm that saved Rhaenyra. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't she saw him but didn't actually do anything about it. She not only is the one that raises the alarm which saves her, she actually gets a job thanks to that. Which is another fucking consequence that annoys me. In any case, he's in. And he does move through pretty carefully. I'm relatively satisfied with that. I think that works. And I quite like that he looks in on Rhaenyra's room and he spots that on the other end of the room there's a doorway with a Kingsguard. He moves around to there first after locking the other side. Takes him off duty and then goes in himself. Kind of planned out perfectly. And he would have got her too if it wasn't for that rascally white worm and her pet dog who fucked everything up. Anyway,
Is
well,
it okay if I
I gotta
explain
say
some-
as well, by the way, like the fight with the whole like, I seriously was wondering. It's like, are you actually going to do the "which one do I shoot" meme? Like, are you serious?
they
I was waiting
almost
for it.
kinda did. Almost kinda.
They almost
They did it in
because,
a way
like,
that made sense. Where like there's
um,
like, well, the guy comes in and he's like, oh shit, like where he's kind of like stunned and weird to see a guy fighting himself, but then it would be cleared up very quickly because one of them has information the other doesn't have. But that
Yeah.
initial like, oh shit, what kind of moment is as
I-
far as you could get with it, and as far as it should probably go.
I think it's no, like I think genuinely. So what happened was at first I was like, oh, thank God, it looks like they're not going to do that. But then as the fight started happening, I'm like, dude, this is
Yeah,
like in
I was having trouble.
it's like in Family Guy when you remember Evil Stewie.
Yeah.
You remember how like they had a clone of Evil Stewie, and then Stewie and Evil Stewie had a fight, and like throughout the fight, they were basically making it harder and harder to ascertain who was the who was regular Stewie and Evil Stewie. And it's like this felt like the same thing as the fight's going on, and they're getting cuts and bruises and stuff, and they're switching places. You're like, oh shit, are you seriously gonna do like the "which one do I shoot"? Where you
Oh,
don't
yeah,
know
bro,
who's who.
It's Brian literally says that. It's like, oh god, not this thing.
It's a meme. It's a meme. It's a meme that I remember it was in I think my favorite version of the joke was I don't know if any of you remember Ed's World. Do you remember does anybody here watch Ed's World? The like
No.
Flash animation?
Watch some of
Doesn't
it.
ring a
Damn.
bell to me. Sounds familiar.
So there was a Santa Claus, so it was like evil Santa, and
Oh,
there was
okay,
an
yeah, I
episode
know
where
what this
they went to the North Pole because Santa Claus had like captured Santa Claus, and they get into like his evil base, and Santa, you got to bear in mind, he's like a kind of grayish green skeleton man, and Santa is Santa. He's a big fat, just big old plump Santa. And then he says like, well, how can you stop me if you can't recognize? And he just swaps their hats. So like it's obvious who they are. And then Tom's like, oh no, which one do I shoot? He's just got a gun for no reason out of nowhere. It's like that's what I always think of when I think of which one do I shoot, because it's such a trope. Like it's such a meme.
Yeah.
I also
Okay.
think Sir Eric totally had the ability to just be like, Rhaenyra, you were wearing a purple dress yesterday.
Gotta mention this. We're not going to talk about it for beyond a minute maybe, but apparently it is true, so I just checked. An assassination attempt just got conducted on Trump.
Oh
Mhm.
shit!
Yeah, I saw something about
What?
that. on
Holy
Twitter.
shit, that's not good.
Apparently he's okay,
no.
but he's like there's blood on his face when he comes back up. And
Holy
shit.
shit!
Not
Holy
violence,
crap,
not good. Everybody,
really?
no matter what your political allegiances are.
No,
Jesus
of course
Christ,
not.
please.
That's crazy. And we
Do they know
will get
which
back
one
to
did
talking
it?
about our nerdy fantasy show, but I'm just saying that like it would be impossible not to acknowledge that just fucking happened.
Damn.
Yeah, we're gonna be hearing about that.
Well, yeah, like I said, probably not going to talk about it, just acknowledging it because chat was wondering if we knew. So that's terrible, and we'll just we'll carry on talking about the funny twin fight. Even though I was actually going to say this part is actually kind of good of this whole thing.
What
Yeah.
which portion of the fight? Like the fight itself and the ending?
Well, so I was going to say I think Rags, did you say at one point you kind of wish there was more for the twins when this sort of completed the
Yes.
story?
I think the twin stuff should have lasted a bit longer as the conflict grew on. And I wish that we got more of them doing their things at their respective places and wondering about, the conflict that led them to be, enemies. And I feel like we could have just done more with this concept of, the two twins when in the fighting for different sides.
I'm inclined to agree that the way I see it is like, good God, the potential here is enormous. The fact that they, grew up and trained together to become King's Guard, that would have been meant everything to them and their family, right? And then they split based on their allegiances of what I think is actually pretty justified, that one of them stays with what they believe is their duty to the royal family, and the other one moves out because he believes, morally speaking, it's wrong to stick with the people who he thinks are morally depraved, right? The Greens at that point, certainly Aegon. And so having them have this conflict over it is like, I think there was loads to mine out of this if they wanted to.
It's
but
thematically potent,
Well, so I was going to get to that. Like,
Pitt's brother against it's the ultimate like Civil War tragedy. The idea that brothers have to, families can be split, brothers have to fight brothers.
The payoff here is still pretty good, and of course, I think it should be seen as we're doing stuff with all the main characters. So this is us doing something with the secondaries, and it's still pretty potent, I would argue. But I could totally understand wanting more for them. What I was going to say is that the fight itself is pretty good in the sense that the way they get injured respects the way their armor should work. So that's fun. Like they get each other on parts that isn't armored or between. Both of the kill shots are underneath the plate of their chest. So
yeah,
you like to see that instead of it just the armor doesn't work. Obviously, Game of Thrones, as part of its deterioration, the armor stopped working at certain points, which was a little bit annoying. Especially because Game of Thrones Season 1 has a fight where, specifically because of how armor works, it allows a character who is, at least, you'd think maybe he wasn't going to win otherwise. Like, his armor gets him the upper hand in a fight. Which, they never fucking do that in these things. Like, rarely ever does the armor mean they win. But it's fun.
When it's right there, a huge determinant.
Kind of just there to be like, well, yeah, people in medieval times wear armor
for a reason.
It's like, yeah, why?
It's
why?
I don't like it when it's one of my biggest problems with Star Wars. It's like it's armor. It's not. They treat it like it's a uniform, so I can tell what side you're on. But no, it's like it's supposed to be armor.
Yeah, because people are talking about it. It's Jorah Mormont's fighting a Dothraki, and he shoves the arrow into his side, but he just locks it in because it hits his armor, and it's just at that point he's helpless, and he just hits him with the sword into his face. It's the kind of shit, like I said, you could create so many payoffs from it, but they rarely ever, and when I say they, I just mean storytellers, they rarely ever use the armor to do stuff like that. But this
Armor
fight
is very important.
Like I said, sort of respects it, and as the fight goes on, the injuries get worse and worse and worse, and you get some back and forth, like I think he says, we were born together, and he says, you parted us, I still love you, brother. And it's like, oh, this is sad. There's nothing else to be done here. They're both, it's like immovable object meets unstoppable force sort of thing. So,
big sad.
Yeah, and
well, yeah, thematically, it was already mentioned, but thematically, this shouldn't be happening. The only reason that this is happening is because of a variety of societal pressures that have forced a confrontation between two people who don't want to fight each other. But they have to. And the result is that they both end up dead as a consequence, which feels like, that's the point, right, of the show, is that ultimately the fight will destroy the family. Will destroy the family completely.
Yeah, it's
even a victory can be counted as a loss.
Thematically appropriate in microcosm, and everyone recognizes how awful it is, but it can't be stopped. It's like already done. Yeah, and so he kills. I think there was some confusion of which one was victorious, and I think a lot of people would have assumed that's something they'd want to work with. I saw it discussed at one point that whoever remained could be motivated to kill themselves anyway, no matter if it was the one loyal to Rhaenyra or not. But he does refer to her as Your Grace, so I assume...
Yeah, that was what I thought as well. I thought it was whichever one was hers. It's Eric, right?
Eric.
I think Eric, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so too.
So, yeah, that's the assumption, and he kills himself, which is fucking rough.
In a sense, that was the thing that recovered from, seriously, like... That was the opposite of what I thought was going to happen in terms of the whole which one do I shoot deal.
Yes.
That it's like, it just ends anyway, that they're both dead. It's like, oh, I was not expecting that. Good job. You got me seriously worried. Like, that you were actually going to have it be like, oh, who knows? Maybe he's the infiltrator. and maybe he'll be working behind the scenes to subvert them. It's like, no, that's you can't be doing that, okay? Like,
considering that,
What
you
if
might
each
actually
twin-
just kill him anyways, just to be safe.
I have a better idea. Each twin was simultaneously given a secret mission to pretend to be the other. So,
Trading
so
places,
each twin
right.
arrives
Trap
at the other
assassination.
place and is instantly discovered because they aren't supposed to be
Yeah,
there.
that'd be
Both
hilarious.
sides, they just say to them, you're returning from your mission. you
Yeah,
know?
then he's like, yes, it went
Yeah.
well.
Really well.
And they both say, "Oh, it turns out my twin died in an accident, so I can't possibly, I can't pretend to be
Oh, yeah,
them."
Well, they both say, I was successful, I killed my twin, and I'm back. And then it's like, how long can I keep this going?
That
Probably
would
at
be
least a
funny if
little
it did that beat at the end of Thriller where he looks into the camera and he's got yellow eyes.
Can I talk a
Or,
bit how
I was actually thinking of a different meme. I was thinking like it could be because obviously the mission, it's like, oh shit, you're in a lot of trouble at this point. He's like, I need to go to the bathroom, and it's like in The Simpsons when Krusty tells Fat Tony he needs to go to the bathroom, runs away, and you can hear the sound of an airplane taking off.
Do they do a
He's
bunch
not
of?
back
It's like
in,
it's like they do
five-
car and then or the
They
taxi.
do opening
Yeah.
the door and then closing the door, then getting in a car, then driving to the airport, and then the plane taking off. And then I think it cuts to like nighttime off. Oh wait, or am I mixing that up with the McBain one?
I can't remember, but
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
a
I'm
bunch
trying
of,
to remember too.
bunch of sounds.
I think I remember him saying something to the effect of like, "Let's wait a little longer just to be sure."
Yeah.
But I was gonna ask though, can I talk a bit about how this scene goes down in the book, or do you guys not want to know?
No, I think that's fine.
Yeah, go for
I'm
it,
sure
you know?
you know what things not to say in case it regards anything. in the
Yeah,
future.
like I'm only going to be talking about the brother versus brother fight.
Mm-hmm.
So the interesting thing about it is this is one of the facts that's disputed by two of the different sources, and I think it was the Maester that his account says that it went down pretty much the way that it did here, except they just both kind of stab each other at the same time, like right away. But all the things that they said are like line for line almost. And in Mushroom's version, in Mushroom's like the jester dude, the little dwarf guy, he says that they were like, brother, like I will kill. It's like the total opposite, where they were like, this was the fateful battle between brothers who hated each other, and like one was gonna live, one was gonna die, and they both ended up dying. I always thought that was kind of funny.
Well, so that's the thing about what everyone has said. It's the continuity isn't necessarily changed or broken because there are accounts of events. I do find that interesting. And Gary was saying he way prefers this format for storytelling. I think Ryan said the same. That because I mean, I don't know if we've come across anything that we would have this perspective on in terms of like movies we covered on EFAP, but having a person telling the story and thus it means that none of it is concrete, it's just from poor memory, can be pretty frustrating to get invested in, I guess.
Yeah, like am I supposed to doubt everything that happens? Like that's fun for a few things, but when it's everything, kind of wears out its welcome.
I think most of the events in Fire and Blood are pretty clearly set in stone. The thing that's really up in the air is like the motivations and how it exactly happened down to like the the events and dialogue and things like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting comparison. It's just it's not quite the same as like the Game of Thrones books, I guess, in comparison. What I was going to say though is as much as we've been laughing a little bit, it is a very fucking traumatic scene. Really quite sad.
Yeah,
and
yeah, it is.
Oh,
sad.
yeah,
It's
very
tragic.
tragic.
It's a fucking tragedy. Absolutely.
once again, watching both of them kill each other and then Rhaenyra's reaction, just utter fucking despondent dismay, sorrow, just this, why has any of this happened?
There's plenty going on with this fight, like rampaging around in Rhaenyra's personal space, ostensibly, while
Yeah.
she's helpless to do anything but watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
because the
wind
back door
brings
is
the whirlwind sort of.
back door's locked, and so they just have to watch and wait for one of them to be victorious. Because as the other Kingsguard said, he just doesn't know which one's which, so he can't really help.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, geez, what a
Because-
shitty position to be in if you're that guy, Like, fuck me. Like, your job's to protect her, and there's these two guys fighting, and one's trying to kill her, and one's trying to stop it, and you're like, fuck, shit.
Which gives us the Alicent and Otto scene next up. which he says it's ignorance and vanity. You know as well as I do that Aegon needs to be kept in check, as does Sir Criston, the two of them together. And then she says Kristen's devotion can't be questioned. But if it does come to war, and he says he's ensured it, which I imagine he's obviously talking about the twin thing here, because that's just a guarantee. Which I think is interesting, comparing his choice to do it at the end of Season 1. A similar plan, but I have to imagine it's because he doesn't believe this will work. While it would have worked maybe before, because it would have been complete surprise, right? They didn't even know that Viserys had died. So it's an interesting comparison that Otto would think this is retarded, because all it will do is sort of add to their side of the war, if you know what I mean. Like, they can claim like they sent an assassin in the night to kill me, because he just doesn't believe they would be successful. So that it's just like, yeah, the war is all but started. It just needs some kind of official push. And he says they wish now not for the good of the realm, but for petty satisfaction of vengeance. Which, yeah, it's just an interesting carving out of exactly what kind of character Otto is. He says so he's going to go to Old Town, or he'll be doing something in I think where the Tyrells in High Garden. I can't remember if that's called the Reach, or is that the? How's your geography on this, Mark, Theo? Where are they at? I forget. There's all the
I really
I
fucked
have
up my
no idea.
geography earlier in the episode, so I'm too afraid to say. I might be really wrong.
Chat will help me out eventually, I'm sure of it. But yeah, that's likely where he's going to be heading. And Otto doesn't show up in episodes 3 or 4. It's horrifying. It's like,
sad.
how dare you?
Why are we here?
Yes, it is the Reach. There you go. So yeah, he actually Alicent says while he's gone, she's going to speak sense to Aegon. His blood will cool, and in time, Otto may yet be able to return. Like, clearly showing how much she's going to try and get this to work. She's invested in him and stuff, which I think he takes really well. And he takes her hand and says, "The young are peacocks, all shrieking in feathers, but we will yet prevail and bring forth peace. I believe it, as long as you and I hold fast." And it's such a nice moment for them, but something else happens, and this has had a lot of discussion as to what exactly it means. She like sort of tries to take a breath and chokes on it and says she's sinned, and then he says, I do not wish to hear of it." And she has a distinctly sad reaction to that and leaves the room. So, what do you guys think of that?
I got a few thoughts, I suppose. It's like it's conflicting. Is that a case of it feels like this is for as much as it was trying to be the both of them kind of mutually building each other up, that there's still that fundamental disconnect, right? Of like she can't talk to him.
Yeah, she wants to confide in him. She wants to talk to
And
him.
he won't let her.
Maybe there's an element of it doesn't matter what bad you've done. It doesn't change anything. We still have to do what we need to do.
So
it almost
Go ahead.
seems to me, Otto, like misconstruing what she means there. Almost to me, like she wants like absolution, in essence, but I'm not sure if that's the way he interpreted what she meant.
So the two big takes on this were, one, he's once again in a moment where they've connected more than ever, almost, on the strategy and the assessing the situation, and the fact that she's saying she's going to do what she can to get him back, and that they're a team, and that she feels comfortable enough to start expressing to him what she's failed to do, as she, he is her father, and he fails miserably and says, "Nah, I don't want to be doing that shit. I've got enough on my mind." The other interpretation is that she comes to him with this, and he's saying to her, by saying what he said, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. There is no sin that makes it so that we shouldn't conduct the jobs that we're doing. And that in a sense, that is him reassuring her that you shouldn't, take this to be what it is. I value the perspective. I think it's interesting, the second one, but I don't believe it for a fucking second. There's two reasons. One, because of how I feel about Otto as a character and everything they've told us about him so far, and the family dynamic that we have. But two, you guys remember what happens next?
Specifically,
like the next scene.
No,
The next scene is her going to Cole.
Well, yes, there's one scene in between, which is she goes to Aegon's room where he's crying his eyes out, and she does nothing. She just leaves.
Oh yeah, that's
Mhm.
right.
So
Well, she does worse than nothing. Or I mean, yeah, you're right. I'm mixing it with something else. Yep, you're right.
So my point of view on that means that that they had a really strong moment here, and Otto could provide her desperately what she needs emotionally. But my take is that he's like, for fuck's sake, just stop. I don't want to hear about how you've done stuff that's wrong. Just stuff it down and get on with your job. Because ultimately, we're pretty sure that he knows as well. He picked up like hints and shit, and it's just like, I don't want to know that my daughter is fucking up. Just get shit done. We don't need to talk about it. Which to me lines up perfectly with his parenting approach. We don't do that shit. And then of course to show that scene right after, to me is the storytellers showing me that the consequences of his choice of parenting with Alicent is now reflected down into who is the most powerful person on in the world. Which is that Aegon's actions are arguably a direct result of his inability to control his emotional state. He's not been shown love or support in the serious aspects that he needs to be. And this is a perfect example. She is currently tumbling. She was not given help by her father. She sees her son crying his eyes out over the loss of his son. And she decides, after a little bit of time, to just, I can't deal with this. I don't know how to. I've got my own shit. I'm going to go fuck Cole to feel better about my life.
As we all would.
Well, that's the thing. I actually think it's kind of brilliant. But
I think so too.
I don't believe the interpretation that Otto was like, "Don't worry, you're okay." I don't even get that from what her reaction was. I feel like she was really upset with his choice to not help her out, and then to show her just doing it the same thing to her son, and then indulging with Cole, because that's what this is, right? It's a vice. It's trying to escape from the reality that both of them fucking suck. Both Cole and Alicent are doing this to feel better about their lives, even for a split second. They
Yeah, they both want to escape, and they both see relief in each other just to
It's
get out of what
it's just
they're
the peak
feeling.
of unhealthy. She's like hitting
Yeah.
him.
It's so toxic.
It's
so toxic.
It's like they hate fucking each other. You're like, guys,
Yeah.
maybe it's time for a change. I don't know.
Got an addiction, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and of course, this way of dealing with her trauma, I guess, Alicent, if it had come out in the sense of being able to discuss this with her father and him to assure about the person that she is, this is just something that doesn't get offered between them. And like I said, it's been supported throughout all the stuff we've seen. Every scene that they share, it's never really a loving scene. It's always tactical. And then meanwhile, almost every scene with Rhaenyra and her children, especially Jacaerys, it's always very loving. There'll be work to do, but there's always a sense of respect.
She really does care about them a lot, and she's willing to take time out of her day to ensure that.
Which
especially when
closes
she
episode 2.
Carry on.
I was just gonna say that's the end of episode 2.
I think episode 2 I like more than episode 1.
I mean,
I would say that
the two scenes, the Rhaenyra Daemon one and the Otto Aegon one, are fantastic. Hard to ignore, you know.
I think it is better enough of the time.
Yeah, same.
Well, it's like slightly above, I guess. But
Yeah.
are they both ranking as solid, or would you want to go up or down on that?
I don't know. How does quite good compare to solid?
You know what? I don't know. I just made.
I have definitions for.
I have a bunch
tiers?
of positive and negative descriptors in my head, and I don't know how they relate to each other. You know, I don't know what would be up from solid or down from solid.
Well, I'd say
bad is down from solid, but
I'd say that it's when I say solid, I guess what I'm thinking about in my head is that these are absolutely the kind that I was looking for. Could be better for sure, but I'm happy.
Yeah.
The primary issues I took with both episode 1 and 2, and we'll get to the kind in 3. They're all like logistical fuck ups, and then there's one I would argue in Massaria. She's like a character that's a fuck up almost entirely. The thing is,
Yeah,
there's
her
not much to
presence in the
lose there
show.
because I've never liked her. I've always just been like, that's who she is, and now I don't like her because of how much the show is bending over backwards to take care of her.
Yep. It just makes
Uh,
it more frustrating to keep around.
I didn't
Yeah,
get a
so-
chance to point it out, but someone in the chat said Rhaenyra kept her around because her plot armor could be valuable in the war. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
You're quite protected by the universe. If you could be on my team, that would probably be pretty useful.
It's a shame about the twin getting discovered thing because it feels like the writers were unnecessarily focused on having that, I guess, poetic beat of Rhaenyra leading to her own, or like she lets the girl go specifically so she can spot the guy, and then that's what like ends up stopping it. Like this beat of Rhaenyra inadvertently protecting herself. I don't think that was necessary to have. And like the way, like if the writers want to have it so the assassination gets stopped, there's a lot of different ways you can do that, and a lot of better ways. Like you can set up anything.
Yeah.
Potentially.
You have all the pieces that you need. It's how they've been moved and interacted with one another that it's disappointing. You know they could do better. You know they could do better. So how did this kind of, you almost want to say, slip through the cracks if it weren't so prominent what the issues are? You know, how is this the way? So,
It strikes me similarly to Andor in that respect, where just from time to time there's just a lack of concern for plot logistics. Logistics
Yeah.
that a lot of people seem willing to say don't matter that much, but they're pretty important. You know, the plot is a chain of cause and effect.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, a good start. The reason I'm saying it like this is because, I'm sorry, chat, but I've come to realize that this took a little longer than expected, as does every single fucking time we do anything.
doesn't it every
Yeah,
single
every
single time.
time.
I
Talking
well,
about Resident
genuinely.
Evil.
How long did we talk about Arcane collectively? Like all
Ooh.
up across those 3 streams? Was it like 30
God.
hours?
That was a very, very, very long time. I don't know why. Like, I delude myself all the fucking time. When I was writing the notes for this, I was like, I think we'll probably get through. There's some scenes here that I don't even have much to say about.
Yeah, that was like 29 hours or so on Arcane if you count the
29.
the Marcus one.
Good
I wasn't on
lord.
those episodes, but I have spent a lot of time trying to talk people into watching Arcane because I did love
Oh,
it
we
also.
loved it. So this makes some sense because it's the anti-Rings of Power, if you remember, and those we had. I want to say that was 2 per episode, right? Rings
2
of Power?
per episode,
Yeah.
yes.
And that's
No,
probably
2
going to
per
happen when that starts back up as well. But it was funny. This kind of presents an issue for me because we've got so many episodes to do, and we're about to hit the anniversary. It's like we got to get them all out of the way, so to speak, because
Yeah.
next
Turn the
week's is already
anniversary
booked.
into the hot
So
episode.
it's like, when are you going to do the next 2 episodes of House of the Dragon? It's like, we'll figure it out. Hopefully, obviously, we can get this team back because I've thoroughly enjoyed talking this through.
We do a midweek pre-record, but I guess if everyone wants to be in chat, then we shouldn't.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be mad if we suggest doing anything offline, right?
Is that the idea to do it in the middle of the week?
Oh, so
before-
well,
Yeah,
first
sometimes.
of all, because people are saying like, why not carry on? So Rags has got to go, and then
I do.
we've-
Yes, I've got to head out. I got family in town and stuff is happening, so I need to go.
And then of course we have Mark is going to need to go.
Yeah.
Relatively, like he won't be able to get through episode 3. And let's be honest, all of us are probably going to want to discuss episode 4 if
I
one
have
of
to
them.
go
is
to
discussed.
Toronto to meet a friend
Yeah.
from Montreal, so I would feel really bad if I was like, yeah, I'm not going to come because yeah, he drove like 5 hours.
And so, with that in mind, it feels to me like it's just more appropriate to pace them out. And someone just said, "Do the boogie one offline," as if you'd forgive us if we did the boogie
You
one offline.
say that, but you would be unhappy.
You would be
You
so
would.
mad at us for that. You'd post all the Mall of Rage emotes. You'd be doing that all day, every day. So, like, do not fret. You will get more Hot D in future because there's only 4 episodes out right now. So in theory, by the time we get around to the next set, we're slowly catching up.
We can catch
In-
up.
in
We
theory.
can catch up.
Yes.
Yes, in theory. A game theory. But yeah, we can.
I'll figure it out, I swear. But like I said, next week, which I'll be working on throughout the week now, is making a fucking compilation for us to I was about to say respond to, but more so react to. with a whole team of boogie experts. They're going to be making a
Boogie,
return.
boogologists.
Boogologists. Gonna be very, very fun, I'm sure of it. But if you want to see, up-to-date coverage of Hot D, Gary is doing weekly streams in which I participate. Sometimes with a Shad, sometimes with a Frongo, sometimes with, I'm not sure if other people are jumping on at some point. They very well may be. But also Ryan. We typically go for 3 hours and we just talk about the episode. So if you want to know what I consider to be the pros and cons of this stuff as it's coming out, you can check it out there. But for now, you'll have to be satisfied with the first 2, and we'll do more in future. Like I said, hopefully with this team if they're up for it. But for now,
I feel like episode 4 is going to be a long one, like for discussion.
Probably.
I would imagine. Well, and who knows? By the time they hit 5, 6, 7, I imagine 8 might. They've crushed a season of 10 into 8, so in theory it would be more dense with events. But who can say? As per usual, really appreciate the joining us for this long. Obviously, everyone
Yes,
here.
thanks
and
very
chat,
much, guys.
and for sending us the kind donations we are getting to them. Me, Fringy, and Rise. You don't understand how
We are
sheer
catching
amount.
up. Absolutely.
Like, if I could try and explain briefly, I'm doing with Fringy the Acolyte episodes, which in and of themselves just eat out 2 days of every week themselves to get them done as fast as we do them. So then if you add that on top of, I'm trying to work on getting us prepared for these EFAP episodes, which, depending on if it's a breakdown of like a TV show, it could be really long if they're hour-long episodes. And then the organization for just launching all of these different things, as well as I missed when I was supposed to put out the latest EFAP movies. That will I say this is so big. If Goga manages to remind me while I'm awake, I will get it out on time this Wednesday.
You hear that, Goga? Your fault.
Yes, absolutely. It's I think Season of the Witch is the next one with I want to say, which one's the one after that? It was in the trailer. You guys know, I'm sure. It's going to be Wednesday, and then we're trying to get the catch-ups done. We've got another EFAP episode recorded that was a really long recording, and it's a fun idea, I think, but I don't want to tell you about it until it's sorted out in editing, so that I make sure. I literally say at the beginning, we don't even know if this will release, so that's another thing I'm working on. What I'm trying to say is there's lots of stuff happening. We're trying to get to everything. It's all in a big queue, but for now, hopefully you enjoyed a bit of celebration, a bit of positive coverage of media, because you don't do it enough.
Good stuff.
Because we're Hot D enjoyers.
Yes, we
Liking
definitely
things is
are.
fun.
We love Hot
hotter than a
D.
good tea.
But before we go, hey John, do you want to tell people what you're up to, where they can find you?
John Graham on YouTube, RB and the Chief, Hard Justice, my Halo Reach show. Yeah, been taking a break for a while, but I'm gonna get started up pretty soon again.
You've been jumping onto some streams here and there, though, at least, right? Chatting with Metal about things, I would assume. Did you just jump on the Blade ones at all?
Oh no, I didn't do Blade.
Damn. They did Blade 2.
John,
Are they going to do
should've
Blade
invited
Trinity?
you.
I'd imagine you guys will.
We are going to do Blade Trinity. I'm not looking forward to it for the same reasons.
Hey, it's probably okay.
That might be kind of interesting. It has
might
been
be
a
a
while since
seed
I've
you
seen
like
it,
about
and
it.
comic book movies have gotten pretty bad, so maybe it'll be like Spider-Man 3, where you watch back and it's like, well, it's not great, but it's also better than a lot of stuff that's come out.
Yeah,
lately.
bad in the
Yeah.
2000s is a different kind of bad to now.
Different beast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But
Blade 1 and 2 are awesome, though. I strongly recommend going back and watching those.
they're great.
They're both a lot of fun.
But yes, a huge library to check out on John CJG on YouTube. Mark, what are you up to lately? Where can people find you?
I'm chipping away at the Radon fight, because tomorrow I'll be talking about Shadow of the Erd Tree on Metal's Forge
Oh,
with Metal
boy.
and Theo. And I think we have another guest now, but I've not met him, and I don't want to misremember his name and get it wrong. But or her, actually. I've only seen text. But yeah, so that's kind of the next thing I'm doing. I'm also working on a video of Hades 1 and 2, which are very good games that you should play.
Oh,
and
shit.
you might find my voice in the first episode of the Hard Justice reboot. As
Well,
well as
I will-
others on this
Wow.
panel.
You did a really good job
right.
on that, by the way.
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate
Yeah,
that.
both
Oh,
of
it was a
you.
great time.
I was going to say as well, that might end up being one of, if not the most controversial Forge episode in history, with the hot takes that are going to be dropping. I can't wait. It'd be interesting to check
Well,
out. Are you
you
going to
know.
bring on an Elden Ring lover?
They're
Is
like,
that going to be one of
happy to
the-
watch that from a distance.
Oh yeah, the fireworks. You're gonna grab an Elden Ring apologist, a dirty shill, someone who says, oh, "I like video games." And it's like, loser, liking. Gosh, get some
Imagine
taste. Am I
liking
right?
things.
Terribly. Which actually transitions so easily into saying, "Hey Theo, what are you up to?"
Hey, you know me. Working on professionally hating Shadow of the Erdtree. Catch me tomorrow doing some of that on Metal's Forge. Excited to do that. That'll be cool.
Can't wait.
You're gonna come in
other
nice
than
and
that-
calm, right? Nice, and you'll be like,
Yeah, this
"Oh,
time I'm gonna be very clinical about it, or at least I'm gonna
Yes.
try to be. Maybe I'll get annoyed, but you know what happens happens.
all right."
For the
all right,
Elden
fair
Ring
enough."
fans in the chat, I'll likely be more positive, but Theo's also not wrong about much.
When you say I'm gonna be more
Yeah.
positive, I just picture Theo with his sus eyes, like, "Yeah, you gonna? Is that
Well,
what you're gonna do?"
Most
Really
of
now?
most of my defense is going to be based in subjective experience more than what the actual game design is like, because I don't really disagree with Theo on any of it.
I have some cool ideas from the now almost completed script to demo in the Forge tomorrow, so that might
Oh
be fun.
my.
Well then, that all sounds very
Nice.
fun. Plenty to check out while EFAP is not currently live, you see, because that is what trumps everything. But for now, I guess I'll say, Rags, Fringy, anything you guys wanted to mention before we wrap up?
No, I'm just slowly working on some things in the back. And I really appreciate everyone being here to listen to us talk about stuff we actually really like. It's
Yeah.
always good to do that.
I guess you guys can look forward to the Acolyte finale this week.
Woo!
Yay!
The EFAP TV Acolyte episode 8.
Fringy will be free.
It's over
after that's
soon.
done.
It's
We're
almost
free.
Well, from yeah.
Don't worry, we're far away from House of the Dragon, somewhat. But yeah. Well, alrighty then. Thank you everybody for hanging out, and well, we'll see you for the next thing, whatever it may be. But for now, bye bye.
Yeah, we'll see you later, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Lovely growl.
Oh god.
Oh, gee, the dog.
Yeah, she's pretty easy.
How can I
That
hear
was some deep
need to get
speech.
that dog.
Yeah.